I'm salvaging what I can from the day, and Rabbi has helped me work out some tech support issues with Discord, how it applied. I appreciate it. And we were discussing personal relationships of that nature. But if you want to change the subject, go right ahead. Absolutely.
Artie, what do you want to talk about?
Oh no, am I being intrusive?
No, not at all. No, 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 not at all. We're
Absolutely.
just
No,
friends.
no, absolutely not. Rabbi and I have had a bunch of different conversations over periods of time, and I'd rather not talk about topics or anything on your mind. Whether it's any. Can you elaborate on your towards Elon Musk and me? Sure. Um, my thoughts on Elon help create, like I've been what you call black of the world for a pretty long time. And after the Elon showed up for me, I'm a people person. I love innovation, and I've been a transhumanist probably most of my life. So when it comes to science and technology, I follow all of those things. And when Elon like came up with the election thing, went on the Elon train, um, trying to do some changes in the world that definitely change in terms of regulation, on trying to get the technology um, more innovative and more progressive. And that's really the only thing I care about politically is innovation. It doesn't matter if it's left or right. I just want my robots. But anyhow, when it comes to Grok, I think Grok is great AI, and he needs a lot of money to develop it. There's a lot of breakthrough things that have been with it. So when it comes to my liking on and Grok, and is very Page when he started, and all the different developments he brought to the world, even though they're highly demonized right now. Um, I'm not going to defend a lot of things. There's been a lot of individuals throughout history that have done maybe not so positive things. Some people that it spills into like their love life or blah blah blah. I don't care about any of that. I think innovation. I can couple the innovation from the people that they are or anything else they have hands. You know what I mean? But I do like the aspiration Elon is bringing in space travel and innovation. I also support his baby. I find that to be fantastic. I haven't had one. Have you? Do you have any children? Want any children? I have a baby. How old? Yes. Two. I support all of Elon's children as well. I tried to bring Elon to Christ over Twitter before he owned it, but who am I? It's a lot of kids later. That was like right or after the one named death. Oh, okay.
I have a question.
I'm not sure about names yet when I start, but I'm probably going to just go pops up. Or I'm just going to have an AI or just have a pen name that figure it out when we get
Holly, you use
there.
the
But that would be
you use the term black pilled, and I don't know why you are using that word as opposed to red. If I may ask, can you clarify?
I'm using black pill when I said I was black pill. I was right protest with the BLM and Antifa and terrorism, Lives Matter and everything, unrest, terrorism, and more unrest and terrorism, more crimes against children. That's what I mean by black. that means you're in a black hole of despair and you're doom scrolling something not being positive anymore.
Okay.
Red pill would be Elon,
Yeah.
or like the trifecta of the Republican Party. So
Right.
prior to Elon, I was very black.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
I
I
actually
gotcha.
said if Trump wins the election, I'm getting off of Trump, which I
Okay.
did do. I just kind of delayed.
Welcome.
Hi, Kings and Coins. How are you?
Welcome. How are you? Kings and Coins. How did you find out about me? Kings and Coin, if I may ask, how did you find out about me?
Through me.
Oh, okay, great. Welcome. Well, thank you for bringing him in. And thank you for clarifying.
Here before.
Yeah, I thought so. I meet a lot of people, though. And thank you for clarifying what you meant by black pilled. Okay, so are you more on a red pilled trajectory now, would you say, Holly?
Well, I don't want to make. I'm kind of on a transparent.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I'm in a across the world by myself. You know what I mean? Like unpost of terroristic things that happen to the child or the
Okay.
Dolly Parton song.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to balance out colors. No drugs. Still.
Okay.
But yeah. What's paying you off right now?
Oh, by the way,
Not really.
I did just download.
Oh, amazing, dude.
Okay.
Oh, it's so much fun.
I don't believe I'm name and also playoff. Actually, no.
Yeah, like Simpson for sure.
Yeah, but it is. I do sometimes feel like I'm an avatar in one of the movies.
Nah, girl, you're Overwatch.
But yeah, I give up on X. I may go back eventually, but I think I need to give it a few months, and I guess I need a new device or something to keep figuring out that I'm making other accounts like pretty much. So I give up.
It's weird that that's not allowed.
It is no lie.
Yeah, like you can have multiple accounts. It's after your original one or one of them gets banned. It will use the device you want or any IP the original thing. And I was just about to type this long message. I hit send. It was just timing. But anyways, what game do you actually play?
It just logs me out.
It logs you out. I'm surprised it has a mix on or repost. Yeah, I kind of just need to. I'm defaulting back to a Facebook, and if this works for now, like, just let you know I didn't ghost you. So what are your plans for the rest of the night? Gaming?
Yeah, just gonna chill. I'm gonna come look at this rabbi sign.
Go. Big dog. I've got it from 16 different angles if you want to check it out. There you go. Oh,
You have an angle from above.
yeah, I have a ceiling cam. Yeah, right there. Well, people will study that in the future. People, I get what you're saying. People will study that in the future, likely using, um, yeah, likely using some type of augmented reality, and you'll be able to know the humidity, the dew point, my blinks per minute, my heartbeats per minute, and then I think eventually you'll be able to remove my clothing, see my skin layers, my epidermal layer, my skeletal layer, then eventually be able to map my cranium and see actually what I'm thinking before I actually say it.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, some of that stuff is extrapolated.
You're right. You're 100% right.
For instance, I'm pretty sure you have the same amount of bones that I do. Program that kind of structure, like
Correct?
if I have an image of
Exactly. Yeah, you'd be able
so
to
it'd be
see.
the same for epidermal layer.
Exactly. You'd be able to see all 206 bones in my body and basically using like different imaging, be able to see my internal organs, and all of that will improve with time.
The only question is why would I need an image of you? It's just fun, right?
Well, you would think so, but in the future, we're going to want to study more about.
I don't know if that would be like even if that was possible, purchase the equipment to do something, most likely you'd just be extrapolating based on what you did before. So you have a video interface like this, know how the body functions, extrapolate from there. There's no reason to be as being able to see under your skin.
I disagree.
What about seeing neurons? What about
Exactly.
neurons develop?
Well, that's interesting. That's well, you can. You just always have to. I guess that would be very detailed. I guess like a what is it called? Is it EKG or MRI? If you were just always in an MRI, you'd be able to. But if the pregnant woman was always in the which one is it? Where's the big magnet where you can see the layers of the brain?
MRI.
But in terms of like the neurology or development basic sonogram at the hospital, like we can bring the hospital to us instead of having it.
Let's say
What did you say, Audie? The CAT scan? I said several different scans. Yeah, what's the one?
yeah, it's an MRI.
Is it what?
And it was a magnetic something imaging.
Resonance.
Yeah, that's filter. Then an MRI that was on pregnancy, you'd be able to see the brain development of that baby from the moment of conception all the way on to birth.
That's right.
I don't know to be paralyzed.
Well, I was just a reason that it would be in the tube for 9 months, you know.
I would hope I'd be doing yoga.
Well, then you every time you were doing yoga, you wouldn't be able to see the brain development of the baby, and when you want to see the brain development while you're doing yoga?
Unless it's like one of those, like, you know how, like, some people wear back braces, like, wearable, you know what I mean? Like, over the tummy. Yoga with, like, a tummy vest, you know what I mean? A tummy brace, you know, like, some women actually wear it as, like, support, so like a bra. When it gets too heavy for their back. Yeah, or, yeah, like, what do they call it? Contouring. Those contouring type of garments. Right? I think some of those are to get back in shape. You could, you know. It might be a little thicker than fanny. A radar in it. I'm thinking in terms of, like, they have these flexible skin things on you from MIT. And it's a sonogram sticker, basically. It's 72-hour wireless. It's not something I need to machine on me all the time, or the person doesn't need to machine on them all the time. I forget why they developed it, but it's an ultrasound sticker. So it's just like you stick it onto an area that you need image from, and it goes to an app on the phone. And it's like nobody is like knowing about it or happy about it. It's been out for like 2 years. Or I mean, they've had it in development for like 4 years. It's not a market product to buy yet. MIT created it, no manufacturer grabbed onto regulation or manufacturing the possible here in the States. China probably has that already. So, but over here, it's kind of like
I would think it would.
There's a bunch of things for prenatal care and pregnancy.
Super fast.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. But like your baby, want to share your experience with pregnancy or anything? Have you difficulties or you planned to get pregnant? What was your journey like?
Some point in life I did. So fun.
Did you say it was fun or it's not?
So fun. Right after I heard I want.
Really? Was that sarcasm?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not at all.
I'm learning you now.
He was like small, supposed to be. It probably didn't. Probably the entirety of it. It wasn't bad. Although they put that in your back.
Yeah.
And I think that so
The epidural?
yeah.
Yeah.
If they put it in for you know, like on your mouth.
I've heard a lot of I've heard a lot of bad about the epidural. I will be tempted to do water birth. But I don't even go to the hospital. I'm hoping I can find a good way for you. Set up that's probably the way. That's just because of course hospitals up here. Very sensitive. It should be treated a little bit differently. More like a cattle clinic. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like a factory farm and field celebration. Yeah. I'm sorry you went through that. If you were to do it again, try to go to the hospital, is that
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know your age, but no. You would never do it again.
Not I think that the midwife idea is probably great, especially because you get to build that relationship prior and
They'll
really go,
like put first a while after.
yeah, that's true.
Go back. We could like develop relationships with that individual. Like some people use therapists. Like we could have Canada had it for the longest time. Um, I was always looking at what they were doing, and for some reason, well, it seems like they're just crickets and the regular gynecology and our family planning organization making everything worse. It just seems like not many choices, although like have all these women in places of power, they're more concentrated on them. You know what I mean? So I always thought like women in science technology are because robots with big eyelash. You know what I mean? Like, really, girl? Really, this is what girls? Yeah. But yeah. And it just kind of feels like instead of going to the guys and expecting, I was going to try to inspire women to start doing things. But I got a lot of pushback at the time. Right? There's not much interest, to be honest. A lot of people see technology as base, trying to replace them. You know what I mean? They just don't trust them. I got a lot of pushback. I'm glad to hear that you.
Are you trained? Because you sound like a.
No. I'm not trained. I definitely have a.
Alright, okay, cool.
That's okay. It's probably just I woke up several hours ago. Not a guy. There was another individual speaking, playing a video.
Holly,
I'm just chime in at any time.
I'm gonna chime in here, Holly. You sound like a
Sure he doesn't.
Holly. You sound like 100%.
Sound like a guy?
No, you sound like 100% woman to me.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. No, you're good. Have a good. If I was a dude, I'd be. Well, Adam, I'm not like I don't know. Is it really? I do customer. Um, my voice is oriented, like call centers. I've been out of work.
You have a very feminine.
Been hosting on spaces. I can barely hear you, Rabbi.
I said you have a very feminine voice.
Do I?
Yes, you do. Don't you worry.
What else is going on in the world?
Well, there's a UFC tonight. I don't know if you guys probably aren't big UFC fans, but I might watch that. I was watching some stand up comedy, which I can turn on if you want. If you want to watch that. You guys, what are you guys into any sports? Holly, are you a fan of any sports?
Well,
Oh, that's right. Oh, of course.
I am a so when I am really fascinated with I guess we're doing
No,
so that should be pretty.
that's soccer.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that entails. Just the order bounces around. We're actually develop our own.
Well,
Do we even have one?
yeah, we have them. So we have the MLS, which is Major League Soccer. That's in the United States, and then there are the FIFA club teams, which are generally in Europe. He showed the trophy of it. It was the one that you needed a key, and it's like really big and circular. But then there's the World Cup that's going to be hosted in North America in starting in 2026, which will be in um, it'll be in North America, being Canada, United States, and Mexico in different cities, including well LA, but I believe in New York City as well. So I think he was just meeting in that, and then I think that they're going to be able to have that trophy at the White House until I think they said like June 13th or something like that. So there's that. Um, I I mean, well, Holly, do you watch any UFC or combat sports? It's okay if you don't.
I I'd rather
Okay,
sometimes
okay, okay. Well,
so
um, yeah, I mean,
people fight or
oh, I don't know it that well. I don't know it that well. I just basically watch there are like undercards. Sometimes I watch those, but I usually just watch the main event or so. But I'm not someone who orders a pay-per-view. They get really expensive. I will just usually watch them like on some type of like bootleg site or something. Um, I I've been doing a marathon of Kill Tony, which is the world's largest live um, podcast. It airs every Monday and has for like 12 straight years. It used to be in the Comedy Store in LA, and now it airs from the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, from Joe Rogan's club. And it's basically people who come up and they have 60 seconds to be able to make a panel laugh. It's very much like I kind of think of it like you would have a jester who would come up and try to make the king laugh, and then they give them just like uh, they give them recommendations of what they can do. And they have some big comedians on it. They've had like Bill Burr, and they've had like well even like non comedians like Post Malone who just go up and just give they critique them. So I can turn that on if we'd like. I mean it's on right now. If there's something else you want to watch, we certainly can. Um, I'll warn you that they don't hold any punches and they can sometimes be very sexist and very racist. But if if you want to see stand up comedy, we've got it. So I can certainly turn that on and we can talk over it or just have it on. Um, so I can do that, and you can just tell me if you don't want to watch it. Let me know. In terms of other sports, um, there's nothing like. I mean, it's really the UFC. If you want to watch a, so the thing is, I would love to watch like a movie.
I like ice.
Okay. Is there ice skating on? So
There is young this this uh so he can phone both. He's teaching the land how they're like like he does that like really awesome like as a, um it's almost like a little bit of a rap song needed to kind of honor the victims of that plane crash. He lost a whole bunch of ice skating.
right.
Um, he's young and I call um, those his parents were ice skating also. Um, because I don't have any. It sounds a little Russian, but he's actually I think he's from Virginia. But anyway, um, I do get into the Olympics, and I also get into ice skating. Um, I can get into talks about hockey. I think that's kind of, but I don't follow the players. Penguins actually, which doesn't matter because they have enough Stanley Cups and they're always going to have their money. But they do give back to the community. Work a lot. They do a lot of events for like children's hospitals. Or I guess all sports you. But the aspect of like health and fitness is why I like in athleticism. I notice a lot of toxicity in bacon as well. You know,
Right.
a lot of toxicity because they need to work out.
Do you like stand-up comedy?
Anyway, there's certain there's some French guy that I like Marcel Moss. He had he jokes like women in France have the can't make sure. There was one dude that I liked. He did some joke about he was renting a car in Arizona and they wouldn't let him do it because he wasn't 25 or something. He was like, um, Jews in the desert don't really do well, and something about vegan cupcakes whether or not it had water in New York. Like they wouldn't New York wouldn't give him a glass of water. If you remember those jokes, then probably remember him. I'm not very good at remembering. There was a Peter Russell or something like that. I think he's like Hindi.
Russell Peters.
He's like a
Yeah, he's on here.
yeah, that guy. I used to listen to him. But
You
some of these stand-up comedy, oh, it's not funny. You know what I mean? I mean, I could watch the whole thing. You know what I mean? Some of it,
yeah,
it has to be like a.
Russell Peters is really big.
You like him?
I don't know if I like him, but I mean he's okay. I don't dislike him, but he's one of the most he's one of the wealthiest stand-up comedians, and he's very popular globally because he is Indian, so he has a huge um, fan base. So yeah, he's on here. Um, I don't know, like
I
basically,
like the international comedy, not like education. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's kind of like my.
I understand.
Um,
Uh, the kind of humor that I like puns. I like smart humor. I don't like racial humor. I don't like religious humor. I don't like gender humor. I mean, I watch them because they have that. To me, that's low hanging fruit. I don't like if you make fun of someone physically or something they can't control. I don't like that kind of humor because it just seems too easy and the person can't control it. But I do like of course, I like witty comedy, but I like comedy that makes you think. I like some, I mean, there's some political humor that I think is good, but generally, I like things like that are really simple. I like minutia kind of comedy that's like something that we all go through on a daily basis, but you just don't really think about it. You don't hear anybody talk about it. Um, so, well, I fear if I turn this the reason why I don't turn on a comedy special or anything like a movie, I could just be like, hey, let's just watch a movie, is because I'm live streaming and I'll get a copyright strike. Like I was singing the other day and I got copyright strikes just from singing, and I want to avoid that.
yeah,
At,
certain songs.
exactly, and I do that. I do that, but it's still like I've got 16 streams going, so sometimes they'll still get or they'll still get copyright strikes. So the one thing that I can watch that generally doesn't get me a copyright strike is podcasts. And so I watch Joe Rogan, I watch Lex Friedman, I watch like interviews of like certain diplomats. But then this one, it's called Kill Tony, does not get me copyright strike, so that's why I watch it. Um, because generally, like I watched the Super Bowl and some other things, and I'll just get a copyright strike for doing it, and that means that there's several things. you can lose your account for doing it, but also it can take it can cause it so that the video doesn't stay up. But because I'm on 60 different streams, they can't get me on a copyright strike, or generally they don't on all of them at once. So they might get me on two of them, but I still have another 14 going. Um, well, we can just, I mean, just to kind of give us something to do. I'll turn on this stand-up comedy. Feel free to turn it on and listen, or whatever you may want to do. I can advise that. Oh, we have a friend here. Oh, this person's mean to me. Hello, Blair. How are you?
Oh, hi there. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Why are you so mature?
Those noises. Is that like a sound? Are you?
Oh, my nose is stuff up. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, we thought you were.
I like your teeth.
It sounds like you're drinking from a straw and not filling it.
Oh, so my nose. I'm just trying to breathe.
Okay. How's your day going, Blair?
I'd rather not talk. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. We're gonna watch some stand-up comedy, so feel free to listen. Yeah, you can. So just do that. And Blair, why don't you just
I think I'm gonna do that.
stop doing that into the
I
microphone?
think you need a neti pot.
Yeah, you need a neti pot for sure. All right, here we go.
Some big paper around and also
Exactly. Good on you.
my ears.
Very well.
I no longer hear that.
There you are.
That's so awesome. This work has. I don't.
No, it doesn't. It,
Sound like someone.
right. Exactly.
So, Audie, you like your little rabbi, right? You're some little robot. Are you on the agenda or sounds like are you on or already interested or
I don't know if Audie and I have had that conversation. Oh yeah, we have a little bit. A little bit, yeah. We talked about if her grandma, basically, if we're able to keep preserve her grandma, and if she's like 1,000 or 1,000,000 years old, would we be friends? Basically, something along those lines. So we've talked about it a little bit, but Audie, what are your thoughts on transhumanism?
I said that on Earth
That's true.
have a friend, lady, height, appearance, all women,
Hold on. Let me be specific here. Let me be specific here. If we are 12 billion years into a universe that is approximately 60 billion years, and I have 48 billion years to reproduce, then any woman who is willing to take the journey with me over the course of billions of years, I would like to have an entire relationship with, perhaps for an entire lifetime, or generally a lifetime of, 50, 100 years. But that doesn't mean that I want to impregnate every single woman on earth within the next, 100 years or something like that. We're talking transhumanist ideas. No, I'd like to have a I would like, I would like to have a meaningful relationship with every woman who would consent with me in the future. I would see it as
every guy probably
yeah, exactly. Thank you, Holly. Thank you. Exactly.
that's why we grow them. Yes. That's why we
Thank you, Holly.
I guess protect us from moderate natural thing. didn't really expect how to do it. No, you won't have relationships with all of them, right?
If the idea was
Just
that
be
we could be
one day, 3 nights,
no
or
transhumanist. Generally the way I would actually probably do it, um, at least uh, traditionally, humans have something called the 7 year itch, which essentially means that after 7 years the eye starts to wander. So I would ideally probably want to fall in love, but not have a lifetime marriage contract, because if my life never ends, then that's essentially a punishment. But I would say to the person, let's get married for 7 years. And if we're still in love after 7 years, let's renew it for another 7 years and another 7 years and another 7 years, etc., etc. But eventually we may want to part ways, but let's re-fall in love in 100 years or 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years. That's psychologically, yeah, it's called the
at
7 year
least
itch.
10.
Every 7 years, they were in love.
Well, if you want to do,
That's like that's the thing. That's not even a full lifetime. You can't even raise a kid.
you could just keep
You
renewing.
can't
No one
halfway
says
through, not even halfway through the childbearing process, from 0 to 18, I have to renew the vows with that person. No, no,
you should be
no,
able to.
24 years.
Whatever you want to make it. If you want to make it 24 years, then just renew it 3 times with the person. But it shouldn't be seen as something that is forced on anyone, especially in a transhumanist world where you don't die, and that means till death do you part never occurs.
You know, but then you'd still need a longer time frame, 7 years. That's no final 12 years. When it, if you want 12 to 7, no.
I'm just
How
telling
about
you,
we all make our
I'm telling you what
You know
psychologically
what? 12 is a
occurs.
great number. Child,
all right, let me boil it. How's not only don't get to you part, but also the after, the after, the stuff being
That's a punishment, but that's a punishment.
oh, thank you. It would be a punishment.
Not
I
not
think I'd
just.
be endless.
I know you
I
would,
thought
Holly.
if you die, that who you were thinking and you unlikely ever man simultaneously.
You mean that you don't get bored of that person? It is true that our immune system also identity crisis says after a while, where if you cover and cover one another, you'll you know what I mean? Like in different cultures, they actually have like different bedrooms. But in a lot of the marriages in the West, together, you share absolutely everything all the time. Like a trust extension of your nervous where you don't have your own. A lot of people want to break like is officially, no matter how much you love that person, you know what I mean? Like something to so actually having rights for not the you know what I mean? Like it is technically what Rabbi is saying. There is like a biological thing where it's like you know everybody. Some people can't commit at all, or they can't bond with a partner. It's very difficult to find bond um, biologically because the immune thing and like like all the chakras will probably never gonna happen. So they take what they can get, they preferences and all that. But like if you found somebody that you definitely think you can spend the rest of your life with and eternity, go for it. You know what I mean? Um, you don't want to force somebody into doing that. You also use them as being reliable. They're you could find them dead one day, right? So yeah, a lot of things can happen. So having a backup plan would be nice. You could just refriend it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, how do you your trip? They get refriended. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't want to that is if death should be final, whether you go to heaven and what it do. But the synthetic life will be, I think, fun. And you can also modify yourself. You know what I mean? So it's like if you get bored with yourself, change yourself, but your partner may or may not agree with the modification. Now it's like you have an admin. You know what I mean? Hey, can I do this? Yes or no? Like, sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a
They have to sign off on it.
that's a good point, and that's why I think that lifetime marriage contracts are a punishment in a transhumanist world. Not that I don't love, I really do. I just feel as if it should be consensual, and in any relationship, people will grow old of each other, especially when perhaps there are new kinds of bodies that people can have, and new types of mates and new types of beings. People may want to experiment. What I think is, frankly, more beautiful than people who would be married for, say, pardon me, a million years are people who got married, had a wonderful life together, eventually were transhumanists, found other love, and then came back and we fell in love later on. I think that's even as beautiful or more beautiful. I think it's a beautiful story. And we've never thought of love in those types of terms, but I'm an advocate for all kinds of love. And I
Yeah.
and I especially
It's not absolute. It's not like we're going to write the laws.
exactly it should be consensual, exactly. And I'm someone who does not like people who cheat. I never have. It's just not. I don't know. I don't want to say it's not in my character, but I I just don't like that. And I feel as if you don't like someone, instead of cheating on them and playing around or whatever, just be honest with them and tell them I want to find someone else and go do it. And I want to give people that freedom. And especially if we're living in a transhumanist world, there are going to be times when, let's say we had two little old people who were 500 years old, they're going to be sick of each other after 500 years, especially when all their friends have either.
Not necessarily,
That,
because people change over time. But I mean, you're saying like people treat each other as if I don't. I wish.
Why do you think
I am
Yeah, it's
saying,
kind of like you're saying as like something eventually understand that. Like in terms of these types of things, it's not an
okay, let's take it in those terms.
um,
Let's take it in those terms. If you keep
okay.
eating the same food all the time, you're gonna be tempted to try other food eventually. And
Not
so,
necessarily. There's a lot of people who are on different spectrums, whether it's burger or not. A lot of people that do actually diet
hold on.
not actually
Hold on,
like
hold on, hold on,
antibiotics.
hold on. No, no choices. One food for the rest of your life.
you make the point, Rabbi, that you have to, or maybe it wasn't, maybe it was Holly. I think that in Western society, couples spend like all their time together, and that can be, but not necessarily so because people are different. Some people are not capable. Uh, some people need that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not talking
Yeah.
in
So
normal
Just
terms.
like some people don't need that too. But when I'm
right.
saying that, it's not saying I'm telling you what to do with your body and your contract, but I think how you're personalizing it. And it's like if you don't want to hear to that, then you don't want to hear. You know what I mean? Like you do type of. It's not like I'm judging you morally at all. I'm a Sagittarius. I need freedom. You know what I mean? It's just my type of freedom is independent is within also like a Capricorn thing. Things are things I have planned. You know, like the most essential things have to be foundationally together, and in that, I need um, other like I don't like it's hard to be free, feel free in certain situations. But I get what they're saying, but also there needs to be room for like individuals that may actually want to stay together forever. It's not like we're gonna make them break up after.
No,
Sorry.
no, but I'm saying
Like
that
the marriage contract, I think that's
excellent,
a contract
excellent. Well, what
in terms of like what they expect one another, you know, each other, not necessarily they don't go your ways. If you're gonna be with somebody for not for breeding or creating something together, they enjoying each other's time, like they went through every contract, every role playing possible, and you feel like if you're with somebody else, you're cheating on them, and it's just very difficult to connect with, and
what,
you just want to go back to that person.
and
A lot of people feel that.
I'm not
And I
saying
think even in the future with transhumanism, they may.
and I'm not saying that you can't have a wonderful relationship with someone for 50 years or 100 years. But we're looking at things in terms of thousands, millions, or billions of years. And when you look at things in that kind of term, I know that people will get sick of each other. It's just something that
Hypothetically, probably. Hypothetically, not be people after someone.
exactly.
I'm not even sure the Earth type of Earth or server.
Well, I mean, it won't.
It would be nice.
We know that
Nice.
we
That were
wait,
kind of
wait.
like I'm gonna trust my life.
No, because that information can be transferred. No, but I mean, like I look
No,
at
I do understand. But you're saying like I believe someone will,
yes.
but but you don't feel bored.
People change. That's why life.
What was that last part?
If you want to do it that way.
I'm gonna need you to repeat.
I didn't pick that up
So I'm
either.
only half paying attention. It sounded like you're saying if you, I guarantee that that's something.
I'm saying after
Right, I was saying
10 million years of someone, you'll get bored of the other person.
You saying that it doesn't mean someone changes on your life.
I'm saying that if you're with someone, I'm saying that if you're with someone for 10 million years, you will know them internally and externally. You'll know all their
So we're
stories.
thinking about the length of time it is to have we're taking it what our lifespan is now. Like we were talking about. I do like that frame of mind. I do go there a lot. And like maybe 100 years, probably what we're looking our like everybody in this room might be maybe 100 years from the
That's just with
that's just to say there's no war or like
that's
unrest or
that's just with that's just with life extension technology. Then we move to mind uploading technology when you must have a viewpoint of thousands of years, millions of years, or billions of years, because that's the reality of that type of future.
when I see that technology, I will then revalue. If I have children, my husband is at home, I'm probably gonna stick with what I have. I'm not going to all right, because now you know what I mean. It's not like I'm going. They want to leave. Like a
What I what I'm saying to you is that
2 weeks or something.
given enough time, they will leave you. They may come back, but they will leave you. It's just an inevitability. Unless you literally change the psyche of a human so that you don't give them free choice of who they love, eventually their eye will wander or they will get curious about exploring things with another person. I mean, we could say that let's just take a person, just a hypothetical couple, man A and woman A, and we put them together.
Coming at it from the male's perspective.
I'm coming at it from a I'm coming at it from a person's perspective.
Women wander too.
Absolutely, everyone wanders. Given enough time, everyone wanders. I'm not saying that there are not people who've been together for 50 years or 60 or 70, and let's take a couple like that. A couple here on Earth, they've been married for 100 years. Okay, and life extension gets them to 200 years, and they've been married for 200 years. But then eventually we have mind uploading technology, and they're able to put their essentially their neurons into another being, and they find out that we've created some kind of cyborg that can bring them pleasure better than their partner could have ever brought them. They may want to experience that. If I'm able to
We
say
already
that,
have that. No.
if I'm able to say that there is a being out there that can essentially make you more intelligent and have harder orgasms and be able to pleasure you in ways that your traditional spouse would never ever be able to pleasure you, well, you might want to try that. You might want to explore that. And I'm saying this is after 10,000 years perhaps of being married to your spouse. You will eventually get bored, man or woman.
Okay, well, in that context, you know what I would want to do?
What's
I
that?
would just want to put a ban in. I think it's like it's almost like a people are like alcoholics. Fall in love with alcohol. Long after they're dead. Like, remember our first conversation?
Absolutely.
Like days after I
Revivication
died.
technology. I remember. I remember.
I would still want to do that, but the same context, I want me, and I think they would actually continue what we were going. Just it's kind of like I don't know what exactly they have. Bodies in the box of the ground. I have this box of people. They're just like stuck in a box in the ground. You know what I mean? But there is a soul. Might have already reincarnated. Might be one of Elon's babies. You know what I mean? Who the fuck knows? Is it really up to me to try to like think back some sort of like DNA that would like summon them back? Would it be as like a split life type of thing? There's so many questions. Um, like the spiritual realm, if you even believe in it. Like some people are so atheist they can't test. That's fine, but I do think there are some things that are unquestionable where I would want to bring them back to life, but at the same time, I need their like they would have given prior consent. You know what I mean? They would have remembered doing so. You know what I mean? And then we're just going to think of whatever they're doing then, or maybe like like in the dream world they're living a different life. You know what I mean?
There's a
Who knows how that
there's
if it could work at all,
there's a
right?
there's a
There's such a thing at all.
there's a simple phrase that I would use to describe this, or at least my belief in it, and that is variety is the spice of life. If you want life to continue to be exciting for you, you will want different opportunities. And maybe on in today's day, with traditional partners, a marriage of say 80 years or whatever you want to make it is is fine. But after 800 or 8,000 or 80,000 or 800,000 or 8 million years, eventually someone is going to want some variety. That's all. And I think that they should be allowed that.
Do you want to have children
God willing.
or being in a long-term relationship?
I would absolutely like to have children. Yeah, I'd want to have a traditional family.
You have to stop.
I don't have to stop doing anything.
You're right about that.
There you go.
Don't be different.
Okay. What I would possibly say, at least in my world, is that if I am going to have a life with a woman, I would like to have that traditional life of a 40-year marriage. But eventually, if especially if we're transhumanists, I know that she may fall in love with someone else, or I may fall in love with someone else, or maybe we don't even fall in love, but we just want to know what it's like to re-fall in love. And you're not able to do that unless you have that variety in your life. And you may experiment with other people. But do I want a traditional family? Yeah, the answer is yes. Go ahead.
Jacob,
Can you repeat that?
Uh-oh. Yeah,
What are you saying? Jacob Lovelace?
it's Jacob Love Leah. Yeah, you're hard to understand. Just your microphone. It's like a little bit,
My bad.
it's not robotic. Maybe too close.
How is it now?
That sounds good.
Kind of better and don't be, there might be a lag issue. Ask if Jacob Love.
Oh, if Jacob loved Leia. Oh, yeah, I would say so.
You reply.
You hear him? He asked why. Why did he love her?
I mean, I think I would say probably for most of the reasons why a man loves a woman, but he had multiple wives. He had Rachel. So he fell in love with multiple wives. He also had Bilhah and Zilpah. So I mean, he needed variety in his world.
He needed it or he was stuck doing it because the woman really wanted
I'm not in his role, but uh, at
it.
least,
Right, but just as an example.
I mean, at least it had to do with the ability to reproduce and um, essentially. So at least in those times, not everyone was necessarily monogamous.
Let me ask you a different question. Was Leah and Rachel, were they both Jacob?
We have no reason to think that they weren't.
Interesting. And in the New Age, there is a situation where a man marries two women. Those women marry the other woman as well. But biblically, it doesn't seem monogamous. They're not monogamous. So, you have time exploration relationships with the person, and after a while, you yourself multiple that could change the relationship. A lot of infighting relationship. Jacob,
I'm not denying that.
it might be better to just find a companion and dedicate someone some from. It's better because having go it alone or dedicate yourself to the person you're with. But don't try to never maybe 90% will work out for, but probably not.
We're talking about once you commit, right?
Yeah, I would say the commitment is the form of love.
Rabbi, I'm not saying you can't go. You know what I mean? Like you and your partner.
Agreed.
It's not like I'm like anti-divorce. I what you call it. I just think everybody needs to come up with their own contract, figure it out from there. But like, if there was a woman that were like 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 let's say you did the vows, but you didn't express yourself to like, hey, I'm gonna go look for other things for you. You know what I mean? She did make plans, which is very good, Capricorn. But actually, like, okay, so in 4 years I will make sure sure that I have all my all my things out for have it ready for when he this man leaves. Um, so it's going to be like she knows you have an expiration. It's actually kind of it kind of leaves all of year like this thing and not necessarily I want to have it. I'm just going through shit haphazardly. You know what I mean? It just makes it feel like like everybody. But then again, to not know, like usually divorces or breaking up happen so many times, and then like all of a sudden it's like finally okay, you say you want to break up or get a divorce, right? And sometimes that hits people, and that can be shattering as well. You know what I mean? So I guess it all depends upon the people. Maybe in the future people might be different, but we can't exactly. I think people might actually double down on a lot of people just because of the technological advance. They want to hold on to something new, and we see that already. We see a lot of it already, where people are holding on, trying to hold on to like in-person games, things like that. Like they were robotic and AI and we want to and don't have that same time. They're trying to actually grab on to something. You know what I mean? So it may be in the future we actually have the exact but where people want to be, study the spiritual aspects of bonding or want to they like that person so much that they're going to make AI copies or have robots self of that person. You know what I mean? But it's very possible that like might not ever get sick of it. It's very possible. Like they want normacy, they hate change. Like a Taurus, right? We're moving into the Taurus season. They hate change.
Beautiful. I gotta get going. I just want to say goodbye.
Hey, take care.
Okay. Good night.
I appreciate you guys.
Take care, my friend. Yeah, enjoy your game, my man. Hey, tell us how it went. I'm serious, King and Coin. I want to know all about your Sims. I want to know all about their lives. I get into that, so let me know. Oh, take care. The Sims. That's that. I want to know all about the Sims lives. I want to know all about his Sims lives. I love that stuff.
Oh, the Sims lives.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
very cool. Well, I'm in the Sims 4 subreddit, and I love it. It's such a fun game. I mean, I haven't played it in 25 years, but um, it's a really fun game. It's like it's all the stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah, what I was trying to get into topic terrifying that they had, or the terrifying robotic. I guess it's a sensitive topic. I don't see back a little bit of time not able to human solve. Um, I guess it felt like an argument. Um, anyway, uh, he, he's more open times to talk about certain things. He had to go.
It's okay.
That's where I was trying to.
You gave a very good.
Some people are on the thing. Huh?
You gave a very good analogy. Let's just play it out. Let's say instead of having marriages or relationships, we analogize it to food. There are some people who like
Okay.
pizza a lot, or steak a lot, or fruit a lot. And they may have fruit or pizza or steak almost every single day. They like it so much. And let's take each day as being one lifetime, okay? So you may say that, oh man, today I can't wait to have pizza all day. And I'm going to eat pizza all day, and I'm going to eat leftover pizza tomorrow, and maybe even the next day. But there isn't a single person on earth who eats just one food. Even you were saying um, they have limited menus that they use. That's fine. A menu is still variety. There, even like indigenous people.
I'm not going to I want to share those gonna live. I just, it's very hard to balance school and water. Not 4 hours. I get suffering for trying to.
Exactly.
At the same time, that's all this.
I think it's a beautiful analogy. I think it's very apt. No matter how much you love a certain thing, eventually you will want to have some variety if given enough time.
But some people are not going to actually have time.
Oh wait. I'm in. Wait.
Like you let nobody actually. You know what I mean? Like
I'm saying.
You're like, go ahead and go fuck everything.
Not what I'm saying.
In terms of some people may not actually want to do that.
Not what I'm saying.
We're not the only ones who mainly are monogamous.
Wait, we haven't. No one even says that we are monogamous. This is. Hold on. No one even says that we are necessarily monogamous. Most primates are not, and really, it's only monogamy has been something that's much more socialized with us in recent rotation.
I'm not even forcing that on anybody. Well, that's really unfortunate.
I think most people have sex with one person at a time. Don't have multiple
I'm in agreement with you
I'm
generally.
sure that most
Generally.
people don't.
But some people
or if
do.
they do, it's for a short period of time before they mature, and at least want to appear that they're in a relationship, which I understand the point is there, but like it's.
I think our differences of opinion
I think it's
are
like a survival
you're
mechanism.
looking at this in terms of a traditional human life, and I get that. I'm looking at this in terms of 1,000,000 years, or 10 million years, or 100 million years.
Yeah, that's number one. It's like
I mean, you seem like really strong. That's awesome. I want to do something like that, but I mean, I'm just saying, I'm hanging out and I'm doing great.
Right.
1,000,000 years?
Wait, hold on. Let's take that point.
1,000?
Let's take that point. I think that actually living forever is a punishment. You should have the opportunity to essentially wipe your slate clean and either restart or end it. So I say that we should be able to be transhumanist within reason and digital immortality or immortality within reason. But eventually, if you want, you should be able to stop it. That is part of human choice. I feel if you are forced to continue your life without your own consent forever, that is a punishment, and I don't want anyone to have that. So when I talk about transhuman,
Okay, but then we could have.
go ahead. I was going to say, so when I talk about immortality, I mean within reason. So that if you want to stop it, you can stop it. You should have that ability.
right. Just something from
Yeah.
which is not the same dude that was
Right. Yeah.
The blood test dude got my message.
Good.
Twitter from the other.
Excellent. Excellent.
So I don't know. We're in 2 different times.
All right. Well, did you send? Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. That they got it and they understand that you're not ghosting them. Did you give them your Discord? Your just the Discord name? Say, hey, message me here.
I did in the platform.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect.
They just have to.
Then you'll be all set.
My night got kind of real. I think it's things got in. Anyway.
Well, that's great. That's cool. Excellent. Well, okay. So to the point we were discussing, I'm in agreement with you guys in terms of love, that I'd like there to be people who are in love for even longer than what we've currently had. I think love is great. But I just think that if given really, really long periods of time and many, many different choices and varieties, that essentially being with one person is, in fact, a punishment forever. If you're forced to be with that person forever, I just think that's a
You're
punishment.
entitled to.
Perfect.
I think that's like I'm probably gonna express to everybody I go for it. It's like it turns out one guy is alive with his protection some shit pops up one day, it's gonna be very difficult for me now to pick up for but I'm just putting it out there.
Right. Okay. So
And that's probably you know what I mean? For me
absolutely.
that would be my first
Okay.
you know what I mean? And if life so happens to be another 20, well, so be it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I think I was lucky. Like life happened, it just happened. And I think once you meet somebody where they are kind of like a couple fine. So I just don't think I have like the same appetite that I would anybody else.
I understand that.
Still maybe a appetite. It might.
I understand that.
Different people work differently.
I
like
understand
some
that.
people are reproductively, how can I put it? Like the only thing that would turn me on about a man would be full ovulation and pregnancy and growing part of him inside and that on fucking touch. Like some people are into shit, you know what I mean, just the orgasm or whatever. But I do but some people are just there. And I do future will be they are allowed to people that are their button get off on, text messages, you know, pictures pictures and things like that. Those people exist as well and I'm not gonna go after them knocking on the door saying, hey, you're not allowed to do that or some shit.
I understand what you're saying. Now
So I just
this person who was your flame,
yeah.
let's say they were just in witness protection and they're able to come and be with you. If I say to them, look, you're going to be able to be with Holly for 100 years, but then her body's going to start to break down and may not be as attractive to you, or maybe it still is, but I can say that you can be with this entire harem of supermodels, and they're very intelligent and they're perfect in every single way. And not only that,
but, choose me every time.
Okay, okay, all right. Then we will have to. Okay, okay. But I'm saying that if
I mean, your brain and work differently.
I'm saying his brain and dick work exactly the same way mine does, and that if given a million years of this or a billion years of this, eventually he's gonna want to explore. That's all, and you will too.
Even suggesting that is like a just I don't even know how to suggest no people having a brain algorithm.
No, I'm
Like
saying
I'm going here.
I'm saying humans. I'm saying humans. I'm I'm saying
that was different algorithm.
no. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. I think we're all men, woman. We're all programmed the same. We're all programmed the same. Given enough time, we will all want variety. No one eats the same food every single day. We like variety.
Disagree with you.
Okay, you're allowed to.
What's that?
I said you're allowed to. You're allowed to disagree with me.
Yeah, because like, what if you're a guy that's your what if a woman programmed to not get rid of their partner unless they know that their partner is
I'm saying with enough time, both or any woman or any man or any gay woman or gay man will get sick of their partner. It's the same idea of food. Actually, Holly brought up the perfect example. No matter how much there's a certain food that you like,
People are dynamic.
so are foods.
So are foods.
So are food. It's a perfect example. If we take every single day to be a lifetime of transhumanism, and you can say, I love pizza so much, I'm gonna have pizza
So
tonight.
basically, you're a broccoli.
No, I'm saying that if you can have any food that you want, eventually,
I'm
you,
gonna be a cookie. Sorry.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm looking at I'm looking at this in terms of
I think
scientific.
I want to be a potato.
That,
It's very healthy and on the bars, very raw, you know, bars.
I'm looking at this
People love
scientifically.
potatoes. I'd be
I'm looking at this scientifically. And right now, we don't have a really great way.
French fries, chips, you can turn me into flour, you know,
Eventually, you'll get sick of potatoes, though. I'm looking at this scientifically.
no, I'm not.
You don't eat potatoes every single day.
Actually, I do.
You
Flour,
don't
so
just
potatoes
eat.
is
You
staple of
don't
my
just
diet.
eat potatoes every single day. You eat other stuff.
Sometimes, depending upon my budget, but actually, right now, I'm
Do you
eating a
have?
little bit of fruit.
Oh wait. So you've got potatoes
But
and fruit.
my main
That's fine, but you do two things. You don't just do one. You need.
but
You
if
need.
I'm a potato, if my lover, I'm not going to, I will do something else.
For a million years, even if.
All the way, you know, that I enjoy it. And, you know,
Wait. Okay. So look at it in these terms. If I said to you, you can only eat potatoes, or you can eat anything that you want, for a million years, you're just going to be stubborn and just keep eating potatoes just because that's it.
you know, right now I'm thinking I'm not getting
What if potatoes and stealing?
I do apologize. And let's about you robots have an essence and have a
Define soul.
do you think an individual, like, are you just your body and that's it? Do you have an essence to carry on? Like, do you have an essence beyond just your body
Yeah.
that could reincarnate, go to heaven or hell, or like limbo, or travel outside your body and out of life?
We have to define soul. If I were going to define it, it would be.
That's what I just tried to do.
I understand, but it.
It's
You
not measurable right now.
wait.
That is
Hold on.
that
So
is the
so
idea of it.
so I think it can be measured.
It's the whole vibe and forever.
Okay, I think it can be measured. At least this is how I define it. This is my own scientific way of defining it.
Yes.
It's essentially that which we would upload using mind uploading. So it's your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. Everything aside from your body. Your body is basically the container of your soul. So, what are you asking? Are we going to be able to transfer that data to other beings? Yes, that's the idea of mind uploading. Do I think it goes to another realm if we die? That's really a philosophical question that I don't think anyone knows, to which anyone knows the answer. Anyone who says they do, I feel being perhaps either they're misinformed or they are purposefully deceiving people because no one knows. But if we were to define as the soul as the neurons or the information stored within our neurons that could be transferred with mind uploading technology, then is that our soul? Yeah, okay. Do computers have that? Arguably, yes. So does that mean
person wanted to fall in love with her robotic
okay?
AI or logical world develop all kinds of maybe one day because I don't think I was exactly embryos from
Okay.
anyway. Wanted to fall in love with such a being
Yes.
that was humanoid but also had that.
Okay.
You think that that being end up getting sick of another being or other.
I mean, it really depends on how it's yeah, I do understand what you're saying. It really depends on how it's programmed. But if it's programmed the way that
If I was or not, if I was from X
yeah,
and another mistake
okay,
and me and something, how would we get sick of the end?
because
I haven't thing.
okay, so that's that blue being from X-Men, right?
Yeah, they're blue and green. They're kind of blue. That's their default mode.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So
they're a shapeshifter.
okay. So well, why not have multiple Mystiques? So you could have one, but eventually Mystique has to sleep. So why wouldn't you have another one that you could be with while?
I'm saying this two fucking each other. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
but
whether they want to be or anything like work for each other. Never gets
well, no, not necessarily.
variety. It's variety in one body. Yeah, it's variety in one body.
What if
I
they?
could be Pamela Anderson or I could be Brad.
Okay, but
Oh baby.
hold on. But what if?
You'll never get.
I mean, it depends on how it's programmed, but doesn't it have to rest at a certain point or no? Meaning, maybe Mystique one falls in love with,
Rest.
meaning it has to sleep or hibernate.
Yeah, we want to be done fucking 24 hours. So you're
Perhaps
if
what?
you wanted something wrong with heart.
No, I
Like
understand.
everybody needs to break your all the time. I think you want to argue.
No. Actually, I don't want to argue. I think that we have agreed to disagree on this topic.
Yeah, I think it's push back this we can change it.
Feel free to mention any other subject you wish.
Have a body juice.
What's your favorite juice? Mine's orange.
Pineapple and then pineapple because acid and pear because pear helps with any type of heartburn.
What up, Zoot? Zoot is my friend from Australia. Zoot, we have Holly and Audie here. Audie, Holly, this is Zoot.
Rabbi, what's your favorite juice?
I love all juices.
I like apple currant.
I probably have a surprising one though. I really like tomato juice. Yeah. No,
I like orange juice.
Okay, how's everybody cranberry? Good.
it's kind of tart, but it's okay.
So good news, Rabbi.
What's that, big dog?
I don't have any good news. I'm still waiting.
You haven't even gotten one paycheck from them? Oh, that's unfortunate. worked hard for them, and you got a lot of sales for them.
Yeah, I did 42 hours of work and only 5 hours of work without any evidence.
Right. And let's explain. Dude really didn't do anything wrong. He was doing. I mean, you tell him what happened. I back you on this. I don't think he did anything wrong.
Someone reported me for going around clients when I
Hold on. Let's explain what happened. Dude was a salesperson for solar, and he would have to go door to door, and he made a lot of sales within a week. And someone accused him of starting a fight when he went to someone's door. Specifically, we don't know exactly what it was, but he went to someone's door, knocked on their door, and didn't see that they had a sign that said basically no solicitation and no salespeople. And they may have called his boss to say that he started a fight when really it was an honest mistake. He was allowed to be knocking on people's doors. He just didn't happen to see the sign. Is that correct, Zoot?
no, I don't even think that mattered. And someone called me back and I started clients.
Well, but did you not have like words with one lady, the lady who had that sign?
No, I'm not sure. I didn't see the sign. I just moved on with the day.
Okay, so it was even might not have even been her. But basically, somebody perhaps called Zoot's boss and said that he was starting fights when he didn't. I mean,
It was terrible.
two two reports, but yet you didn't have any fights with anybody, right?
Nope.
Like not even close, right?
Nope.
Did you contact your boss and ask when you could
I don't believe you.
Oh, all right. Audie doesn't believe you.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That I was that I did something.
Yeah, why you said not do anything to stop it. I don't know. I
I
really
can't stop something.
seems
I didn't.
I apologize.
Yeah, Audie,
I didn't.
you're judging you're judging someone without any evidence. Dude, I don't know who called your boss. It's unfortunate that it happened. You have a duty to essentially contact your employer, previous employer, and ask them on what date and what time can you expect to get your paycheck.
Did you say there were two separate calls? I'd say that's evidence.
It could have been the same person. Multiple. Could have been the same person.
Could have. I'm sure that would have.
Could have been the same person.
Yeah.
And we don't
So
necessarily.
anyway, he's entitled to some sort of something.
Exactly.
And you're withholding his paycheck because of confrontation had with certain individuals.
Which
Money still comes for time,
absolutely,
regardless of what departure.
absolutely. So Zoot,
And what time.
yes. So the question is, Zoot, did you contact?
Australian law might be
Right, but nevertheless, Zoot, did you contact your boss and ask them when you could get paid?
I'm going to on Tuesday. Tomorrow's a public holiday.
Perfect.
So I have to wait.
Perfect. So you wait till Tuesday, and then you'll find something out. You'll be able to pick up your pay stub, or they'll direct deposit you, or whatever it is, and then you go and find something else.
Yeah, and where your hours like documented, or is it? It's a legitimate company.
It was meant to be illegal. feels like it's under the table right now. Yeah.
Your first payment from them every was it like they gave it per hour and you adhere to standards for employment. So if they do not pay you on time, for organization workers, right?
Yep.
Okay. You have proof of work done.
Yep.
Okay. You will
Exactly.
eventually probably be your compensation.
Exactly.
It's a matter of timing. Plan, budget. You'll be fine.
Exactly.
I make $1,200, maybe.
Not maybe more. This is what you do, Zoo, is you go and document every hour that you work for them and all the commissions that you should have from your sales. That's one number. That's not like maybe more or maybe less. That's one number. And then you ask them, when are you going to get paid and for how much? And they'll tell you the amount. And then you make sure that matches what you would have. And if not, then you show them your work. You say, I worked 42 hours at this rate. And I also made this amount of sales. And it's very simple. It's like just math, essentially, at that point. And I kind of want to stand up for Zoot on this part. The average person who works at this company, I think Zoot, you said, is 3 days. Not a long time. They like barely make it through training. There aren't people who are there that often. Basically, this is a a company that these aren't employees, these are independent contractors, and they work people really hard, working door to door in the summertime of Australia, which can't be easy. And then when the people aren't producing for them, which they have very high expectations, they get rid of them. Is that not right, Zoot?
Yep.
So you just have to make sure that you don't let them take advantage of you. They probably take advantage of a lot of people who didn't make it as far as you made, and they just get free work out of people, and you're not going to let them do that. On Tuesday, you're going to contact them. You're going to say, "You guys owe me X amount of money. When can when can I expect my pay stub?" They'll say, perhaps come by and pick it up, or how much do we owe you? You know exactly what that number is. It can't be like they owe me at least this much or whatever. No, you need to know exactly what it is, and it's pretty easy. How many sales did you make with them?
4 sales. Only one of them showed up, and I don't know about the other one. Failed. But I don't know if they showed up.
Okay, so how many sales did you actually make? Four?
Yep.
Okay, so you made four sales and you worked 42 hours. You had a certain rate that you had agreed to at 42 hours, and then you deserve the commission on four sales, and that'll be a nice little check for you, and then go find something else, right?
So 300, about 1,200 plus they the fucking base rate, which they'll promise to be another 1,200. It'll be $2,400 a week.
So that's the number. It's exactly that number, correct?
Around
Okay. So then you just make sure that they pay you that, and then you go do something else. Very well. Well, if you guys didn't know, Zoot and I play mini golf quite often together. Actually, Audie and I played some games together. Holly, do you like playing games? I think I asked you this and you said you're not really big into them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've never really gotten into. I do appreciate and I do. I do. Um,
done.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay, so
academia like that. I do
absolutely.
have a question.
Go ahead.
And I wanted to actually get into unpack whether or not you on that or not, but let it so I do apologize. But I already have five, may or may not agree. Anyway, you know how every time you Discord server, I turn mic off and turn it back on, there's this little sound.
You can shut that off.
Hearing it. So
Yeah. So you know that little
as long
gear
as
in
I
the
went
low.
to voice, you know,
No, you don't go there. It's in notifications.
gear, right?
Yeah, go to the gear and then type notifications.
Notification.
Okay, and then
I read that.
it gives you like Discord gives you more customization than any other platform. So you go in there and you put turn on sound when I mute.
Deafen.
Yeah, there you go. Deafen, but then also
Disable all notification sounds.
yeah. There's that one too. You're
Okay,
welcome.
let me go.
Sure. Did it work?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That'll, so sometimes that's why I wasn't, you know what I mean? And I made it have background. I made sound my background. I apologize. That's why
No, you're
I
good.
will now.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I like to, I was like, I does that. Now that you describe the company behind
Oh, very high
great
turnover.
and corporation,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They seem like a shit company.
Absolutely.
Have to fight 1200.
I'm in agreement with you. And I told him this when he told me. Are you sure that you're not saying that you got into a fight with someone and you just don't think that they? I mean, it's one thing for one person to say this; it's another thing for two people to say it.
Physical or verbal?
It would have been verbal. But the other thing is, with such a high turnover company, they very easily could just say, "Yeah, we received two complaints against you," and they didn't receive any.
Yeah, just like call centers do that.
Exactly.
Usually the switch over to different supervisors very well.
Exactly.
You're not making anything go find a way to qualify you. You can make all your metrics. You know what I mean? They will find qualify.
Exactly.
Or they don't like your policy, or they don't like your diet. I know that one time I was working on Microsoft. Every I mentioned that I don't one person private thing, entire chat sort of about bacon. They don't even understand what this is about. You know what I mean? Like I fight with people. I gotta fight them too. Like, oh my god. Anyway.
Zoot.
Yeah, but call centers, they tend to be some of these jobs that tend to be like off warfare.
Zoot's company was three people, not a big company, and he wasn't even necessarily an employee. Okay. And basically, what these companies do is they get people to come in who can make sales for them, and they get burned out, and then they let them go. And I can tell you,
only three people.
Yeah, it was. Does he have it in writing? That's a question for him. But it's a pretty. Wait. Let me clarify. It's a large company in Australia, but they just opened a branch in his area, and that branch only has approximately like three people. It's small still, but it's a large enough company that he could exactly he could complain to someone within this organization and get his money. But I remember asking him how long has the average person been there? And he's like, well, somebody's been there for 5 years. I'm like, oh, that's really good. I'm like, who's that? And he's like, well, that's the boss. Okay, that's a little different. What about the other salespeople? And he's like, yeah. basically none of them make it. Like very few people make it 1 to 3 days, and then if you make it that long, then and he made it whatever, like a week or whatever. Um, but I can see one of two things happening. One, he said something to them and to somebody and got in a fight, quote unquote, or I could just see them not liking him and just saying, "Yeah, we received 2 complaints about you, and you're done." I mean, it could work either way. I mean, they could literally make something up again about him. If it's anything like the United States, like an at-will state, they don't even have to give you a reason. They can fire you because they don't like the way you look.
Right. Yeah. Australia works a little bit.
Yeah, but he wasn't even an employee. He wasn't even an employee. He's an independent contractor. So, what do I really think happened? Maybe I mean I don't I want to agree. I want to believe him, but I know after um, he had some metrics to make that were very difficult metrics. He was supposed to get 8 solar sales going door to door per week, which
Solar?
he was selling solar.
It's like solar panels or
Yeah, so it's very difficult to do. Basically, you have to be in shape. It's hot. You have to be personable, and um, you have to get 8 solar customers per week to be able to stay on there. And his first week he got 4, which is more than most people their first week. But then, like basically, the company could see, hey, he's not going to be a super huge producer for us. He might be average or a little below average. Let's just cut ties. And I can see them doing that as well. So what do? They just say, yeah, you got into a fight with 2 people.
he didn't meet his quota.
I would say,
Unrealistic quota.
I would say the quotas were unrealistic. We did the math, and it was like nobody was going to be able to make these quotas. That's why nobody is there. You know what I mean? It would be one thing if there were like 10 people and they were really successful, and some of them make their quotas sometimes, and other times they don't. No, nobody's making these quotas. They basically bring people in, work them really hard, and then cut ties with them. And it's smart of the company. I don't want to say it's smart of the company. It's disingenuous of the company because I'm sure there are a lot of people who go and work there and don't necessarily ask for their check. But he did enough work that he should be able to get it. And if not, I'm sure that Australia has a labor board or labor commission that he could to which he could complain, and he'll get his money. I'll make sure
Was
to.
it only commission?
No, it
Was
was
it only
no,
base
it
or it was also at like an hour?
it was hourly, and it was a good hourly rate.
Okay.
So
So bonuses quota. That's
yeah, he had commission. So basically,
job performance, basic job duty, job
yeah. So
performance.
yeah, so
I'm not like a lawyer.
so he'll be able to perhaps get something. Dude is really not. He doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't need to work, but like he's a crypto enthusiast, and he does very very well with
Okay.
cryptocurrency, very well. And
So he does kind of like odd jobs, not necessarily career.
yeah, he
Puts himself in experimental odd jobs.
he
It's pretty much what I've been trying to do.
yeah. I mean, when the crypto market's doing well, he's doing better than perhaps all of us combined. But the crypto market, at least just in the last couple months, has been down like 25%. So I'm sure he just was getting a job to be able to make up for that to some extent. But he's doing fine. I mean, he as a crypto investor, he you'll hear him talk, and he does very well as cryptocurrency. So I'm sure he'll make some good investments in the future and either go back to not having to work or doing whatever he wants to do. But I don't want you to think either that like he just lost his job. He's in dire straits. It's not like
No,
that either.
I'm not judging. I'm in a sticky. So um, we all have that ground. Some of us. So yeah, I'm not judging. I I think it's the way you presented that one funny. There's a giggle. Oh,
There's that.
I kind of was.
You'll get to.
Yeah, it's names, so
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I got trusted. I just, I don't know. I usually just think whatever people say and then and as I look closer and closer.
I wouldn't have described it the way that he described it either. I would. He said because I got into fights with people, and that makes it either sound like he got into physical altercations with people or like shouting matches with people. But there was, at least from his discussion, there was no evidence of that. Well, yeah, but that's not what happened. I wouldn't call those fights. I would say that I was. I think you're reading into it, but
Almost like an embarrassment. I can't.
I'll say this: if he there would have been an incident, I feel that he would have been able to say, yeah, this woman and I, or this man and I, got into an altercation over X, Y, and Z. I pushed him on that. I was like, look, tell me at what point, if two people are accusing you of doing this, then you had to have done something. And he's like, the worst that happened was I went and knocked on someone's door. They had a sign that, and you heard him say that not to knock, and that it wasn't that big of a deal. And I said, oh, that lady, I bet, just called and complained about you and said that you were either harassing her or whatever. And he was like, it really wasn't that big of a deal. I don't think it was her. It was either someone else, or I could just see this company, the way that it operates, saying that they just received two complaints against you so that they don't have to pay you. So I don't know. I wasn't there, but and you'll if you learn Zoot, you'll learn how do I want to put it? There are there may be underlying things here. I mean, at least he could be flat out lying. I'm not going to say that he couldn't, but you'll just if you get to know him, and he he didn't really even. I mean, if he if, if he had an altercation with someone, it doesn't really seem that way to me. The whole time it sounded like this was perhaps kind of a shady company. He even told me when he was working for them that he didn't think that it was all that legitimate because he thought they might be laundering money for drugs. And I said, well, what makes you think that? And he's like, they paid really well for like not that big of a payoff. Like basically, as he explained it, every time you get a solar sale, it would be like $1,000 to the company, and they would pay the salesperson like $350. So basically, the company just made like $650, but they didn't get paid that all up front. They got paid that over the course of 3 years, something like that, because the people who buy the solar don't pay it all at once. They pay it in like increments, and I'm not exactly sure how it works, but I know how he said it when he says because I got in fights or whatever. I wouldn't have phrased it that way. I would have said that the company accused me of getting into a verbal altercation with someone because when I hear fights, it makes me think, oh, he got into fist fights with them. When he told me, I, he was like, because I got into a fight with someone. Or he said that somebody said that he got into a fight with someone. I was like, you mean physically? He's like, no, they said that somebody complained and said that I got into an argument with them, but I don't know who it was. So I don't know. I hope he makes his money, and if he doesn't, then he just takes it to their labor board.
Okay.
the excerpt.
Audie, you like starting shit. I know you, Audie. You like starting shit. You're. I know. You're just accusing all my friends of stuff. That's fine.
My time is now mainly every yeah, Rabbi, ever since the hardware stuff, um, background thing, the background on the browser, Discord has been running a lot. Get my I
Excellent.
had that I opened touch and the rail thing. Um, but at midnight, I'm probably gonna like whatever
Absolutely.
just
You do you.
work or I may have to close out.
You do you. Whatever you need to do.
But
I'm gonna
thank
just.
you for being point. No one part of it. No one takes.
No, don't worry about that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start it with more
Hey, hey. The best thing happened.
breathing, keeping the time, like dwindling any of
Absolutely. You do what you need to do. I'm gonna continue programming my robots, and we're gonna be watching some stand-up comedy, and enjoy if you like it. I understand how you might not like it though, because some of the jokes that they make are just cheap jokes, and I don't agree with them. But frankly, I it's just kind of on in the background. Sometimes it makes me laugh, but sometimes somebody comes up with something really clever, and I like it. So do with that what you will.
watch the same or is it always
No, it's always something. They have 700. They have 700 of these episodes. So
700 of them?
yeah, so basically, I watched it in the beginning, or like I've only like they keep getting more and more popular each week, where they're selling out huge arenas. But when they first started this, they were just like pretty poor, and they're multimillionaires now. And it's like their story over the course of these like 12 years they've been doing this, of just bringing on random comedians who come up and give their best 60 seconds. The people either are really good or absolutely terrible, and then they tell them how they can improve and they make fun of them and they ask them about their life and their interests. And sometimes they'll have like a spouse or a significant other who comes up and does stand up, and then once they talk to them and interview them, then they bring up another group of people. But the ones that they have now,
You
the the ones that they have on YouTube now, every Monday night, it's like one of the biggest. I don't know if it's the biggest live premiere weekly on YouTube, but it's one of them. It's becoming more and more popular. And if you know who Joe Rogan is, this is kind of his Joe Rogan universe. Um, so like basically, this is from his comedy club every Monday night, and um, just like some recent people who they've had. They just like I don't know if you like if you're into stand up comedy, but they've had like Whitney Cummings and Bill Burr and Gabriel Iglesias. He's known as Fluffy. They've had Russell. Okay, excellent. Russell Peters, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan's on a lot. They've had on Tucker Carlson and Post Malone, and just like kind of not like the biggest celebrities in the world, but yes, he is. So there you are. So feel free to enjoy.
did you aspire
No, no, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. I do have. Um, you want to hear my stand up? It's 1 minute. I have 1 minute. Okay, here we go. So this is this is not the funniest stuff in the world, but here we go. Just one more. Shalom, y'all. My name's Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DM. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own. Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind." You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England, since you've got me interested in a pound. What about, I lost my number, can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance, because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you might send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you may never to message you again, all you need to ask is, "Are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you. So these are just like little jokes that they're not all mine, but basically I just thought were a
And you
cute.
didn't do that with an AI. That's
Uh, I did 3 of them myself.
from your soul, not an AI.
No, that's not AI. If anything, I took some from Reddit.
Okay, that's your soul.
Yeah, the international flair, the Bank of England one is mine. The pet insurance I developed, and my favorite one, which is not mine, but is the haunted house one. So what would happen is the way that I developed these, there would be people on streaming platforms, and they always would have like I don't know if you know what Kick is, but they would have like I became like the most notorious spammer on Kick. Everybody knows about me on Kick. Like I am I am friends on Discord with the owner of Kick.
People came into my space this morning for a call.
Oh, everybody knows about me. Yeah, exactly. Um, so the owner of
I want to hear the next reply. That's like on the topic.
um, so
You were on Reddit.
no, well, I was on Kick, and people would have on there, uh, "Riz me up," and this is one of these phrases that is for the youngins. "Riz me up." What is that? And it's basically like, use a pick, like try to pick me up or whatever. So I like all these guys would try to use these, and they would never get laughs out of the girls. Now I wouldn't necessarily go after the girls. I would go after every single person on Kick and just spam them, spam them, spam them, spam them. But sometimes I would want to make the people laugh. And sometimes guys would say, "Give me your best Riz lines" or whatever. So I would be like, "Okay, let's see if any of these make people laugh." And the some of these would make these people laugh a lot, especially the, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm gonna scream when I come inside." It would make them laugh like pretty hard. And so I started looking for the best pickup lines that I could find, and then I just like compiled them into a list. But no, this is not AI. AI isn't that good at humor yet. It will be, but it's not that good. I have another.
Honey, what's your business?
And what? That's a couple. I don't know. Kind of.
Well, I'm not saying I actually use these on women. I'm saying it's humor.
Oh, you wouldn't use these around. Okay, I understand. It's just for common.
Absolutely no. I'm not.
People that do.
I'm not a loser.
Or
No,
are you inspiring?
I'm saying
You're
that.
telling other ladies who have one themselves.
Of course, yeah, exactly. So I can impregnate all the women on earth, including Audie's grandma.
Right, because they're going to turn down the guy.
Yeah, these are just these are just funny things that you can use. These are fun, but would I use these to pick up women? No.
I mean, it's funny after you're with that person. I mean, just to go out and play. Yes, I agree.
100%.
You've been together for a while.
These aren't. If I had a person here and they were looking for relationship advice, I would say don't use. These are things that they're jokes.
Okay.
They are funny things. Here's another round.
I thought that was, yeah, but I thought they were from your heart.
I mean, this is what I. Okay, so No, these are not. That's not how I
You're
operate.
making fun of the dude. Okay,
Yeah, I mean they're just like
that's
that.
context, I guess.
Almost took me back to like
That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And so I have another round that should take you back to fourth grade. So here's my other
Where'd
round.
you grow up, Bobby? How did-
Does anyone remember back in the day how popular the Yo Mama joke was? Here are some of Rabbi Rothschild's traditional favorites for sharing at your next favorite holiday. Now, let me preface this by saying I don't mean this to any of your mothers. So, with that being said,
Okay, you're probably true, Bob.
Yo Mama's so ugly, her birth certificate is an apology letter from the condom factory. Yo Mama's so sweet, a caring lady. Yo Mama is a sweet, caring lady who everyone likes. Why you gotta disappoint her so much? I don't have a single Yo Mama joke as good as the one she made when you were born. Yo Mama got more chins than Chinese phone book. What's the difference between Yo Mama and a washing machine? The washing machine doesn't follow me around town for a week and a half after I drop a load in it. Yo Mama's so fat, her car has stretch marks. Yo Mama's such a hoe that it used to be called a bounceline until she jumped on it. Yo Mama's so fat she went to McDonald's and they had to call Wendy's for backup. Yo Mama's so old her birth certificate expired. Your Mama's so fat she unlocked three. Your Mama's so fat she unlocked type 3 diabetes. Your Mama's so fat she got triabetes. Your Mama's so fat she had a threesome and neither guy knew about it. Your Mama's so slow she took 9 months to deliver a joke. Your Mama's so ugly the cops pulled her over for not tinting her windows. Your Mama's so ugly her portraits hang themselves. Your Mama's so fat men are only attracted to her because of gravity. Your Mama's so ugly her blowjob counts as anal. Those are like
Oh,
tried and true like Yo Mama
Rabbi,
jokes.
I just don't know. Okay, I want to say, so who's your audience?
It is that's an excellent joke. These are I can tell you when I've ever done these, and people have open mics on Twitter for comedy, and I have said them, and believe it or not, people think they're very funny. Do I think they're the funniest jokes in the world? No, these aren't jokes that I think are that funny. I think that they are like very quick. Um, like basically, if I want to tell a funny joke, it'll be longer than a minute, but they don't give you more than a minute. They basically pack as many jokes in there as possible and see what hits. But do I think these are the like? Is this how I?
Yeah,
Is
like
this
for example, something funny, like maybe those fall into the or something in their own way, but it's totally augmented anger response. That's
what?
funny. Dude would have found it funny talk about anger because
I guess I would say that
use
the
it for
kind of
evolution. Evolution. It's an evolutionary thing. Instead of using primates, monkeys, and aliens that can't come off all this.
jokes that I like are really dad jokes, which is what a lot of these are.
No, that's a play on conspiracy theories. A little bit crazy.
Okay,
It's a multi-domain thing. Like I said, everybody has a like rabbi.
so the,
What's your best joke? I'm gonna say rabbi.
I was gonna say that the jokes that I really like are not those jokes. They're just themes. They're basically like I don't know, like in the early days of the internet, people would just put together like emails of just like themed jokes. So I would say, I have pickup theme jokes and yo mama jokes, but those aren't my favorite jokes. Those are just ones that people are kind of used to and think. I mean, they'll think like of the ones that I say, 5 out of 10 are funny. The ones that I really like are like really simple jokes that are dad jokes, are generally known as dad jokes. Like, what do you call a nose with no body? Nobody knows. They like they're like puns. I like puns are funny to me. Let's see here. Why do
I like
scuba
to.
why why do scuba divers fall backwards into the water? Because if they fell forward, they'd still be in the boat. Is Mario and Luigi's last name Mario because they're like the Mario brothers? The answer to that is yes, it is. But I didn't know that. Um, they are called the Mario brothers, which implies Mario is a surname. Um, let's see here. I really, I mean, the ones that I use, the pickup ones and the Yo Mama ones, some of them are pretty sexual. I generally don't like those kind of jokes. I like clean dad jokes, like simple jokes, like um, even like I mean, I'm just looking through it. These are just like a list that I made. But did you hear about the kidnapping at school? It's fine. He woke up. They like make you think about him for a second. I guess they're known as like Stephen Wright jokes. There are some other. They're just like, uh, what do you call bees? What kind of bees make milk? What kind of bees make milk? Boobies. I don't even think that's funny. I just think I took some. I wrote some of these that I don't even that. But like, here's one. What genre of music are national anthems? Country. Like that's just like a stupid like oh they like make me groan after like oh after I hear it, but I think they're
What?
kind of so what genre of music are national anthems?
Then why do you have it on your list?
I mean these are just like some that I think are funny. What
Let's
genre
keep going.
what genre of music are national anthems? Country. It's cute. Why? Because they're like a country. They're like a nation, but they're it's also like country music is a kind of genre of music. Um, if
I
inventions
understand the joke.
of all the inventions of the last 100 years, the dry erase board has to be the most remarkable. Why was 2019 afraid of 2020? Because they had a fight in 2021.
Oh, Rick.
My wife, my friend told me your wife and daughter look like twins. I said, well, they are separated at birth. I get the words jacuzzi and yakuza confused. Now I'm in hot water with the Chinese mafia, the Japanese mafia, pardon me. Personally, I don't believe in bros before hoes or hoes before bros. There needs to be a balance, a homostasis, if you will. What has 5 toes?
Wait,
What has 5 toes but isn't your
real
full?
thing?
See, they're stupid. They're just stupid. I mean,
No,
Where did you find the Tony joke?
um, I either found it on Twitter or Reddit or something. Like sometimes I'll see something that somebody posts, and I'll put it in this list of just like stupid dad jokes that I think whatever. Um, the average person is really mean. Why? Because like mean it means average. Um,
Yeah, definitely needs to be explained.
yeah. How do you get a farm girl to marry you? First, a tractor, which is like, what do you mean a tractor? Oh, yeah, exactly. They're just like, oh, they just make you groan. But some of them are super cute. Some influencers don't have air conditioning in their house. Only fans. Whenever I'm at a friend's house, I always say, "What's upstairs?" And my friends remind me that stairs don't talk. When my father said he had a dad bod, I wanted to correct him and said, "No, to me, it's more like a father figure." Why does Where's Waldo wear stripes? Because he doesn't want to be spotted. Like these are just stupid jokes, but like Some of them, some of them are cute. But the ones that I like most are ones that you can tell in front of children, and like I like family friendly jokes. Um, Cows kill significantly more people every year than sharks. In fact, cows don't kill any sharks at all. Like that's just a stupid joke to me, but I think it's really funny. Um, it is estimated that bears kill over 2 million salmon each year. However, attacks from salmon on bears are much more rare. I saw a guy dip his junk into a bowl of glitter. Pretty nuts. Um, I know. Some of these are just they, they make you just
No,
groan.
no, just for somebody to do that, even not
What has 5 toes but isn't your foot? My foot. They're just some of these are just either like I don't know. I read them and I'm like, that's so stupid, but something about it just was creative or whatever. Um, so here are the ones that I really like. I like oxymorons. Like I made this oxymoron collection, and this is like these are like philosophic questions that I really like. All right. Um. So here we go. How do I even say this? Just one moment. Um. I mean, this isn't like I don't do skits. I'm not a stand-up comedian, and I don't want to be. But people ask me since I watch so much stand-up comedy. Well, don't you have any? And so if I have to have some, see, some these are some of the jokes that I think are cute. All right. There's some phrases that are used in English that even confuse me as a native speaker. They may be commonly used, but they are oxymoronic. They are logical conflicts in a phrase. Sometimes I even use these phrases and I don't even know what they mean. Like what, you may ask? New and improved. Which is it? Is it new or is it improved? Nearly exactly. It's nearly exactly midnight. Well, which is it? Is it nearly midnight or exactly midnight? What time is it? The truth is, not even I know. I I might say I might hear someone say the same for usually always. I usually always am on time for work. What time can I expect you to be there? Another is when something has completely fallen apart. Which is it? Is it complete or in parts? I don't know. I'm asking you. Is it predictably unpredictable or unpredictably predictable? Centralized decentralization or decentralized centralization?
ethical.
Possibly impossible or impossibly possible? Perfectly imperfect or imperfectly perfect? I don't know. You tell me. That that was literally metaphorical. Well, which was it? Eclipses, partial totality. What about total impartiality? Was there constant change or changing constant? We have a new tradition. How can that be? Is it new or is it a tradition? That was a, I mean, like these, right? Exactly. These are that's what,
Ritual. It's a new ritual.
exactly.
New
So
ritual that will become.
exactly. But those are the things that I think are
That
funny.
tickles my brain.
I agree.
Stuff like that.
I agree. But let me tell you, when I use that kind of joke in like a Twitter space, it doesn't go over very well. The things that go over really well are like really like easy sexual pickup lines. Like those go over really well. So it's like okay, if I'm like the ones that make you think are like tough because then people want to say to themselves, you know, that's right. Why is it called a new tradition? You know, and they want to like talk about it. It's like a philosophical kind of discussion that you have internally.
It's like my pickup line is when I have your
That's not a pickup line though. That's something that you really feel from the heart. I mean, that's not like a hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yes, yes. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that but that in the traditional sense, I guess I mean maybe it's just from like my experience, but the term pickup line has like a humorous
Not you,
connotation.
not you, Rabbi.
I understand. A humorous connotation to it. It's like, oh yeah, so and so used a pickup line on me, and there's like a list of them that can be used. What you're saying is not what you're saying is the truth from your heart, and that's completely understandable. But you're not doing that to try to like woo someone by like playing to the humorous element of them. You're telling them what you really feel, and that's completely understandable as well. Um, and when it comes to yo mama jokes, those are just like jokes that people would say in school, or I would hear people say like, on the playground or something like that. Just, I mean, where they were just like, I guess they're called street jokes.
Punchline or pickup line. What do you like?
Well, um, I guess one would just be a humorous pickup line
Maybe
versus serious pickup line. Yours is a serious pickup line, which is very understanding, and then others a humorous pickup line.
Well,
Um,
it's either that or it's not just funny.
um,
Personally, most there's totally reliable. Humor isn't necessarily always reliable.
I mean, let me reinforce. These are not jokes that I would use to actually attract a woman. There's something that I use, or
Yeah, no,
that
I'm not.
is really
Just
different
stand up.
than that.
Stand up.
Yeah, exactly. These are, yeah.
My entire stand up would be about reproduction.
Your stand. That's not stand up though. That's very serious scientific discussions
Yeah.
that you want to have with people.
It's the irony of you trying to that's trying to
Um, yeah. So, like the other things that I'll just read the other ones that I just think are really interesting.
people would
The,
they love the sex.
the things that I think are interesting, I mean, are these oxymoronic things? People may want a detailed summary. Well, which is it? Is it detailed or is it a summary? An objective opinion. Do you want to know how I objectively feel or don't you? A definite maybe. Is it definite or is it a maybe? A close distance. Meteoric rise. A responsible party. Current next generation technology. A civil war. Was it civil or was it a war? I mean, these are just like things that I just think are interesting that we use in society
Yeah.
that are like just they're oxymoronic that I mean, it's the whole jumbo shrimp kind of a deal. Exceptionally average. Uh, Perhaps fully semi-automatic. A chief deputy used the fully semi-automatic weapon on the assailant. What kind of weapon was it? What was the rank of the officer? Was he a chief or was he a deputy? Uh, the Great Depression. Sounds pretty good to me. Adult children. Similarly unique or uniquely similar. That was a successful failure. Was it successful or was it a failure? Vintage progressive. A large miniature. An understandable misunderstanding. A final draft. Well, was it a final or was it a draft? I mean, I get how these work, but uh,
Yeah.
partially naked, neo-traditional, a pure hybrid. I mean, these are just like things that we use in society that I know they're not like they're not
Partially clothed.
yeah, but um these are just things that are used. So I took and I made a list of them, and but like I can't if I'm trying to make people laugh within 1 minute, I can't go into this because it's not um you have to think about them. But the ones that are like pickup lines, everybody's like, oh yeah, okay, like they're familiar. That's a type of joke that people use. Or yo mama jokes are types of jokes that people use. There are like if you go into a joke book, I guess that's what I would say. There are certain categories of jokes, and yo mama jokes are tried and true. Pickup lines are tried and true. So if you kind of keep it on that theme, I guess I get more laughs when I do that. But do I want to be a stand-up comedian? Absolutely not. No, I would have done it by now if that was at all of interest to me. Do I think I'm a funny person? I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'm not like the. I mean, what I do is funny, and but not necessarily like do I have zingers all the time. That's just not how I am. And I also don't live my life to make people laugh. If I did, I wouldn't be as dedicated a listener. I would always be like throwing in terrible jokes at people, and I just don't think that that's a good way to live your life either. So, long story short, in answer to your question originally, do I do I want to be a stand-up comedian? No. But do I have some stand-up? Yeah, and the reason why is because people ask me a lot about it. There you go. That's my stand-up comedy.
Clap, 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 clap.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, and even in this scenario here, I made you laugh at least once, which is hard to do as just I mean, I could just sit here and say make me laugh and I don't know if it's possible. If you're like waiting for someone to laugh, it's difficult. So I'll take the laughs that I got out of you guys. But also it makes you think. That's what I want to do is
I have dark humor.
all right. So with that, I mean feel
Me
free
too. Also, the reason why I don't want to live for.
and you should be allowed to
Do not want to.
not. And you should be allowed to not. It should be your choice. That's the thing. Of anything, I want people to have freedom. I'm a libertarian at heart. If you want to live forever within reason, you should be able to. And if you don't, you should be able to. I think that's important. And to our previous discussion, if you want to fall in love forever within reason, you should be able to do so. And if you want to not, you should be able to do so. It should be people's choices.
Okay, wait.
Everything. Once told me that I opposite science. I demanded.
Okay.
One I was referring to. Thank you. I'm like 100,000. There was like any other. Because I've never talking people. My friend's dick is like Florida's old dude. I'm like talking to my point. I like I was like in the closet being gay, but working the CIA in the closet. Probably the government probably by text, but I don't watch what government is like wrong parent. They tell you what to do, they say they know to you, they can't even buy their generation. No, here. A lot of Jews. something on this school, guys, and I was like, oh, that's funny.
Right, I knew you had an like it. Darn it.
Like, oh,
Right. Got stuck in better. Right. Oh, going outside. Down go on all the way verbally. All right.
yeah. Playful.
And it goes and feel the same way about and no, I
Like, it's such a thing. I think that so many
wondering if I don't think draws flesh it out a little bit more like the I thought it'd be uh and that's love it.
little better and try a little bit harder. But if you want to, I just oh my dad and in high school everyone thought that was really cool. The shit in the 70s, like everybody might feel like it was the mom of it and have parents.
Like how long on St. Louis? October. I was my about you. How long you been on what else? Rock else at all?
I signed that one. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. But that's 2021. It's this oh that came out. Fucking awesome.
Oh, the one I uh, so you've been out here for Jack. Where else? One of my favorite things about Dom is that once in a while the best microphone on it. Uh, so you make enough money. I didn't I'm curious about stand-up art. Like ability for edible. So with me, Mickey Rock stuff. You have that weird somewhere back like that. Other one. Got here on October. How do you like so?
Everyone's like, I don't know. There's a lot of. My best friend is in my apartment. He's 90. Like our family. I love. I get. hopefully stay on it tonight. One more guess for you. Dan's gonna put Stephen Brody Stevens. Ladies, Josh, putting us for the show. What's up, man? And one of our favorite guests, comedians, only goes so don't worry. Yeah. So, I got it. We crossed them, and I'm tired to be on the other side. It's amazing how well you use knowledge. That's like a. I'm an LA fan. You know what? I'm wearing Cleveland shirt, cardiac kid, because you and Redman from Ohio, and Cavaliers won the championship. So no more. Yeah, but what did I do? Oh, okay. There for a second. Oh, look at this, the number one. Okay, let me think here. Stephen, are you 30 years? Are you 30? I have a selfie. Pasadena, we're from Southern California, raised. We went, yeah, no, things are good. I need help. I know that I need help from people. And this year, we've reached out and need some male energy in my life. Yeah, right. Like that. Denied already? You got it. You go. That means I'll show angry. Oh, no. Yeah. So, are you serious? Yeah, I know. Already on. Together for. How about Dan Nolan? Fanatics. I'm a 50. Thanks.
His mom. This boy, baby. Hey, I didn't get like I don't. I basically have to. Yeah, that's getting fired from order for while I was fine. I got fired from so I'll just it's so I would have just what? Right. And pull me up because I was my car like wait with my but I place. I did a great job. I thought you know I don't think so that I don't anything in real life even wanted to use anything we talking so I don't bug $18 for a walk half hour like that is not like dogs at all. Uh, ladies. Yeah, yeah, right. I mean, I don't know.
Hey, Holly.
it until I get called faggot a lot every day at us and my age realize that word on media fucking bad. Having a bold chair, she has arthritis. People with arthritis. And it's hard. I get stressed a lot of them. I go talk to my mom on bed and I'm in a fucking wheelchair. In a while. But I get it. You don't like your haircut. Yes. Exactly. Pulled out of the bucket. That's exciting. I like that. Well, we really don't know much about you. Like, quotes on Fergie. Hey, you're right. Yeah, yes. For work. Laid out, laid off. No, I did 9 years and super. Hey, the Raiders, 9 years. No, I just, oh, you're rampant. Anybody ever show skate park planes or yeah, on skates, yeah, bikes, anything, any like throwing at it. No, 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 no. 9 years. Well, like a toy. No, I worked again for that. All day, or skateboard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, yeah. Come on, crazy shit. You say like like all the. I like 21. They're just yeah, they're yeah, yeah. Like fun. I gotta like the whole thing. I thought I don't realize things are getting everybody up. Jeremiah when he said show made him before Jeremiah he is so and I feel like that is set up. Now what I tell you, I grew up at famous skater cross. Remember that? The downtown and the Z Boys started out. And I used that energy when I auditioned on Ridiculous the Rob that show. So keep skating, guys want to come to the fantasy factory, I'll set it up. And I like how you did your accent and you did a whole you did a statement all back at the end of the haircut. Right? You did that. Ruby, I was excited. You know, we never play
Oh, I'm awake. Yeah, go ahead.
she left. I left.
Yes, she did.
My mother lives. There you go. You check on her. That's her. She's a driver there. She drives. Did she really come? Yes. I have a mom with the ice on the desert. You they're like, oh, great, very good. Really? Yeah. There is a lot. Um, you're partnered with my mother, not my grandmother. How dare you? This lady needs you. It's all right. Like, you always get like going back to this photo. Yeah. I honestly, the good ones for commercials. People stand up. You can do a lot of different ways. What's your deal? You know what you're doing? There you go, Brody. Hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. What are you using? Sticks? Start periscoping? And only thing I take a stick defense course. I see somebody with a selfie stick spraying with mace. You get a laugh? I don't know. Matthew. Yeah. Right. It's going fine. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's probably a few years. No. Even at high school. Like, only. Oh, putting it all together. Like, on it. It's like live. And I can't. What college? Yeah. It's just college. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, San Gabriel Valley. Yes. Thank you. College. So like, what was yeah. College you soccer. I was just think all over your all right. And anything else from Matthew, guys? I think you every look like. Because even if you're right, what you're doing is wrong, you know? Terrible. Yeah, my parents' house recently. Have you been to your parents' house and thought, I don't want any of this, you know? You get, you know, they have cool stuff to pass down to their kids. My mom, all she collects is hats and yeah, so you know, you know, well, awesome. Street. What is that? What is it? What is it? Wow. How long have you been there? How long have you been in LA? Here. Um, with, um, I've been interning. I went on a new time. Training at a place. Oh, like that with all this they off oh, they love to do that. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Yeah, that's fun. What else? Well, you know, like, you do. I'm, big, big. Oh, do park? I'll do never park. Black. And it's ridiculous. More than fun. Watch. Never. Really never had a chance of in bed. Yeah, I know. That he's a. I did. Yeah, you're photography, and I did see a bestiality video. Yeah, and well, the guy finished on an insult. Finished, yes, on an insult. The called. He's wrong, and I'm saying, ticket you can't afford. You're not laughing at that show. So you give me the 2 4. I see. Oh my.
You're listening.
Mm.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I business podcast. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solving. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Age of the Episode 1. Well, episode long last. Before we do anything else, I thought I'd lay out a short introduction and the title. Just so we're on the same page. The whole has gone apart with one of Rabbi Rothschild, and of course it has in 1759. He left home at age 9 in military school in France. At 5, school and was commissioned an officer. He only remained until he was puffed up in Want to manage your time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for problem solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the William Podcast, episode 1. Here we go. Long last. Before we do anything else, I thought I'd lay out a short introduction so we're on the same page. Napoleon Bonaparte was born in the town of Ajaccio, Australian island of Corsica, in 1769. He left home at age 9 and entered military school in France. In 1785, he completed schooling and was commissioned an officer in the name he was swept up in the events of the revolution of 1789. Napoleon supported the revolution, but only played a peripheral role until 1793. He was instrumental in retaking the radical national prominence in 1795. Government forces during the Royalist uprising that nearly toppled the Republican government. He was rewarded for this service with his first army. Shortly after, in 1796, Bonaparte began a series of Italy, Austria, and Egypt that quickly won him a reputation as one of the best military minds in Europe. In 1799, conspirators plotting to overthrow the government he had saved 4 years earlier. He succeeded. Much to the surprise of his co-conspirators, by the end of the year, Napoleon installed himself as first consul, effectively dictator of France, or self-promotion, Emperor of the French. His rule brought stability and a degree of social harmony to France for the first time since the Revolution, and gave the French people a competent, forward-looking government for the first time in almost a century. He also practiced liberties, elections, and retreated from many of the egalitarian ideals of the revolution. When he came to power, Napoleon told France he was the only one who could deliver long-term peace to the rest of Europe. The European powers repeatedly throwing together coalitions in France, finally succeeding in the 6th attempt in 1814, forcing Napoleon into exile. He returned to France and retook power the very next year, but was defeated and exiled again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena, where he died in 1821, 51 years old. Under Napoleon, France got a new law code, new administrative, educational, and financial institutions. All of these institutions still exist today in one form or another. It's no exaggeration to say the foundations of modern France were laid during this period. By conquest and by example, this new type of governance spread across most of Europe. Absolute monarchy, next to the old medieval feudalism. Napoleon had an intense, serious temperament. He was a natural introvert, with close confidence. When the situation called for it, he would turn on the charm. He was generally calm and even keeled, but his rare flashes of temper were explosive. He had an inquisitive, analytical mind, and read voraciously. Napoleon saw himself as a disciple of the Enlightenment. Enlightenment values, unsentimental, utilitarian. Coming of age with the chaos of the revolution didn't change Napoleon's faith in the Enlightenment principles that underpinned it, but it did instill in him a fear of civil discord and mob violence. He was a habitual, almost reflexive liar, not like whoppers, but the depth of spin and propaganda, half-truths of every modern time. Napoleon was relentlessly ambitious, quite Machiavellian in pursuing his ends. He was sometimes vindictive to defeated rivals, but was often extended an olive branch to a former foe. People who knew Napoleon commented most on his boundless energy and exhaustible work ethic. He barely slept for 3 hours. Physically, he was of average height, he had a wiry build as a young man, but began slowly putting on weight in his 30s until he resembled the stocky figure probably carried to fiction. Napoleon's romantic life was generally unhappy. He had 2 marriages, one of which was close but tumultuous, the other was distant, harmonious. Once he attained power and fame, he entertained a never-ending succession of mistresses, but these relationships tended to be shallow and short. He liked to sing in his private moments with a terrible voice, and he didn't have much of a sense of humor, although he did enjoy the occasional prank. Those are the basic, undisputed facts of Napoleon's life. But obviously, that's far from the point. And the headlines and a little bit of trivia aren't what makes it such an important, compelling story. Almost everything else about him is subject to constant Christ. No one individual has been the subject of more literature. Napoleon was the most significant figure of the period we saw massive attractive as a symbol to anyone grappling with the concept. Basically, anyone who was thinking or writing about anything important in the century. This has led to writers, politicians, philosophers, every from every country appropriating his work and reinterpreting his legacy for their own purposes. The result is an almost infinite number of different, conflicting portraits. Napoleon's own nature makes him harder to understand. He was reserved, calculated, careful to present people with whatever image of himself he thought they wanted to see. So even those who knew him in his own time often created vastly differing impressions. All of these conflicting accounts and symbolic interpretations leave us with ambiguous whose life and career seem to be full of contradictions. Great French writer Germaine de Stael, German polymath Johann Wolfgang von Goethe both met in person. De Stael thought he was frightening, called him more terrible than Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan. On the other hand, Goethe said he was the most brilliant man who ever lived. That, quote, mankind was certain to reach its goals under his direction. I can't dismiss either statement as entirely wrong, which I think is at the heart of what makes Napoleon so fascinating. Then again, maybe it's simply a reflection of the fact that Napoleon hated both De Stael and her husband, but praised Goethe's writing and created the Medal of the Légion d'Honneur, France's high decoration of merit. Let's take another example. Bonapartism is a common term in Marxist jargon, describing a situation in which reactionary military officers seize power from a revolutionary government and co-opt the ideals of the revolution. On the other hand, a generation before Marx, right-wing conservatives and reactionaries also used Napoleon as a cautionary tale. They saw him as the embodiment of the revolution, not to betray it. To them, he was an avatar of destructive chaos they believed was the inevitable endpoint of all democratic and liberal ideals. Both versions of Napoleon serve a useful symbolic purpose in playing ideology, but it's harder to say which is closer to the truth. Napoleon's own words aren't much help. At various times he said both the revolution is over and I will defend the revolution, for I am the revolution. You see the same phenomenon across decades, across ideology, all over the world. People read about Napoleon in novels, histories, and political treaties. They find something in the portrayal that suits their beliefs. Remake him anew to suit those purposes. As time passes, the myths around Napoleon multiply, and the actual events of the Napoleonic era fade further away. 200
Welcome.
years of repetition of that process have
How are you? How'd you find out about me?
Familiar with at least a few elements of some of these myths,
What,
but
Morph?
the historical record is comparatively
Hello.
obscure. That's
How
why I
did you
wanted
find
to
out about me?
on some of those stale portraits of Napoleon.
Greetings, fellow life formists.
And read
Hey, this is your other
It's a
account.
college.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this is your other
Yeah,
account.
I got back in. So I have all my
We're smoking fun about many other facts.
So I added
Oh, excellent. Okay, I will. Let's.
well, guy or any guy and a couple other. I created like a little voice panel and I'm adding
Okay.
private. So hi.
Hello. I just sent you a friend request.
Oh, okay. That's a
What? Go to.
is that your bot? Welcome. Oh well.
Go to. You. All the way at the top. Go to direct messages. Here, actually, the easiest way to do it. I'll just join this call and just follow the account that just joined. See this account that I just with which I just joined? Click it. Yeah, it's because I have a different device. And yeah, so there's like a mothership with alien crafts. So it's like my take on that. It's a mothership. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, let me put it this way. um, well, before I started streaming on here, so 3.5 years. Yeah, I've had multiple. Wait, repeat that. Repeat that. What did you say? What did you say? Can you repeat that, please?
I don't know how they're all the same.
I don't think men are all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. But you have to go on the account that you're currently using. You have to make the settings like your other one. Holly, I can't hear you. Did you change your setting, Holly? Did you change your settings on that account? Holly, Holly, did you change your settings on that account? Can you hear me? Did you change your settings on that device, on that account?
The settings were already where they should be.
Um,
The settings.
okay,
I
hold,
was
hold on, hold on. Yeah, just 1 second. So you're saying on your new account, you have hardware acceleration disabled? Yes, it is. Yeah, but you have to change your settings like you did with your Holly A Sims one. You, would you just please humor me and go to your settings and go to your settings and voice and then why didn't you do it the okay, then why didn't you oh you just did it? Okay. Why didn't you do it with your other account? Okay, I believe you.
already turned off because I had Go Gambit. Told me to turn it off. We had it streaming to one another. We're sharing desktops and everything. Teaching me crypto. Then helping me get monetized on X. Um, I had Mo Gambit help me with a whole bunch of stuff in this account. The other account was new, and I didn't have any settings. That other account I'm probably getting rid of. That dude isn't going to message me in there, which he's probably on the bed time. He's very longevity. Um, seems to be very interesting in aging. He doesn't need to be no negative. We all are late bloomers, compared to you RH pluses in terms of like sexuality and shit. And we age very slowly. But anyway, I'm sure he looks fine for his age.
Oh,
I think he's posting things about it. Um, yeah, I have like one picture. I have one picture. I just met him.
is he a good looking dude?
Not even looking. No negative. I'm here fine. I'm here to negative. Y'all have a certain muscle type thing going on. I'm like that. Um, and RH plus or like a mammogram. If you're a female, you got the mammogram shot, it's all thyroid and cancers, all kind of issues happen to you. But for the most part, those negatives are very have certain characteristics about us. Going hunting for O negatives, unless they've gotten a mammogram shot for pregnancy, majority of them all have a certain type of what do you call that? Build, you know what I mean? Frame.
What is ramag
Metabolism.
what's a ramag what's a ramagram shot?
A mammogram shot. You don't even
Well, enlighten
you'll
me.
never
Enlighten me. Is this some kind of vaccine or something?
RH RH negative female um, has intercourse. The RH plus male can have actually can have an apoplectic shock, which is kind of rare for that to happen, but it happens. If she gets pregnant, her immune system may identify the baby is being born, um, the immune system will recognize the baby if the baby is Rh plus, and it develops its own blood cells at a certain time or pregnancy. The her immune system tell that baby is Rh plus. Typically won't occur until like the third pregnancy. But anyway, then her body take care. Now, um, if when a pregnant woman with blue eyes, blonde hair, or green eyes and red hair goes to the doctor and she's pregnant, doctors try to push the shot on her called and called Ram, RHOGAM shot. It's given to her twice during pregnancy, sometimes after pregnancy. There's blood mixing. Sometimes they even give it to the baby. They no longer ask about the father's blood type or the baby's blood type. They're just poking everybody. They're causing a whole bunch of miscarriages, thyroid issues, problems. So it's like they're targeting. Anyways, there's thoriums on it, backgrounds on it. My sister dealt with it, the whole big thing. And that's why I'm obsessed with finding the right one.
Okay.
Most of some of them can't have any at all. But because we're such a small demographic, kind of like the Jews are, right? But it's like, well, we'll be in person, blah, blah, blah. That's the medical. So basically, it sounds like a conspiracy, but there's all kind of forums where people are like not really paying attention. They don't need to. But the same thing happens with blood like that. They make it seem like it's a defect. As if like because I have O negative blood, there's some sort of disease I live with. That's not true. If I breathe with another O negative, I will not have those issues. Neither will my baby. You know what I mean? Also because like 90% of the population has Rh blood, Rh positive blood, and nobody pays attention to them. They don't want to be like, oh, you have to check your because that's eugenics or you know what I mean? It's kind of like being diabetic and like the wrong insulin or something. You know what I mean? Like, oh, now you're gonna be by blood type. You're a racist. No, because even like Africans and Chinese have immune system in their cultures as well. Highly studied in our own. That's all. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of I tried to talk to African American women about it. Of course, they don't trust science. I wouldn't either. They did the medical establishment did the same shit. White people. You know what I mean? And tried to figure this shit out. Whether it was Bill or it did run some tests in Africa. Of course, they don't want to believe anything. But if get somebody of their own culture and studies themselves, might be able to figure out a lot of defects that they have within their own, clusters. You know what I mean? Like I guess race clusters. Chinese have it. It's called Duffy or Kale. There's blood types like Bombay and things like that. Anyhow, it's just depending upon how sensitive a woman is to the RH plus, which I'm extremely um I can barely be around people. So it's kind of like it doesn't matter how much you like somebody, their blood type comes first. Like I ain't touching them. You know what I mean? Like that. It's almost like you want a can't die.
You say you're really sensitive to people with Rh negative blood, um, and you can't even be around them.
No,
Oh, okay,
the positive.
okay, those people.
Yeah.
What happens around them that you can't even be around them?
I just how you pollen and mold like that.
Yeah.
That instant. I've tried dating individuals. Like that first guy I was talking about, he was actually A negative. Um, I would have been able to get out at least. It would probably be the 6 kids he wanted to have. Probably would. 3 O negatives and then 3 A. Anyway, because usually by the third pregnancy, the man thing usually kicks it. Like his attributes dominate over a lot of those, or at least according to. Anyway, I've looked at this for years. Like I said, it's something you don't really need to know about. I just know a lot about, and a lot of dudes, you know what I mean. You don't really, but
Running through past me. So
yeah,
did
but it's like I don't know rebuttal because
I'm just
I
asking
talked
you,
about this before.
Holly, you need to
Yeah,
calm down. Okay, I'm just trying to ask a clarification question, and you keep just yapping. Just hold on a second. Did you say
and I know I
forums?
I'm really far away.
Did you say forums, or did you say what was it? I can't even remember because you kept talking. And I really like you, but just when I ask a clarification question, please settle down because I don't always
I can
understand what you're
barely
saying.
hear you. When I'm
Okay, I mean,
talking, I can barely hear you. I'm really far away.
okay, can you go to my sound and turn it up?
I really sound.
So you click on my
It
name,
sounds like you're like
okay? Is it different than it sounded previously?
yeah, like in my other account it sounded like
Okay, so maybe it might be this account that you have. You said something like, in all of
maybe
the,
it's you have stuff, right?
yes,
Maybe I have the wrong video mic.
that could be.
You
So,
do. You sound like doing or like
okay, so turn down.
actually hold on. There's oh okay okay talk now.
Okay, can you hear me? Testing, 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 testing,
That's
test,
good.
testing,
Okay,
test,
that's better.
testing.
Okay.
Okay,
Here's another volume.
yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're okay. No,
So anyway,
so,
Forium says an FORUM.
okay, forum. Okay, so you are on a lot of reproduction forums, and this is what they say. That's what you're saying?
Yes, and we go to scientific studies at RH.
Okay, if I may ask, so you are looking for an O positive carrier, correct?
Yeah, I've already found.
Okay. So what is
It's just it's
hold,
really
hold on, hold
difficult
on,
to
hold on,
find
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So why are you interested in RH negative people or RH positive? What does that have to do with it? Can you please clarify that? I get all the stuff that you're talking. Shouldn't you only care about O positive and you shouldn't care at all about RH negative people?
Okay, no, RH negative. There are 8 blood groups.
Yes, I know that.
8 main blood groups. There's actually thousands. The 8 main blood groups.
Okay,
Okay. Now there's O.
right,
Okay. There are in blood. Okay. One is RH factor.
right.
This determines individual compatible with other individuals, and it out certain things in the body for a defense mechanism.
I get that.
And then it sends out the white blood cells to attack that shit.
I,
It's bad.
I get
You know
that.
what I mean?
Hold on.
The
Let me
bacteria, all kinds of
let me clarify. Isn't RH negative just a blood type, just like O negative is a blood type?
yeah.
Okay, so then why aren't you just communicating with?
The RH factor. What is the minus? The plus.
Okay, so
That
RH.
that's what the plus and minus stand.
Okay, so RH is not a blood type. It's a subgroup of a blood type.
It's mean for blood.
Okay, so are you not only looking for O negative people, but O negative?
Let me think through a wiki on it.
I mean, I could just look it up, but
So what I know, yeah, that's what I don't are not.
no, I believe it. I'm just asking for clarifications. I'm not an expert in blood. So essentially, here, what are the 8 blood types?
You know, have you ever? I mean,
Yeah, many times.
well, do they ever?
Yeah, it's O negative. It's universal donor. Okay, now please tell me with the. I know I'm O. I know I'm O negative.
You don't understand what it is.
All I know is that I'm O negative. That's all I know.
I had none of them are. They're all.
No, I'm not O plus. Don't tell me what. Listen, Holly. Don't tell me what I am. I've given blood more than a dozen times. I know what my card says. Okay, so here we go. Now, please let me know if this is. Uh,
But I'm have your driver.
the Rh factor plays a crucial role in determining whether a person's blood type is positive or negative. The Rh factor is a protein that can either be present or absent in the surface of red blood cells. Here's how it works with the ABO blood types. If the Rh protein is present on the red blood cells, the blood type is Rh positive, for instance, A plus, B plus, AB plus, or O plus. Or if the Rh protein is absent, the blood type is Rh negative, for instance, A minus, B minus, AB minus, or O minus. So each of the ABO blood types, A, B, AB, O, can either be positive or negative, depending on whether the person has the Rh factor, making them positive, or does not have it, making them negative. Okay, so I understand now. So Rh is a factor that create that determines the minus part.
That derives from the race.
Right. I understand that.
A lot of people think it's a basis.
Well, and now I understand much more why you go on a forum and find O negative, and then the negative part of that is the term RH negative. RH negative plays a crucial role in the negative part of it. Now I understand. Okay, so and now I understand. I get it. What you're saying now. I didn't make the connection of the RH part within O negative. Now I get it. That Rh negative is not a separate blood type, it's part of O negative.
Yes, but there's also so small NLL.
Okay, what is that?
Negative, we get more things from our blood.
Okay.
We're even pickier than the normal O negative. And that's the part a lot of people get as well. So, like, there's A negatives, there's B negatives, and there's AB negative.
Okay.
I can have kids with any of them. Any RH positive, I cannot. So I don't want to gamble with the others. You know what I mean? Like the RH negatives. I don't want to gamble. I'm just going for my O's because I'm NA, which they say is only 50 in the world. Nobody actually can.
Yeah.
They just put you as negative.
Yeah, exactly. I've never
push the labs to do extra homework.
I've never heard that test. So so you're like an even more specific kind of
It's
O
a
negative.
blood group test usually done when you're a baby, or if you get blood, or you get transfused, or it's done when you're pregnant. push for these blood typing tests for both parties married.
Interesting. When
They
did they
did it
do
for a
that?
long time, and they pushed back because it's very racist
Oh, okay. Interesting.
in each other.
When did they do that?
It was like in the 1960s.
Oh, very interesting.
It was considered. They also tested for syphilis and things like that. The church actually was okay with it. You can look up pre-marriage license blood tests, the physical for marriage. They did that for a long time. He was 50, but after the whole war thing of the master race, everything we do is now racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it nobody really knows a lot about it. So it turned into that. If you see in the news, there was a guy in Australia. There's about 200 in the world that they found had something called anti-D, and that's what they put in the gram shot to give the pregnant. So one dude was like 88, died, and he would donate all this anti-D from his blood. All these women are getting poked by this guy's basically. Their immune system are being fried, getting miscarried. No one cares because we're white people, right? The majority of us are white. But actually, Israel is very high in RH now.
Right.
In Zimbabwe, like the South African farmers went to Zimbabwe, and there's a lot of blue-eyed blonde hair men that are RH. There's certain attributes normally, but like a lot of Israel has a lot of German. Swedish has a high amount. Some are A, the A blood group. China has a lot of B blood group.
And don't you want?
COVID, for example, I can't get HIV.
And don't you want RH negative? And don't you want RH negative though?
Like it's all it is. What is it?
But you're looking for RH negative, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and I have at least lined up.
Very well.
And if I don't hit it off them, I'm gonna.
Very well.
So basically, there's nothing blood type diet. Big point here, I will attack my own body. My body right? Other blood types will allow different bodies. It doesn't recognize it as bad, not attack it, it's certain bacteria and things like that.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah, it does a lot, and it also explains. It also explains. Yeah. No, I get it, and I get why as well. You can't just say. I mean, like to me, like my parents are O negative, and I'm O negative. So, and I've always known that to be the universal donor, and I never thought like, oh, okay, well, this might be something that I necessarily or that people necessarily are concerned with, because it's just kind of always been like I know that I could basically give to anyone. That's why whenever I give blood, they always call me to give blood because I'm a universal donor, especially when they have shortages and such. But I didn't recognize that the subgroup of that is also very important, Rh negative, and why it's not so easy for you to just go on Tinder or Bumble or something and say, "Hey, I need an O negative match." It's much more specific than that.
no, the plus of the minus is the RH.
I get I get what you're saying. So like the O negative aspect of it,
Okay.
the thing that gives it the negative is the Rh negative, correct? Yes.
That's just the issue of why I probably digest life. Like I just have a like I was born under a billion light and I went straight to like I was never birthed. And it's just like I have a unique thing because I was always plus years. So like I didn't eat meat most of my life. I couldn't digest it. But it was enzymes and stuff like that, which it technically is. Um, now like I've tried steak, I've tried all kinds of I can do produce meat. Is what I have a hyperimmune where things out. Like my body will
And you're like one of 50 people on Earth? Okay. And you and this other thing that you have is O negative or O negative NLL? NLL? No or something? O negative no? Oh no. Oh,
that just means I deleted more protein and it's thing I don't have. I've been in and out of like doctors and trying to figure stuff out, but I'm remarkably healthy. You know what I mean? And, there's also something called sperm allergy. You want to look that up. You really want to look at biology of a woman, why she's so picky with men. Usually because something in her immune and her bones are telling her to stay away from. Well, it may not be you, but just you know what I mean. Like certain dudes keep trying to get at certain, you know what I mean. And
yeah.
a lot of them get sick. Their metabolism gets done. And
So it does say that they're only like 50,
most of the population don't care. They have they don't care.
and it does say that like only 50 people have this um no and you're I mean like you said there it's more than that, but you're one of those people.
Yeah, I'm one of these person.
Very, very
Like
interesting.
you know, um, prototyping, prototyping. Um, but they have to do like every test they used to do back in do that.
Isn't that interesting that
Like
we
they
used
still
to
do
do it
blood test
more?
typing.
Isn't it interesting that we used to do it more in the past, but we don't now? You would
And
think
what we do today, yeah,
that's very interesting. Well, this is enlightening. I recognized, I mean, just that I was O negative, but I didn't really ever take into play that with whom I could reproduce because I was always like, oh, well, universal donor, that must mean
you
I,
can reproduce with anybody.
right. But,
No. It's just the woman. The females have the problem.
oh, okay.
You don't really fucking want that. Probably don't have any issues or like this woman and he's like he had twin boys on the first try. He showed me his records of the twin boys and how they're own. He is not giving up on it. I swear to God. Mormon very he's going to throw high. He's on Facebook. But this other dude that I'm talking to, he seems to be more less religious. Um, and my whole thing about wanting to have a man in my life is kind of I don't want to have to be put in a box under something. I don't want to be an AI and have my own parenting plan. Whole church thing I don't want to do. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
this guy I met, the other guy that I'm kind of more interested in seems like they would have a different parenting strategy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the guy who you met on that website.
The other guy, yeah, they're pretty much all. Some of them I have.
Okay, the guy who you met on that website, who you met on X, who you've been communicating with, who wrote you a book and you were writing a book back, that guy. Is he on board for transhumanism and that?
So yeah. So the point is, most of the they're trying to do. If you're looking for a blood group, claiming in hybrid, the fallen angels, and we got magic power. Really, we have a different bioelectric going on with us, where we don't have that extra thing. Like we don't have extra things on our blood cells, so we have a higher circulation, faster circulation going on. There is some evidence for higher, better, better recruiters like so that nature, where we're able to have a higher cognitive mastery over our impulse.
Very interesting.
So a lot of people, it's kind of like being athletic. You know what I mean? Some people are really good runners.
Yeah.
Some people are really good, like Hercules. You know?
Yeah.
There's actors. So I look at it in terms of biology, and not necessarily like I'm bloodline God. So
Yeah.
it doesn't make me better first. Conflict.
Okay.
So like I said, like the dudes don't have to worry about it. Why military men will be have dog tags.
Right.
They used to have the blood type on their dog tag.
Right.
But when I was in spaces and I started hosting back in December, I would ask, "What's your blood type and your zodiac sign?" And I was basically doing it to actually see if there's any out there. The three dudes said, "I'm the universal donor," and they said, they said, oh negative, and then like they change it again the next time you talk to them, O plus universal. And I'm like, are you sure? So that O plus or O negative, does that matter? Yeah, and O plus was universal. Not true.
Right.
Now there's AB. AB has a lot of plasma. You and I don't.
Right.
AB is the highest station of blood called on blood plasma. That is their them. They think they're special universal donor too. They're the universal donor for plasma. They have issues breathing, not unless they're naked.
Okay.
Now, if you're AB plus, you one. That's what some people use as AB negative. And Elon Musk is O negative. And Trump is A negative, I believe. No, O plus.
Well,
There's a lot of speculation around.
we're only 7%.
And me, I just don't care.
We're only 7% of the population. You know, because I just figured that we were much larger than that. At least in the United States. 7%. I mean, I remember learning about this in school. We certainly didn't go into as much detail.
You go to the wiki on more up there, but one is what
Okay.
country in Islam, which is in Africa.
Right.
I believe is I just looked at it like yes. But United States is there, of course Ireland, but Mongolia is up there too. If they're not Mongolia has a and it's passed on through the mother. understand why some of the myths, you know,
Yeah.
in terms of like, the mother passes on the Jewish. I mean, y'all do it by version, converting, and also you had a king. He must have come from a Jewish mother, right? Say it is, you know what I mean? Like there's conception that
You're
I'm not dissecting.
you're correct on that.
Yeah. But there's some complex, but I see the overall analogy on how try like a way to try to get along and sort of conduct management plan.
Well, it was generally because you can't
Whatever at the time.
you can't prove who the father is, but you always know who the mother is. Wow, Mongolia is very high, 13%. They're just like much higher than everybody else.
Yeah, it's that awesome. They have awesome, but
They do have interesting music.
it's kind of like random stuff, and I see this in terms of not sounding, but what they're doing. I don't feel like you're a defect. I'm absolutely healthy. If I would have known certain things about protein, my diet, running, being around certain like the like a negative can breed the positive out the rammogram shot. Sometimes when she does, she still has miscarriage after that. But she usually has some sort of like uterus issue, um, whether it's PID or some people like use it for an STD or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's all kind of menstruation that pop up. And endometriosis might actually be something related to it, but that's actually different, but
Well,
it doesn't help the situation.
now it makes sense why they.
So it just all kind of gynecological surrounding
Now it makes.
the race. Like I'm not being racist, but look at China, they have the Dutch blood, cell blood. If you have the same issue, it's blood with pregnancy. So it's not just the white people that make it grade around among one another. It's blonde hair blood. Not a master race. It's just traits in O negatives are more internal or emotional, whereas plus seem to be more physical. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of behavior and um, my muscles are extremely elastic. I'm double jointed everywhere. Um, the muscles are elastic in terms of strength and freedom. Lifting heavy things, I have, you know what I mean, but I do have muscles. Um, it's just like different muscles, things like that. A lot of Africans, they have something called U negative, and they are RH negative, but the U transferred over to O, but it should. And the negative that they're looking for is a different part of the RH factor. In that RH factor, there's 5 different genes. I know we talked about protein. I just call it genes because it is a protein, but within the protein, the gene thing they're talking about is the gene. There's C, C, E, D. Okay.
Okay.
The gene within that is D. So when I say anti-D, the body will now try to identify D as okay. Do not attack it. It's okay. Kind of like a vaccine. Then viruses are, you know what I mean? We poke each other, get poked with vaccines, identify like by they poke us with this gram shot, but it's okay, and that is the a lot of times you can't really go in depth about it because nobody really. And the issues typically also tend to have a lot of albino. Like is sometimes that you work, but we can see the dark very well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, things like that. In the old days of that, you hunt albino, so that's probably where the races started. I'm not saying that we're descended from the albino, albinism everywhere, but I think there's some myths that the O negatives used to live in the high mountain, the hand on, pretty much mountain. Um, but they were like blonde hair and blue eyes. They want to claim that the O negatives originated, China, you know how they. But either way, it's nature's immune system saying, we we're deleting this from our code or haven't been introduced to it enough, and we're going to consider it threat. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's where the incompatibility from. So it's just nature being diverse because we all were compatible with each other. We wouldn't have diversity for club.
Right.
So yeah, that's my.
Well, you
Does that
certainly.
make sense, or I sound like
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I'm glad that you referenced me to that chart and on Wikipedia, and yeah, it's fascinating. So I understand why you're so picky on the blood type and with whom you can mate, and now it's much clearer to me why you were so specific on that. I really think that this should be something that's more publicized.
yeah, they don't care. They're not going to already reading those anything that's said. You know what I mean? I would like the African American community, especially the female, maybe give these own groups or maybe with us might be. I'm not saying you can't mix. You know what I mean? I am saying there's high rates of autism things like that may not only vaccine. You know what I mean? Like the vaccine overload. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I don't think they should be messing with our. Um, they're overriding our defense mechanism. I know there's proof that reduce all kind of different outbreaks, save lives, like that, but we have precision immune um, guidance. You know what I mean? They're just treating us like cattle and herd. They're hurting us. You know what I mean?
Well, in fact,
We have diversity for a reason.
in the fact the term vaccine is its etymology comes from the term cow.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's a.
it's Latin.
Is it still true that they're you know how the Jews don't want to eat fish?
Correct.
There's something related.
So
But anyway,
the term vaccine originates from the
things like
Latin
how
word.
they're all closed.
The term vaccine originates from the Latin term vacca, meaning cow. This is because the first vaccine, developed by Edward Jenner in the late 18th century, was material from cowpox sores to prevent against smallpox. So when I hear that term vaccine and the term herd, that just reminds me that the root is vacca, meaning cow.
So that's my
Have you had these discussions?
go deeper into like if you being a man, you're gonna learn about life, maybe
Welcome, Zoot. How are you, big dog?
I can't see their name
It's Zoot.
first.
It is.
Oh, okay, the Australian?
Yeah. Well, um, um, Audie was just here as well. They both came in like right at the same time.
And I'm sorry if I got weird. I apologize if I got weird. I did explain this fine. But it's not really thought about.
Yeah, and I'm one of them, so I appreciate
Just
the
gets you that
enlightenment.
frustrated.
Yeah, and then the other thing is you weren't able to hear
I mean,
me,
with you being fine, you have no.
right? When I was trying to talk with you and you had the sound was distorted or whatever on your end, so you couldn't hear when I was trying to ask questions. So no issue at all. Dude, how are you? Dude, how are you?
We're good. What's your blood type?
I'm positive. I'm positive.
What's your zodiac?
Capricorn.
Oh, hi, Daddy. I'm a sad cat. Not
Yes,
that
Positive.
staring at on the cusp. Yeah, on the cusp.
What's your Chinese zodiac? You don't know?
I know, but I think I'm the ox.
Rabbi, what's your Chinese?
I'm a Capricorn
Sorry, what?
ox.
Oh, Rabbi, what?
Ox.
Ox?
Yep.
Oh,
Dog. And I'm a cap. And I'm a Capricorn, and I am a I am O negative.
I really thought you said O plus.
No, I definitely did not. Look, I know what I am. My birthday is December 26th.
Right. You're on the cusp. They're not Capricorn. That's Sagittarian. Like Sagittarius and Capricorn is the cusp. You have Sagittarian and Capricorn. It would have to be the cusp of prophecy.
Okay, and
So if you're in the middle, then you are like flooded for a true Capricorn.
and
I'm gonna say
But you got Saggy.
also, I'm a pagan zodiac sign. Bad yet.
Yeah, okay. Which one?
I'm 85. Yeah.
Oh,
Holly, when you and I spoke,
I think you're actually a good singer. I worked and
Holly, when you and I spoke, I don't recall you asking me what my blood type was or my sign. I would have thought that was weird.
no, I did. I did for every single person.
By the way, I'm getting pretty sure I'm hopefully I can check.
Well, I haven't recorded.
I've got the text. Yeah, I'm positive.
Okay.
What's your blood
You
type?
have the O positive, the B positive, and the B positive. O negative.
I am also.
You're O negative?
Everybody wants me, but I can't have anybody else.
I am also O negative.
I'm not positive.
All right.
Everyone wants me, and I can have everybody. So. I thought like I used to think having a
like the
red.
sports other
I used to think having a red on top was cool, like or a red on top. I realized it's cool having a red on top.
No, it's not cool. Learn more about it, figure out a lot of your health issues stem from it. So a advancement, well, they figured it out, and it's limits full of things. You have to make all the everyone should actually bank their own blood. Um, besides transfusions and organ donating in your own health, like learning what allergies you may or may not have, it really, you know, it probably doesn't matter.
You can pay allergy. You can pay allergy. Most people don't know it. You can actually pay allergy.
You say beet allergy?
Yeah, you can pay allergies. You can get rid of allergies.
Some of them with exposure therapy, yeah. Some of them are more deadly. Some of them you can probably.
I paid a big. I used to have a bee allergy. I used to have a bee allergy, and then I just kept on getting stung by bees. I paid my bee allergy, but I just kept on getting stung by bees. And I grew an immunity to it. Stung by bees.
Yeah. I never heard that one. Might be an interesting way to do it. It's risky. You're deadly.
Exactly. It's
You
a
have an
good point.
EpiPen or anything to help you?
No.
It just sounds dangerous. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like your body has a actually trying to right. It's actually good for self-preservation. Over text like trying to see what venom protein of that. I think it's isn't there little venom things in the there's a little bit and it pops up a thing and if it was that's what causes the adverse reaction to the doctor. You know, like hyperventilation. Sure. Similar, like
Yes.
My allergy wasn't stronger. But my skin like off of it. I don't know if you ever like crash bands. Like crash bands.
yeah.
Difference is crash bands is not as obvious.
Okay. It's kind of like how some people like that one religion, Christianity, just snake bite. Like that. They try to and Jesus Christ is blood made a snake biter. I've looked into it. I forget. Might be something. I think it's actually like a trick they do. Never. But there are people that probably have attempted to get to certain type of that venomous thing. Insanity for just crazy. Then we die. The weather like down there, Ozzy. How's my kangaroo?
Kangaroos? I actually just sent
Alright.
I did. Yeah, I actually just sent someone in California some kangaroo jerky because they wanted to try it. I just skipped over some kangaroo jerky today.
you were allowed to hunt them.
Kangaroos?
Like I do know people eat ostrich.
Kangaroos are pet.
That was legally allowed. Oh, but I mean,
Kangaroos are pets.
they're pets.
There's more kangaroos in Australia than there are people.
They're on the endangered. Oh.
No, there's more kangaroos
Okay,
in
so
Australia than
here
there are people.
for
Yeah, there's more kangaroo in Australia than there are people. Yeah, like kangaroo meat over here. Although I would argue that kangaroo is more humane than eating deer. I would argue that eating kangaroo meat is slightly more humane eating deer meat because deers are pests. If we didn't kill kangaroos, they would overpopulate the population. So I would argue it's more humane to kill than it is to kill deer.
Welcome, Audie. How are you?
Kangaroo jerky.
rabbit or I come on the body. On the bench.
I'm just listening.
Not everything is ever.
That's more DNA than other like
Know that the average person has like a billion times worth of microplastics.
Yes, I had seen that statistic.
I heard that, but I also some have higher content. A lot of times, like that's out of the body, so fiber like that, the outlet somewhere. Um, I do understand it. But a lot of the studies on that is a little cheesy. I mean, I don't disbelieve it, but I do think there's a lot of hype on it right now. How are we going to get it out? Maybe the bodies, maybe some bodies, future. That's how we learn. Our immune system, like certain traits of adaptability after generations. Our bodies may end up starting to break down that plastic or be able to co-opt it. You know what I mean? Of course, it would be really sad if it causes death and suffering. That's cool. We need to do something about it. After so many generations of exposure, we could see that there's some sort of death with that. You know what I mean? Not instant death. Not like certain other poisons or, you know what I mean? Or like bad blood transfusion. You know what I mean? So, or like a gunshot. When everybody was looking. But I basically, Adi, I'm Holly from earlier. I don't know if you, I'm Holly. This is my more retro account that I was able to get back into. Let y'all know. I'm the same person. So I saw you earlier. Nice. If you care. somebody?
I could.
Oh, you could tell?
Oh, you're purple.
Did you watch a UFC fight?
You're from the Google.
Audie, do you like sports?
I don't know.
All right.
Kind of like watching her.
Oh, very interesting sport to choose. Have you ever played it?
But it looks like
Who's that, Zoop? Tony Blair? Oh, Bonnie Blue, your girlfriend. What did you say? What did you say to her? And what did she say? Wow. She responded? Was this on Instagram? Sorry, disconnected. Dude, was this on Instagram?
Oh, Rabbi, I think
Yeah, I did. Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, thank you for sending that. Dude,
I hung the
I appreciate that. Dude, was it on Instagram that she responded to you? There you go, big dog. Dude, who are your favorite?
like a model, which is
Yeah, she's a model, all right. She is the recent newsmaker who had sex with over 1,000 men
okay.
in 24
Yeah,
hours.
that was
She didn't use protection?
probably
down the road with it. I've met her in person before. She worked hard for that man. I mean, most people don't put in that much effort. I mean, most girls just sucks off Harvey's Weinstein. She just like up into 1,000. What? Hey, Rabbi, you there?
I am. Holly, what are your thoughts on aliens?
My thoughts on all but
All right.
I think most every alien thoughts of life, possible from our intelligence, learning what we want in Star Trek is possible, but I do think looking for other creatures to kind of experiment more with our own ocean and the tunnels in the mountains. There's probably breakaways from, the primates, even place like Neanderthals or that. There's probably breakaways, probably hunted or raped each other on our journey to be who we are. And that is if you believe in evolution and how they, um, the theory of, the migration of the human development. Um, but tardigrades are the aliens. If you ask me, they're everywhere. They're the smallest little mammal, and they're like immortal. So I'm not against it, but at the same time, I do not believe that we are actually interfered with. Bunch of, we have to define what a human is.
Do,
We're just all stardust anyway, right?
do you believe in other, like, galaxies and other solar systems, life that are intelligent as humans?
I believe the theory is feasible. I've never went to the pyramid in Egypt, but I would like to believe that a bunch of history, pictures, and other people could count, you know, something. You know what I mean? I've never seen the towers on 9/11, and God forbid if I say anything like this, I watched them fall, on TV when they fell. But at the same time, I've never been to New York. I never saw them before they fell. You know what I mean? So I don't know, no, but all I can do is believe some degree of, you know what I mean?
Well,
I can't agree full-heartedly, but if you get in a rocket and try to send me to Mars, let's go. I would get on a rocket. That's how much I believe Mars.
I've never been to space, but I've seen people that have planes that have been to space. To space.
Yeah. Could be just VR and psychedelics.
VR and psychedelics.
Some people claim they've been abducted by aliens and like gray aliens. I don't know. It could be a coping mechanism. The brain is very clever. You know? May not exist. Would you trust going to space in a rocket? On sending us to space?
Well, people die all the time going to space. Fuck that.
You guys going to space recently?
It's possible. There's a high risk of death.
when to Zoot's point, the last people to die going to space, it was like 2003. Who's died in space since then? I mean, that's 22 years. That's a
Tardigrades, some of them were dead. I don't know how they killed them. But they did send some up to they were no longer living. I'm sure we had some sort of organic life that has, no longer living. There's all kinds of science experiments up there.
Well, all we know that creatures could be know.
It could be. The moon might not even exist. That's just a huge spot like servers are. We don't know. Maybe it's actually what do you call that thing? The laser beam thing? Death Star, Death Raiders. Who knows? China's doing really good in the space arena, and they try to plan on beating us Mars.
Well, actually, we've actually explored more of space than we have our own ocean. We've actually explored more of space than we have our own ocean.
Yeah, probably. The ocean has its own difficulties.
I'm big on underwater civilization being a future.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you heard about, I think it's off the South America, they're planning to pick up a whole bunch of resources. The guy in Australia, he's a rich guy. He plans on picking up a whole bunch of the ocean for a bunch of resources. A lot of environmentalists are flipping out about it. Heard about that?
No, I haven't done my
Probably not. The thing is, the ecosystem that they're trying to preserve is.
Don't get me started on how much the mining companies are fucking dicks in Australia. Don't get me started. Like the mining companies.
Do you think they'd be okay with us rearranging resources? That's what we're here for.
I mean, the mining companies over here. I mean, the mining companies over here have rigged elections. Yeah, they're mining corporates over here. Yeah, they own all the media as well, and they influence a lot over here.
Can I ask you a question, Ozzy? I don't know how much you get into it, but the word myths back in the day where the true royal king and queen family actually ran away to Australia. And who is on the throne right now are illegitimate.
I've seen that documentary. I've seen that documentary. It's fascinating. Yeah, I have. And I actually. Yeah.
And let me ask you a question.
And just one moment, dude.
Do you know any? My question.
Okay, just one moment, dude. And I actually know someone who is related to that guy. It's his great uncle. One of my friends in here, he's from Perth. So, but that is a fascinating documentary. Okay, now for Zoot's question. To either of you, to Holly or to Audie, can you name one Australian television show?
That's actually, I think I'm allowed to.
No. 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 No, you're not. No, I mean something that shows on television in Australia. No, that doesn't count. something that is on Australian television. Okay, that's fine. So could I, and I'm not on Australian television. Wait, wait. So Audie said the only thing that any American knows is the Crocodile Hunter, but that was actually a dual television show with American media as well. Aside from that, can you name anything that is Australian television?
Oh, was it? I never thought of that either.
Any sort
Um, no, I thing about that was a like I don't like
of British.
I don't watch. Oh, is it?
So Zoot, it proves my theory, or
Because I
not
do mix up y'all's accents.
not just my theory, but the theory of Reddit that like Americans don't know any Australian television. I mean, like none.
Well, maybe they don't have any.
No, they do. We went through the top 20 Australian television shows, but then we like polled Reddit. No one on in America knows any Australian television shows. And I said to Zoot, if anything, we would know British shows, and then if it weren't British shows, we might know a couple Canadian shows. But it's like Australia's pretty low on the list.
Boy, why?
Yeah, as I told you, Zoot, no one in the United States over age 5 knows what that is. I mean, unless you're the parent of young children, that's just not something that you would know. What was the one? The Wiggles. The Wiggles was like somewhat known a little bit in the United States, but again, that's really just yeah, yeah, allegedly. Yeah. No, Audie's asking, are the Wiggles from Australia? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Audie, when you were a kid, what did you watch on television? But I mean, like children's shows. That's what I mean. Like, what baby shows did you watch? Pinky Winky?
What was that? I would watch that.
Holly, what did you watch as a kid? Holly, are you there? Holly. Okay. Did you guys watch Sesame Street? Audie, did you watch Sesame Street? There you go. Audie, did you watch Sesame Street? I like him. I think he's amazing. Well, of course. Absolutely. You know he was originally orange? I wouldn't doubt it. And they have done episodes of. Are we pink? Okay. They did an episode of what it's like inside of Oscar's trash can, and it's huge. He has like a huge little apartment in there.
I like it. I don't know why you should.
Maybe in Australia. Well, do you have Australian Sesame Street?
What do you mean?
Like they make Sesame Street around the world. Like in South Africa, they have one. Israel has one. Do they have a Do they have an Australian one?
We just
Oh, okay.
I mean,
No, no. That's because it's in syndication. But like the reason why they do South Africa and Israel, they have like specific issues that affect those people. Like I remember there was a big one. They had like an HIV positive Sesame Street character because AIDS is so prevalent on the African continent, and um, so I think it's like they focus on some
yeah,
countries.
I've only met animals person.
I have never,
Like,
I have never met anybody who has ever had HIV or AIDS. I mean, or if they do, they didn't know it or they didn't say anything to me. But I have never known anybody with HIV of AIDS. I've never known anyone to die of HIV of AIDS or known anybody who knew anyone who died of HIV or AIDS. Maybe I'm sure someone I know has met somebody who died of AIDS, but they never have said it. Like I don't know. That's like not a. I mean, I know it affects people certainly, but it's just not something that I've ever known anybody to have.
HIV
No, it does not. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like as big of a deal as it used to be. I mean, I remember the day that Magic Johnson had to stop playing in the NBA because he came out as HIV positive. Such a big deal. Everybody thought he was going to die within the next, like, 6 months. He's still alive.
What's your favorite song right now?
Um, well, if you want to know, like, recent songs, um, I mean, I don't really listen to music that much on this stream because I get copyright strikes. But the last song that I uh, probably. So I was singing karaoke a lot with people from the Philippines, and they love two people. They love Sabrina Carpenter and Chapel Roan. They're like super popular. And um and yeah, it sounds like a lot of people in 2024 and 2025. It's just those two women kind of had really big years. And Chapel Roan had a song. What's her big song? Like something like what's her big song? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, good luck, babe. Like that was a that was sung that was sung a lot. And but I don't because I'm always streaming. It's difficult for me to listen to modern music because I get copyright strikes. So if I am gonna take a risk, it's usually with older music, and I do that. I do that. And when I sing karaoke, I do that. Um, but I would say, what have I been listening to recently? Um, I mean, really, I listen to old music. So, like, sing. I got copyright strikes yesterday for singing George Michael's "Careless Whisper" and um, George Michael "Freedom '90." I think. Um, I I really like those songs though. Or maybe it was Father Figure. What'd you say, Dude? Um, I got one the other day. Oh, for like if you play like 10 seconds worth of copyrighted songs, they come after you. I mean, they send you an email that it's a copyright strike. Sometimes you have to take a little quiz on how to like not get copyright strike, and um, yeah, I I like that new. I mean, it's not new, but that Not Like Us or whatever by Kendrick Lamar. That was an okay song.
That would turn out this song.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not that new. Um,
I mean, really, I mean, Billie Jean by Michael Jackson.
I played that yesterday. Yeah, we played that. Well, we did karaoke in Twitter Spaces, and we sang. I sang Billie Jean earlier in the day. We sang Twist and Shout by the Beatles. We sang All Star by Smash Mouth. We sang In the End by Linkin Park. We sang, um, I think, and we sang Nookie by Limp Bizkit and All About the Benjamins by Puff Daddy and Notorious B.I.G.
I remember 2024 was the big year.
I mean, just music to me isn't what it once was. And I don't know if you recognize, but like, music is just not, like, anybody can do music. You can take any pretty face with, um, with auto tune, make it work. Like, they don't have big bands anymore. I mean, not big bands, but like, like giant rock bands. Like, name a popular rock band, like a really popular rock band right there. I mean, like Coldplay, I guess, like Imagine Dragons. Those are big, and I'm not saying they're not good. They're really good, but they just don't have like.
I mean, like,
Well,
I mean, like the era of like people like growing up, like I don't know, there's a lot of more K-pop bands.
Yeah. So
There are like rock.
so that's an excellent
Like,
point.
I can't name rock bands.
Exactly. I mean, that's an excellent point. Things have shifted to K-pop, a lot of things, and there's only one. I'm not a K-pop fan. Not that I don't like it. Actually, on one of my streams, I say I'm the world's biggest K-pop fan. But I mean, I only know like one K-pop song, or maybe no, like two maybe. I know a BTS and Coldplay song called um. That song is like My Universe, and then there's like I think they were called Stars or something like that, and they have a song that I like. Not that I don't think they're talented, it hasn't caught on in my world. What?
Do you laughing?
Yes, that's what I want to know. Why don't you think music is as big as it should be?
Because most people aren't listening to artists. The artist person is being sexualized.
I'm in agreement with you on that. I'm in agreement with you on that. Music's so different now because the way that the artist makes money. I mean, they basically make money through concerts and merchandise. They don't make a lot of money on streaming. I was surprised to learn that Snoop Dogg, with all his music, only makes like $40,000, I think, annually. It could be monthly, but I think it's annually from Spotify. It's not that much. And so they have to ensure that ticket sales are really high in order to continue the luxuries that they're able to enjoy.
I'm looking forward to the album. Justin Bieber does an album this year.
Is it gonna?
I want to hear what you have to say. I want to see.
That'll be an interesting one. Just a moment. Somebody's talking to me in my Twitter space. Yo, what's going on, pimp? How you living? Shalom. What's in your neck of the woods? I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I have more data online than any 3.5 years. 20, 2021 on YouTube. I'm live on 16 different YouTube streams right now. I stream off like 33 different devices. So you can watch my life essentially 24. Yeah, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Are you into cryptocurrency? Hey, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Takes money to make money, big dog. Well, there you go. So you don't use Twitter much? Okay, so you're just getting into spaces? All right. Well, uh, not everybody does a video space like I do. So you can watch my live 24 hours a day on Twitter Spaces, but also on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and all the other ones. Um, but if you are looking for a great community, Twitter Spaces is where it's at. It's not that big. It's like basically 10,000 people. I mean, it can get up to 100, hundreds of thousands in some spaces, but generally, you'll find people who have consistent spaces on anything from cryptocurrency to karaoke to trivia to global events. You'll get politicians who announce their candidacies on Twitter Spaces. It's really a nice platform. That's my last name. Yep, we're all related. People are allowed to say whatever they want. I told you, we're all related. With what? Well, the banking system has been really around for thousands of years, going back to ancient Babylon. Well, we were essentially gold merchants and worked for certain houses within Germany from essentially the 15th century until the 17th century. And from there, we started being uh, what many call usury, but essentially granting loans to individuals and then to royal houses. And from there, the modern banking system evolved. But I mean, really, if you want to get into bankers prior to German bankers, it would be Italian bankers. The Medici family is really prominent within that. Yeah, I think he should be allowed to say whatever he wants. That's part of the beauty of free speech. So, uh, well, you can feel any way that you want. I personally feel that if it's something that you don't like, then you can just ignore it. You just cut out there. Can you repeat that, please? Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. I think shadow banning should be a banned practice. I'm in agreement with you. I think that shadow banning is a should be a prohibited practice, and there's perhaps some legislation that may help uh, to I don't know if it'll end the practice, but at least when it comes to artificially inflating your followers, there's something in Congress that may get passed that may make it illegal. Essentially, it's an unfair trade practice, and I feel shadow banning is an unfair trade practice as well. So, how do we get it to the court, you said? Well, it doesn't necessarily go through the court in the United States, it'll go through Congress. And so the legislation has been written. Do I know Mardine? No, I'm not sure who that is on TikTok, but at least in the United States, the way that it works is you have Congress people, a lower house. So, like in England, it would be the House of. Um, it's essentially elected representatives. So it starts generally in the House of Representatives, and if it gets a majority vote there, then it goes to the Senate, which is so the House of Representatives is similar to the House of Commons, and then the Senate is similar to the House of Lords, and then from there, if it passes there with the majority vote, then it goes to the president to sign into law. Do I think I could get Sonic? Oh, do I like Sonic? No, that's the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. So that's the thing that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Um, it's known It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and this is just their logo. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, the ticker's Bitcoin. You can look, it's worth tens of millions of dollars. Enough. Yeah, I make money by streaming, but also through cryptocurrency. Yeah, I've been live on Twitter, at least most recently, live 24 hours a day since February 14th. I've been live streaming on YouTube 24 hours a day since 2001. I've been doing it. I have more data online than any person in global history. No, it's not. You can look. I'm live on 16 different YouTube channels simultaneously right now. No, I'm not. Look at my profile. Click the link in my profile. Go to YouTube. All you have to do is click the link in my profile. If you don't want to do that, then just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. Correct. Okay. Uh, it's my last name. I just live my life where there are thousands of us. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So it's a very big family. Again, it's a large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. I'm top dog, big dog. Well, there's an argument to be made because in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. So, more valuable than the entire banking industry, more valuable than all the gold on Earth, more valuable than all the petroleum on Earth. And I have more data online than any person ever. Oh, way more. Absolutely. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. All of those I've handmade, except the Kick accounts. The Kick accounts I made bots. We do have castles, but no, I'm just in a normal house. It's it's just a it's very very normal. How much do I make from it? Enough to be able to survive. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Only two left.
No, I didn't. You look at that link.
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I will.
No, I'm watching reference.
Right. No, I.
The other one.
Yeah. Oh, I responded to you. No, that is not me.
I just had back when I was I was a donor. I knew and still doing that.
Yeah, it is.
But you could do that. Down the price like $1,000. There's a watch for us. And it is how you doing? I know what I was doing. I was going to do for people to make up. I'll get myself things.
I hope so. They had a makeover, you said? Right. Very cool.
He's a breaking. Are you familiar with him?
I'm not, but I respect those people.
Fine. I don't.
Exactly.
We've done that for a while. It's a collaboration. Things that are actually, and it seems like a nice thing for a while. Right now, it's very, very, very. Anyhow, it looks like you're from the dead. I'm gonna get up here and starting tomorrow night. Keep speaking with them and having them at you can get up at a certain time.
Certainly.
Start doing that again.
I understand. Holly, don't forget tomorrow 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna do trivia, or we're planning on it. So if you can make it, please do. And I hope that today, or absolutely, when you awake, I hope you have a very powerful day. And I hope, and I really do. I hope that all your dreams come true. You have a good heart, and you've got an excellent plan, and you know what you want. So I hope it all comes together. That's what I like to hear, bro. Good on you. Absolutely. Positive vibes to you, my friend. Absolutely. My pleasure. Bye. Audie, are you there? Audie, are you there? Hey, you should know. Like, I didn't know what your Twitter account was. Um, because I get so many messages. I didn't really, but I know what it is now. Like, you sent a message to me as um you said, like, momentarily or something, and I went through your Twitter, and you you are a very very attractive woman, and you should know that. So I just wanted to tell you that. Absolutely. What'd you say? Oh, really thick ones. I'm legally blind. What is it? It's like negative 12 and a half or something. It's pretty. Yeah. I mean, like I have I have cataracts as well. I have very bad. Yeah. No. No, no, that's okay. I know when this goes viral, I'll be able to get all the eye surgeries I want. Pardon me. So I'm not too worried about it. We're we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Meaning, I mean, I'm getting more and more people finding out about me, and it could be any day. It could go viral. When I do, I'm gonna have the best cataract surgery and best LASIK, and I'll never have to worry about glasses. But in the meantime, I've got oh, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. People have no idea what people with glasses have to go through. It's really bad. You got to keep them clean. You can't lay on your face. When you're making love, it's very difficult because I mean, like that's why I go with contacts generally. Um, but contacts are rough on my well, not when I have contacts. But no, I can still have contacts. But like, if you kiss someone, they get in the way. So, um, if you like if you're already then you know what it's like. Well, you should know. Very blind. Like to give you an idea, I'm very excited. In order to read my phone, I have to have it like here. Within like 3 inches of my face. And it's even worse because I have cataracts. So that's why I keep the light so dark in here. Because if it's really bright, it bothers me. Yeah, you're learning all my secrets. Yeah, they run in my family. Um, but I think I accelerated them because I used to go tanning um without um eye protection. I would say that I would have eye protection, but I wouldn't wear it. And um then additionally, I took a um a not a substance, but a supplement that also accelerated cataracts. So and the I had the cataract surgery scheduled in 2021 or 2020, but it was right around. It was during the middle of COVID. At least in California, they said if it wasn't a like medically necessary, they pushed everything back. And then I started live streaming, and I've just been focused on this. I didn't want to give up. I'd been to the eye doctor on the stream, but I didn't want to have to give up. Like, yeah, like I need somebody to like drive me home, and I need somebody to like kind of take care of me for a few days. And at least as I'm doing the stream, I don't want to have to do that. So, my eyes are good enough that I can at least be able to manage my life currently. And I've also thought that it would be cool to do on the stream as well to have that surgery done and just give people, no pun intended, but like an first-hand eyewitness account of what it's like to have some of the problems that people have with poor vision, and hopefully be an advocate to get these things covered by all insurances. And I really think I really dream of the day where they just do these types of surgeries on children or on babies so that they don't ever have to have glasses. I would really like to hope that in the future we won't need glasses on anyone because uh, people will realize the severe impact that a lack of proper vision can have on a person. I mean, people will just be on the street that I'm always having to clean my glasses and things like that. But there is a benefit to the screen, believe it or not. Because my glasses are so thick, I think in the future people will be able to see what I'm seeing, like reading, like off my, like they'd be able to see the reflection. I mean, I can even see the reflection sometimes while I'm watching the screen on what I'm doing. So I think that'll help perhaps too. Like here, yeah, 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 and um, I also get like weird things that happen with the light going through it. It's not like I can see behind myself, but I can see like the in the peripheral of my eyes. Do you wear glasses? Okay. Well, I'll make it so that you don't have to wear glasses in the future if you don't want to. Cool, it's right. All right. Well, you should know that um I, in addition to listening to like stand-up comedy, I like to listen to podcasts. So a lot of times I'm listening to multiple things at once, and so I'll keep the stand-up comedy going, but usually they're pretty lame. So I'm listening to a podcast on Napoleon. You know who Napoleon is? He was a French general, and so feel free to listen and just know I appreciate who you are and want the best for you in life. Excellent. Sounds like a plan. That's exactly what I want to do. I think there's something special about the connectivity of just people in general having um, in a digital world where we're all connected and just basically knowing that you're not alone is always a nice feeling. And I think it helps with the egregore, the collective consciousness of people in general to just know that you can connect with someone at any time. So I appreciate you being here. And if you need anything, let me know, okay? I'm a, I imagine it is. Well, sweet dreams to you, Audie, and I hope you have a nice. Oh, okay. I hope I don't. Well, something that happens to me uh, is right when I wake. A lot of times, I will say what my dream was on the stream. I say a quick prayer immediately upon awaking, but then I'll say what the dream was to make it as like vivid as possible, so that I remember it. Because if I don't talk about my dream immediately on the stream, I forget what it was. So you perhaps might be able to enjoy.
But nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Napoleon. Episode 1. Well, here we go. First episode on that. Before we do anything else,
I thought I'd lay out a short introduction. Napoleon Bonaparte was born in the town of Ajaccio, Mediterranean island of Corsica, in 1769. He left home at age 9 to attend military school in France. In 1785, he was commissioned an officer in the army of the King of France. He remained until he was swept up in the event of the revolution in 1789. Napoleon supported the revolution, but only played a peripheral role until 1793. He was instrumental in retaking the city out of the government. He rose to national prominence in 1795 as government forces during the royalist uprising in Paris that nearly toppled the Republican government. He was rewarded for this service with his first army. Shortly after, in 1796, Bonaparte began a series of campaigns in Italy, Austria, and Egypt that quickly won him a reputation as one of the best military minds in Europe. In 1799, he joined the conspirators plotting to overthrow the government he helped save 4 years earlier. He succeeded. Much to the surprise of his co-conspirators, by the end of the year, Napoleon had installed himself as the first consul, effectively dictator of France, at age 30. Or he gave himself a promotion, calling himself Emperor of the French. His rule brought stability and a degree of social harmony to France, which times of the revolution, and gave the French people a competent, forward-looking government for the first time in almost a century. He also sought general reviews, elections, and defeated many of the totalitarians who supported the revolution. When he came to power, Napoleon told France he was the only one who could deliver long-term peace with the rest of the world. The European powers quickly joined together in a coalition finally succeeding in the attempt in 1814. He returned to France and reached power the very next year, but was defeated and exiled again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena, where he died in 1821, 51 years old. Under Napoleon, France got new law courts, administrative, educational, and financial institutions. All of these institutions still exist today in some form or another. It's an exaggeration to say the foundations of modern France were laid. By conquest and by example, governance spread across most of Europe, granting absolute monarchies and remnants of the old medieval feudalism. Napoleon had an intense, furious temper. He was a natural interest in close confidence. When the situation called for it, he could turn on the charm. He was generally calm and even keeled, but his rare flashes of temper were explosive. He had an inquisitive, analytical mind, and read voraciously throughout his life. Napoleon saw himself as a disciple of the Enlightenment. Values, he maintained an unsentimental, utilitarian attitude. Coming of age with the chaos of the revolution didn't shake his faith in the Enlightenment principles that underpinned it, but it did instill in him a fear of civil discord and mob violence that kept his mental calm. He was habitual, almost reflexive liar, not the type shot like rompers, but he was adept at spin and propaganda and half-truths of any modern politician. Napoleon was relentlessly ambitious. He was quite Machiavellian in pursuing his ends. He was sometimes vindictive to defeated rivals, but just as often extended an olive branch to a former foe once they were out of his way. People who knew Napoleon commented most on his boundless energy and inexhaustible work ethic. He rarely slept, working 3 hours. Physically, he was of average height, dark complexion, dark brown hair. He had a wiry build as a young man, but began slowly putting on weight in his 30s until he resembled a stocky figure huddled his way to perfection. Napoleon's romantic life was generally unhappy. He had 2 marriages, one of which was close but tumultuous, the other was distant but harmonious. Once he attained power and fame, he entertained a never-ending succession of mistresses, but these relationships tended to be shallow and short. He liked to sing in his private moments with a terrible voice, and he didn't have much of a sense of humor, although he did enjoy the occasional prank. Those are the basic, undisputed facts of Napoleon Bonaparte. But obviously, that's far from the whole story. and the headlines, a little bit of trivia, aren't what makes it an important, compelling story. Almost everything else about him is subject to constant. After Jesus Christ, no one individual has been the subject of more literature. Napoleon was the most significant figure of a period which saw massive change in turmoil, which makes him attractive as a symbol to anyone grappling with the consequences, which is to say, basically anyone who is thinking or writing about anything important in the 19th century. This has led to writers, politicians, philosophers of every political persuasion, every country, appropriating his story and reinterpreting his legacy to suit their own purposes. The result is an almost infinite number of different, often conflicting portraits. Napoleon's own nature makes him harder to understand. He was reserved, calculated, careful to present people with whatever image of himself he thought they wanted to see. So even those who knew him in his own time often came away with vastly differing impressions. All of these conflicting accounts and symbolic representations leave us with inscrutable, ambiguous figures whose life and career seem to be full of contradictions. The great French writer Germaine de Stael and the German polymath Johann Wolfgang von Goethe both met Napoleon in person. Stael thought he was frightening, called him more terrible than Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan. On the other hand, Goethe said he was the most brilliant man who ever lived, and that, quote, mankind was certain to reach its goals under his direction. I can't dismiss either statement as entirely wrong, which I think gets to the heart of what makes Napoleon so fascinating. And again, maybe it's simply a reflection of the fact that Napoleon hated both de Stael and her husband, but praised his writing, the Medal of the Légion d'Honneur, granted high separation from marriage. Take another example, Bonapartism is a common term in Marxist jargon, describing a situation in which reactionary military officers seize power from the revolutionary government and co-opt the ideals of the revolution. On the other hand, a generation before Marx, right-wing conservatives and reactionaries also used Napoleon's precautionary system. They saw him as the embodiment of the revolution, not its betrayer. To them, he was an avatar of destructive chaos. They believed it was the inevitable end of all democratic and liberal ideals. Both versions of Napoleon serve a useful symbolic purpose in explaining such political ideologies, but it's harder to say which is closer to the truth. Napoleon's own words aren't much help. At various times he said both the revolution is over and I will defend the revolution, for I am the revolution. We see the same phenomenon across decades, across ideologies, all over the world. People read about Napoleon in some novels, histories, or political treaties, and find something in the portrayal that suits their beliefs. They remake him anew to suit their purposes. As time passes, the myths around Napoleon multiply, and the actual events of Napoleonic era fade further away. 200 years of repetition of that process have brought us where we are today. Most people are familiar with elements of some of these myths, but the historical record is comparatively obscure. That's why I want to tell this story, to try to get beyond those stale portraits that people are accustomed to, and reacquaint people with the historical person. And we won't just be talking about the man himself. The years between the storming of the Bastille and the Battle of Waterloo were tumultuous times that brought many other fascinating historical characters to the European stage and led to plenty of amazing events that don't necessarily have anything to do with Napoleon. We'll be exploring some of those as well. Hopefully now you have some idea of where I'm planning on taking the project. Hopefully I have enough people on the hook that we can tackle some of the podcasting without losing too many people. First, disclaimer, I don't have any particular credentials or qualifications in this subject. Please don't cite me. I'm an amateur, but it's been an interest of mine for years, and I've tried to be diligent with my research. That said, to corrections, constructive criticism, are always welcome. I'm going to start off by releasing a new episode every 2 weeks, but that's a shame. Shooting for episodes 20 to 30 minutes a piece, but again, maybe once a schedule or average episode length. I'll mostly be going in chronological order from the mid-18th century to the early 19th, but I have a couple little digressions planned and a standalone topic-based episodes as well. The show will always be free. There may be a bonus content or advertising or something like that down the road, but I promise I won't suddenly announce that all new episodes will be behind a paywall or anything like that. I'll be doing my best to pronounce things correctly in their language of origin, unless there's an anglicized pronunciation wide usage. I use French, but when I'm speaking English, I just can't bring myself to say Napoleon or Paris instead of Napoleon and Paris. Apologies if I've offended. They have already lost a few hardcore Napoleon nerds or Corsican nationalists their sense of show by referring to Bonaparte rather than by the Corsican name birth, Napoleone de Bonaparte. Names didn't have common spelling until relatively recently, and translating a person's name used to be very common. For clarity's sake, I'll just be referring to people by whatever is most common in my sources, and referring to all the members of the family as Bonaparte, spelling Napoleon adopted in his 20s, preferred for the rest of his life. Anyway, sorry in advance for mistakes on the pronunciation part. The podcast has a Twitter account, at Age of Napoleon, all one word. Follow me there for links to new episodes, reading recommendations, updates on the show, and occasional Napoleon trivia. There's also a Gmail account, ageofnapoleonpodcast@gmail.com, where you can reach me with feedback, suggestions, or any other show. Alright, that's the administrative stuff out of the way. Napoleon believed in rewarding good service, so in that spirit, I thought I'd reward everyone who sat through that with some rapid-fire answers to questions I suspect some of you are itching to have answered. First up, what's this about average height? Was Napoleon short? Surprisingly controversial, given what a straightforward question it is, even among professional scholars of Napoleon. Simple answer, he probably wasn't short. At the lowest estimate, he was 5'2", at the highest he was 5'7". In case anyone out there prefers modern rational units of measurement over arbitrary medieval ones, that's about 170 at the low end, or 170 high. Now, that's pretty small by modern standards, but the average height for a French man of that period was only 5'6", or 167 centimeters. So by the low estimates, he was short, but not far off from average. High estimates, he was actually slightly taller than average. Personally, I suspect he was high end. A lot of descriptions of Napoleon met him, and I don't know of any which comment of him very short. It's called an argument from silence. Impressionable young history students should know that's bad and should never do it. Fine. That's the greatest warrior, conqueror of your age. That to be decided as a child. To mention that somewhere to someone. I could think of a couple reasons this make this so successful. First, one of Bonaparte's nicknames was Petit Caporal, the little corporal. But the word little in French, in this context, is a term of endearment, familiarity, not a description of size. We don't really do this in English, so there's no good way to translate it, but something like our corporal might be faithful to the spirit of it. Second, Bonapartist propaganda often depicted him with his imperial guard, most commonly the guard's most elite unit, the Grenadiers of the Old Guard. This regiment had a minimum height requirement of 6 feet, or 180 centimeters. On top of that, Guard Grenadier uniforms included a giant bearskin hat that was over a foot tall. What I'm getting at here is almost anyone would be short standing. Anti-Napoleon political cartoons often depicted his tiny, and this wasn't some cheap shot at his stature. They were trying to make a political point. Napoleon's enemies wanted to portray him as a trumped-up nobody, no business playing in European geopolitics, an upstart. They made this point by depicting him as literally a little man trying to defeat giants. And finally, we've all heard that wonderful phrase, Napoleon complex, which is widespread enough. Short is probably the first thing a lot of people learn about him. Next question. Was Napoleon not really French? Short answer, no, he was not born French, but he became French. Again, there is more than meets the eye. The whole concept of nationality was in its infancy, so the question of national identity of anyone from that era is fuzzy for someone today. In his early life, Napoleon considered himself a Corsican patriot, supported Corsican independence, but his views evolved. By the time his career took off, he definitely considered himself a Frenchman of Corsican origin, Corsican French. We'll get more into how and why that evolution took place when we get to that part of Napoleon's life. As to the related question of whether he was Italian, if you asked him, yes. But we should remember that he was before the era of Italian nationalism, so that would have had some connotations on his era. Next, was Napoleon a warmonger? Kind of. Again, it's hard to give a quick answer. Napoleon certainly didn't consider war inherently immoral, and he even enjoyed some aspects of it, which is a perspective he had in common with basically every other soldier. From our point of view, that probably sounds pretty cold-blooded. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the wars of that era, and millions more suffered. But we should also keep in mind that they were products of societies with different values from our own. Napoleonic warfare was nowhere near as destructive as mine. Most of Napoleon's wars, his enemies declared war on France rather than vice versa. That said, Napoleon's foreign policy was often aggressive and provocative. He made choices in setting French geopolitical strategy that he knew could provoke rival powers into declaring war. Sometimes even deliberately provoked armed conflict when he thought it was in France's interest. So Napoleon is not without fault, even in some of the cases in which it was the other side who actually issued the declaration of war and thus was technically the aggressor. It's also worth noting that the whole European balance of power was totally out of whack at the time. The political transformation of France into the revolutionaries and Napoleon was just one of many sources of instability in late 18th and early 19th century Europe. So there may well have been a war around this period of time, even if there had been no revolution, brought apart and died mysteriously. Next, why did Napoleon always pose with one hand in his waistband? Is that some sort of personal trademark? It's actually a very common pose for portraits. Artists liked it because it's easy for the subject to maintain that position for a long period of time while sitting in a sketch, but slightly more visually dynamic than just standing with your arms at your side, or sitting in a chair or something. Look at portraits of men from the late 18th and early 19th century, you'll see this a lot. We associate with Napoleon because he was by far the most famous person from that era, so portraits of him have been reproduced far more often than portraits of anyone else. Next question. Was Napoleon assassinated by poison? There is no consensus. A recent study suggests he may have been exposed to a staggering amount of arsenic in the days and months before his death. First glance, that might sound like pretty definitive proof that he was killed by his British captors, but it's not as strong an indicator as it sounds. The dangers of arsenic exposure were not well understood in the days. Found in hundreds of everyday products, including medicines and cosmetics. Thousands of people killed by arsenic exposure in the 1820s out of ignorance rather than malice. Napoleon could easily be one of them. Stomach cancer was the cause of death listed by Napoleon's doctors. There is some evidence that other members of Napoleon's family, including his father, died of stomach cancer. Given that risk factors for the disease are highly heritable, this seems to support the theory that he died of natural causes. Personally, it's fun to speculate, but I doubt we'll ever know with any certainty. Too much time has passed. Stomach cancer seems like a plausible theory, but keeping in
mind what a strong incentive the British had to ensure Napoleon couldn't escape exile a second time, poison certainly doesn't seem far-fetched either. Next, did Napoleon want to conquer the world? I doubt it. He definitely wanted to make France the dominant, hegemonic power of continental Europe. He had ambitions of surpassing the British as a commercial and naval power, but there's no evidence he literally wanted a French flag color flying over every inch of land on the planet. Napoleon was prone to grandiosity, but even his oversized ambitions had their limits. I think we'll leave things there for the time being. Next episode, we'll be talking about Europe in the mid-18th century, the world into which Napoleon fought. Topics include the wars of Frederick the Great, royal absolutism, and the intellectual revolution of the Enlightenment. I hope you'll join us. Thanks for listening.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution Podcast on the Airwave Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution Podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution Podcast. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers, and I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Napoleon Podcast, episode 2, Enlightenment and we're back. Today I'm starting a general overview of the 18th century. It's useful to have a little background before we delve into narrative. This way I won't stop everything and give a long introduction every time that we play or introduce a scene. I'm going to talk about a few general trends as well as what was going on country by country. I was hoping to get through this introduction in 3 episodes, one for France, one for Britain, one for everyone else. Turns out I was a little overambitious. I guess it's fitting for a Napoleon podcast. I've broken up the everywhere else episode into 2 pieces. I'll be talking specifically about the Enlightenment and Western Europe. You sometimes see the 18th century depicted as a time of stagnation. People seem to think Europe was asleep, waiting for the French Revolution to kick off a momentous, fast-paced change in the 19th century. I think this depiction is incomplete and misleading. While it's true that the 18th century didn't move at quite the breakneck pace of the post-1789 era, the world is never standing still. It certainly wasn't during the 18th century. For one thing, this period saw an intellectual revolution, presaged the political revolution of later eras, Enlightenment. So what is the Enlightenment? The German philosopher Immanuel Kant tried to answer this question in his aptly titled essay, answering the question, what is the Enlightenment? Published in 1784 near the end of the year. Kant wrote, Enlightenment is man's emergence from his self-imposed knowledge. Knowledge is the inability to use one's own understanding without another's guidance. This knowledge is self-imposed. Its cause lies not in lack of understanding, but in indecision, lack of courage to use one's own mind without another's guidance. Dare to know. Okay, so what does that mean? Enlightenment thinkers, often called philosophers, believed individuals should use their own reasoning as a guide to truth, rather than relying on intellectual or spiritual authority. They exalted empiricism, objectivity, and individualism. They relentlessly questioned and rejected old orthodoxies, instead putting their faith in the human capacity for self-improvement and progress. This is one of those subjects that can be hard to wrap your head around, simply because it's so fundamental to the world we live in, and so deeply ingrained in our own ways of thinking. Take one example. Most of us take for granted that there is such a thing as universal objective reality that all human beings experience, and that we can learn universal truths about that reality through empirical study. It might sound a little silly to say something so obvious out loud, but this ideal was not fully articulated or accepted by Europeans until the Enlightenment. Before any philosophy grad students out there start writing any emails, I should say that I'm generalizing quite a bit here because I don't want to get too far into the weeds. It's a history podcast, not a philosophy podcast. But enlightenment isn't just some abstract philosophical topic. These ideas were important to the politics of this era and had a major influence on Napoleon and many of his peers. With all these individualistic, free-thinking ideas in the air, you might think 18th century politics were all about liberty and democracy. In fact, it is quite the opposite. This was a time in which monarchs and central governments massively increased their power. These centralizing authoritarian reformers believed all political authority to flow from a single source, the central government as personified by the monarch. This was still a relatively new idea in the 18th century. Feudal monarchies had not been run this way. Feudalism was an endlessly complex web of interconnected reciprocal relationships between masters and vassals. 18th century centralizers wanted to replace this web with a very simple relationship. The monarch would protect and govern his subjects, and in return, they would obey him and serve his state. Most scholars label this ideology absolutism, which is the term I'll be using. Absolutism probably sounds pretty dark, maybe even a little evil to most of you listening, but it wasn't just about satisfying some king's lust for power. There are good arguments to be made that absolute monarchy was a genuine improvement over the old feudal system. In feudal regimes, the king ruled indirectly, mostly through the nobility, who had their own bases of political and military power, and their own interests, sometimes diverged from the king. This often made feudal administration inefficient and unstable. Absolute monarchy sounds tyrannical, maybe even a little totalitarian to us, but it's important to keep in mind that in the feudal system, the vast majority of people were already living under the despotic thumb of their local lord. The tyranny of a king hundreds of miles away in the capital was often softer and less arbitrary than the tyranny of someone just down the road. Absolute monarchies also tended to be better at marshaling and directing a country's resources. Generally, closer adherence to absolute principles meant more tax revenue to the central government, bigger armies, and a stronger economy. Countries with weak monarchs and strong nobilities tended to stagnate or even disappear entirely, swallowed up by more powerful rivals. With the benefit of hindsight, embracing these centralizing reforms looks like the obvious smart choice, but a lot of powerful people at the time had good reasons to think otherwise. The nobility tended to resist reform at all costs. Most didn't care much for this newfangled concept of national interest and didn't see anything morally wrong with putting their own interests ahead of the country's. Churches, particularly the Catholic Church, also tended to lose power in absolute states, so many high-up clergymen did change as well. And this resistance to absolute principles wasn't some polite, high-minded debate. For example, well over 100,000 Britons and Irishmen died in the Civil War and other related conflicts, were largely started due to Charles I's effort to rule as an absolute monarch. The king himself was among the dead. Charles was put on trial by his enemies and refused to participate in the proceedings, even to defend himself, claiming that God alone had the right to judge a monarch. In this case, he actually died for the monarch. A few decades later, Peter the Great of Russia attempted an even more ambitious plan of absolute centralized government. Peter was much more competent and resourceful than the hapless Charles. He had a lot more success, but the Russian nobility didn't take it lying down. His attempts and assassination plots by restive nobles were a constant feature of Peter's reign. None succeeded, but with each foiled conspiracy, Peter sunk deeper into paranoia and cruelty. By the end, he even had his own son tortured to death. Most modern scholars contend that the young man was innocent. This bitter resistance to reform is hard to understand in hindsight. Most educated people at the time could see that the feudal system was antiquated and inefficient. So why were so many of them willing to actually put their lives on it to oppose reform? The truth is, all throughout history, there is always someone who benefits from the status quo. There's always someone willing to defend it, even if that status quo seems totally untenable. And it's important to keep in mind that a lot of these recalcitrant nobles weren't actually opposed to change in principle, they just didn't want change to come at their expense. So how does absolutism tie in with the Enlightenment? From our perspective, all this talk of thinking for yourself and questioning authority might seem like an odd fit with all these monarchs grabbing power, but the trend towards absolutism didn't happen in spite of the centralizing authoritarian reformers were actually inspired by these ideas, and some of the philosophes actually supported their efforts. Enlightenment political thinkers were pushing for major social and political change. That type of profound change requires a lot of political power, so it was natural for these thinkers to look for powerful allies who were also seeking to change the political system. Compared to politics in our own time, most American liberals believe in a strong federal government. Love the U.S. federal government. They don't necessarily believe in federal power for its own sake, but they think it can be used to overcome other powerful interests that are opposed to their agenda. I see a lot of parallels there with the way Enlightenment thinkers view monarchical power. And it helps that many monarchs and officials within the royal government were quite receptive to Enlightenment ideas. They were looking for ways to make their administration more efficient and effective, and applying Enlightenment concepts like rationalism and empiricism was a good way to do that. The Enlightenment and decentralizing, rationalizing reforms that it helped inspire are really important trends to keep one eye on whenever we're talking about the 18th century political sphere. But we shouldn't overestimate the movement. Even when this intellectual revolution was at its height, most Europeans didn't even know what was going on. People who actually took part in the Enlightenment were a small minority within a minority. Many Europeans were illiterate in this area. Many of those who could read didn't have extra money to spend on books and or spare time to hang out in a cafe and justice or the merits of Voltaire's latest essay. Even among those who had the resources to take part in the Enlightenment, there were plenty who simply preferred other pursuits or found it too boring. But it is important to think and talk about the Enlightenment, because it had a disproportionate impact on powerful and influential people. We just also need to bear in mind that most people hadn't actually changed very much in the centuries before. Philosophes were questioning the authority of organized religion and the very existence of God. From the eve of the French Revolution, the local church remained the center of life for the vast majority of Europeans. Enlightenment thinkers questioned the right of traditional political elites to rule. As long as average people had food to eat and a reasonable degree of personal safety, most were perfectly happy to defer to established authority. The old feudal system was the way European societies had run for over 1,000 years. Imagining anything different takes courage, creativity, and intelligence. It is difficult to let go of the only life you have known and embrace an uncertain future full of frightening possibilities, even if you know the status quo is imperfect. In 18th century Europe, very few people had the will or the means to question things. They were forced to by circumstances during the French Revolution or in its aftermath. With all that in mind, I'd like to take a brief survey of 18th century. You don't necessarily need a map for this, but it might be useful, particularly if you're a little fuzzy on European geography. I posted one to Twitter and Facebook if you want to follow along, but again, you should be fine with that. I'm just going to work west to east, starting with Portugal. So here we go. Portugal is a small country. If you've learned anything about Portuguese history, it probably has to do with the major role they played in the Age of Discovery. By the 18th century, that was pretty far in the past. Portugal was both metaphorically and literally on the periphery of European history. They went through a period of modernizing absolutist reforms led by a forward-thinking royal minister, the Marquis of Pombal. This guy is so important to Portuguese history, the whole era is sometimes called the Pombaline era after him. He's a fascinating figure if you want to go look him up or something, but he's also not very relevant to our stories, so I'll restrain myself from going further. Once Pombal was gone, the Portuguese nobility were able to reassert some of their political power, but the core of his reforms would survive. Portugal had a huge colonial empire for its size. Managing its interests abroad took up a lot of the government's time and effort. By the late 1700s, the colonies, in particular Brazil, were becoming so wealthy and developed they almost eclipsed European Portugal in economic importance. This trend worried Portuguese political leaders who thought it could create political problems or even lead to Brazil declaring independence. They tried different measures to reverse it. For a brief period, they actually made it illegal to emigrate to Brazil, but the colonies kept growing. The Portuguese tended to stay out of European affairs. Portugal is geographically isolated, and they had outposts as far away as modern China and Indonesia to worry about. But they did have a long-standing relationship with Britain. Having a strong alliance with the world's dominant maritime power is a good strategy for a country with far-flung colonies focused on international commerce. They had a respectable army and navy, but as you might expect, both were pretty small. Moving on, with the exception of the small British enclave of Gibraltar, the rest of the Iberian Peninsula was part of Spain. By the late 18th century, Spain was just beginning to pull itself together after a long period of sustained decline. Beginning of the 17th century, Spain was, without question, the most powerful country in Europe. By the eve of the French Revolution, they weren't even considered one of European state powers. The decline is obvious, but exactly what the hell happened, and more importantly, how and why, is one of those big questions and the subject of constant debate among historians. This is still an open question, so I don't want to delve into it too deeply, but to sum up my own opinions on Spanish decline as briefly as I can, basically Spain was a victim of its own success. During the Spanish Golden Age, much of Spain's wealth came from control of lucrative gold and silver mines in the Americas. According to some estimates, the majority of all precious metal production in the entire world came from just two mines in Mexico and Peru. Probably already setting off some alarm bells for those of you who took economics in college, but the negative consequences of a sudden massive increase in money supply is not well understood in this period. Within a few decades, inflation was out of control and the economy was devastated. There was also an endless succession of expensive wars. Spain was so powerful that it had interests in every corner of the world. Maintaining and protecting those interests was so expensive that even the immense wealth coming into the colonies often wasn't enough to cover it. The government of the richest country in the world was drowning in debt. With wars, economic upheaval, and the management of a global colonial empire to distract them, it's not surprising that the Spanish began to lag behind their rivals in reforming and modernizing their governments along absolutist lines. While the other great powers were getting better at raising taxes, building bigger armies, the Spanish had to rely on debt and an expensive mercenary army. When they did try to centralize authority and increase revenues, several parts of the empire revolted, compounding the government's problems. By the 1650s, Spanish power was collapsing. In 1700, the last of the ruling Spanish Habsburg dynasty died, and to everyone's surprise, his will named a member of the French Bourbon dynasty as his successor, his family's greatest enemies. Spain's new king abandoned their traditional alliance with Austria and aligned the country with its traditional enemy, the French. The new Bourbon dynasty, as it was called in Spanish, renewed the push for centralizing absolutist reforms. They brought in French experts and consciously tried to emulate the French absolutist system. Some people in Spain embraced this change. Others, particularly among the nobility, resented it. began to see centralization and modernization as part of an intrusive, humiliating foreign influence on Spain. Over time, the divide between these two groups widened to be an important part of our story, and it persisted in the 20th century. Spain's army and navy were pretty large by the standards of the time. There were a few competent officers and effective units, but in general, the Spanish military declined along with the rest of it. Across the Pyrenees Mountains from Spain is, of course, France, which, like I said, we're skipping through. So I'll move on to Italy. As those of you following along on the map can already see, 18th century Italy was a bit of a mess in geopolitical terms, divided into a dozen states, some smaller than the average American county. In the 18th century, Italy included some of the poorest places in Western Europe. Today, generally, the economy was worse the further south you went, but there were pockets of wealth and pockets of poverty everywhere. It might be a bit surprising given what a dynamic place Italy had been during the Renaissance. It's been argued that central Italy was actually the birthplace of modern capitalism, but far too many of these Renaissance proto-capitalists had used their wealth to entrench themselves in the existing social order rather than investing it in new ventures. So that era of economic dynamism ended pretty quickly. The Kingdom of Sardinia controlled most of northwestern Italy, as well as the smaller heartland on the island of Sardinia. This was arguably the most important and powerful Italian state, but that really isn't saying much. The old Renaissance merchant states of Genoa and Venice were still alive and kicking in 1789. Their glory days were long over, but they were still important regional trading hubs, and Genoa in particular was one of the main centers of banking in southern Europe. Both were technically republics, just as they had been for centuries, but it's important to keep in mind that these were not republics in the same sense as the revolutionary French Republic. They actually had a lot more in common with the pre-revolutionary monarchy. Genoa and Venice were oligarchies ruled by a handful of wealthy families. Nobody was claiming to rule for or by the people. Genoa was basically a city-state, but the Venetians still controlled a decent-sized chunk of land in northern Italy along the Adriatic coast, territory that was eyed jealously by their neighbors to the north and east, Austria. The Austrian Habsburgs controlled the richest and most important city in northern Italy, Milan. They had a great deal of formal and informal influence over the whole region. Protecting and expanding this sphere of influence in Italy was a major goal of Habsburg foreign policy, something we'll definitely be talking a lot more about going forward. The papacy had a huge influence over Italian affairs. Some of this power came from the Pope's role as spiritual leader of Catholicism, and also his role as the organizational head of the church as an institution. But 18th century popes also had practical, real-world political authority over much of central Italy. The Pope was the legal sovereign of a large area called the Papal States. He had a military and government administration just like any secular duke or king. Probably not shock you to hear that the Pope's rule was extremely conservative in every sense. Reform and enlightenment were dirty words in the Papal States, which made them some of the most poorly administered places in Italy. Southern Italy was mostly controlled by the Kingdom of Naples. The Kings of Naples came from a branch of the House of Bourbon, the same family as France. Central authority was very weak in the Kingdom of Naples. Its rulers were almost as resistant to change and reform as the popes. The result was poor administration by powerful and insular local elites. The Kings of Naples didn't always follow their French cousins' lead in politics and foreign policy, but that certainly did not stop them from taking it personally when cousin Louis lost his head to the guillotine. So those are just a few of the most notable southern kings, but do keep in mind that's just a handful of the newer ones. There were individually wealthy places in Italy, particularly in the north, and places where the local government did its best to rule well and change with the times. But in general, Italy was poor, and the systems of administration were antiquated. In the countryside, the powerful landholding elite enriched themselves by squeezing the peasantry dry, while teeming slums of urban poor were a common feature of city life. It's estimated the city of Naples alone had over 100,000 chronically unemployed people during this period. Italy was a conservative place, but in some prosperous cities there were small circles of intellectuals and liberal-minded bourgeoisie who were receptive to Enlightenment ideas. Some of these men were beginning to think about a larger national identity that encompass all Italians. These concepts were still in their infancy in 1789. It is too early to be talking about Italian unification or the Risorgimento. That movement wouldn't gain momentum until given a push by Napoleon. Militarily, none of the Italian states had much to brag about. It's hard for a small state with a weak central government to build or maintain a very big army or navy. That's one big reason so many Italian rulers were willing to accept the influence of outside powers like the Habsburgs in the army to keep peace. Speaking of Italy, I think I'm going to skip over the Habsburg lands for today and talk a little bit about the Dutch Republic. The Netherlands became independent in the mid-17th century. They were under the Spanish rule that rebelled when Spain tried to assert central control and raise taxes. The independent Netherlands almost immediately became major players on the European commercial stage. The Dutch have been renowned as merchants and bankers since the Middle Ages, and during their golden age in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, the Netherlands became Europe's most important financial center, and Dutch colonies and trading posts were established all over the world. But the golden age couldn't last. The English didn't appreciate the competition. The French did not like the idea of a new great power rising up right on their doorstep. By 1789, the Dutch were relegated to secondary companies. Their navy, banks, and merchant companies were eclipsed by Britain, and any continental ambitions were dashed by military companies. The Netherlands would never become a great power, but it was still an affluent state and an important secondary. The Dutch navy was large, modern, and competent. The Dutch economy played second fiddle to the British, but it was still one of the most advanced economies in Europe. Dutch society was strong. There was a large bourgeoisie. The population was comparatively well educated, and what we today would call civil society was better developed than almost anywhere in the world. A major reason for this strong society is that unlike Genoa or Venice, we can't really call the Dutch Republic an oligarchy. Its government really did have some similarities to a modern democratic republic. 18th century Dutch society was perhaps the most liberal in Europe, maybe even the world. There was a sense of individual rights, especially freedom of speech. Many of the great Enlightenment texts that were banned by more oppressive regimes were printed freely in Amsterdam and then smuggled out to the rest of Europe. Dutch markets were relatively free as well. Many of the goods that were sold as state monopolies in other countries were traded on the open market in the Netherlands, which was a center of smuggling, free market international trade. Dutch politics were more participatory than anywhere else in the world. Political issues were openly discussed in the press and in lively taverns and coffee houses. But we should keep in mind that the Netherlands was a liberal democratic place only by comparison to the rest of the 18th century. Dutch society was hierarchical, repressive, and elitist by modern standards. Dutch politics were inclusive for the time, but the majority of the population could not participate. A tiny minority of landowners wielded a huge amount of power. But not everyone was happy with the status quo. The relatively open, affluent nature of Dutch society meant that the Enlightenment had big impacts there. The more liberal political system meant that people who adopted these new ideas could really try to put them into practice. By the late 18th century, there was a large, active faction within Dutch politics advocating for radical reforms. They called themselves the Patriots. Dutch politics had a history of being rough and raucous, and I'm not talking yelling and overheated rhetoric. I mean the type of rough and raucous where a crowd physically rips apart the prime minister and then eats him raw, as happened to the unfortunate Johann de Witt in 1672. Think about that the next time you hear someone complain about partisanship. For most of Dutch history, the political tension was between a faction that wanted the Dutch parliament to have more power and a faction called the Orangists that wanted the country to operate more like a monarchy. By the late 18th century, the Orangists had succeeded in shifting the Dutch government in a more conservative, monarchist direction. Meanwhile, the pro-parliament faction had been pretty much replaced by this new Enlightenment-inspired patriot faction, who were seeking a much more radical shift in political power. Dutch politics was more polarized than ever. There wasn't any cannibalism this time around, but the country was on the brink of revolution for much of the 1780s. The Orangist government even had to ask for military assistance from Prussia to contain the pro-patriot mob violence that was very similar to scenes that would play out in Paris a few years later. With Prussian help, the patriots were suppressed but not destroyed. they cheered on the revolution in France a few years later, and this unresolved political rift within Dutch society would have huge consequences since the Orangist leadership joined the war on the revolutionary French government. French armies invaded the Netherlands. I think this is a good place to stop for now. I know I said we'd get to project to break this episode, but there's just too much ground to cover. Next time, we'll be talking about Central and Eastern Europe, the rise of Prussia, and the wars that set the stage for the Napoleonic era. I hope you'll join us. Thanks for listening.
Have you ever gazed at a great marvel or admired the delicate things have? Probably podcast. Every week, we explore tales of this ancient culture. The history of it is available wherever you get podcasting. Come, let me introduce you to the world.
400 years ago, a trio of tiny kingdoms were perched on some damp islands off the coast of Europe. Within 3 short centuries, these islands would become the center of an empire which ruled a quarter of the globe and on which the sun never set. I'm Samuel Hume, a historian of the British Empire, and my podcast, Pax Britannica, follows the people and events that built that empire into a global superpower. Learn the history of the British Empire by listening to Pax Britannica everywhere you find your podcasts, or go to pod.link/pax.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump, Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon podcast, episode 2.5, Advances of Dr. Struensee. Thanks for joining me. I'm releasing this half episode because I have a little show business to talk about, and I also want to tell you guys about one of my favorite incidents from the era that I couldn't find a good way to fit into the next full episode. So, I'll start with the boring stuff, but stay tuned, it'll be over soon, and this story has illicit sex and a beheading. We're doing a fundraiser. I was hoping to put this off as long as possible, but at this rate, I'll be out of free web hosting in 2 episodes. I don't want to switch to a subscription model or sell bonus content. I'm doing this because I want to share these stories as widely as I can, so charging for them feels like it defeats the purpose. I'm asking you guys to voluntarily contribute what you can. It doesn't have to be much. If everyone listening went without 1 cup of coffee or pint of beer a month, chipped in with a few dollars for the podcast instead, I would have more than enough resources to keep the project going and continue to expand and improve it. So, to get things jump started, here's my proposal. In about 5 episodes, we'll reach the French Revolution. Everyone who signs up for a recurring monthly donation, $2 or more between now and then, will get to pick the topic of the next episode. Contributors can submit suggestions on anything related to 18th century European history, and then we'll have a vote. Down the road, more contributions will hopefully translate into more episodes released more frequently, and I'm looking at some other potential perks for contributors. So in closing, I just want to say that I'm hoping this will be a 2-way street. I've already been really encouraged by the response to this project, and enjoyed interacting with some of you on Twitter and Facebook. The encouragement, suggestions, and feedback have already been a huge help. If you've enjoyed the show so far, I want to invite you to get involved however you can, not just with the money. The website for donations is patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. And if you haven't already, check out the Facebook page at facebook.com/Age of Napoleon or on Twitter @Age of Napoleon. And thanks to Ryan Serafini for being the first to rate and review the show on iTunes. On top of being a nice comment, I'm told the more reviews and ratings help the show reach a bigger audience. So thank you, Ryan. Alright, I think that's enough podcast talk for now. We promised a story with sex and violence, so let's get to it. Today, Denmark is commonly thought of as one of the most liberal countries on earth. It wasn't always so. Most of the 18th century, Denmark had a reputation as a conservative, traditional place, a rigidly hierarchical society dominated by stern Lutheran morality. A society that in many ways hadn't changed very much since the Middle Ages. Every country has changed quite a bit over centuries of history, but Denmark's transformation from conservative bastion to progressive icon was particularly drastic. What makes the change really remarkable is much of it took place over the course of a single 2-year period at the instigation of one man, Dr. Johann Struensee. Struensee wasn't even Danish. He was born in Saxony, in southeastern Germany in 1737. He came from a relatively humble, middle-class background. His family was wealthy enough to send him to university where he studied medicine. Young Struensee picked up a lot more than just anatomy in school. This was the 1750s, peak of the Enlightenment. Struensee eagerly soaked up these new ideas and became an enthusiastic convert. He was drawn to the more radical side of Enlightenment thought. He even became an atheist, the horror of his father, who was a Lutheran pastor. Struensee graduated in 1757 and set up a medical practice in Altona, a city in northwestern Germany ruled by Denmark. Even after leaving the more permissive environment of the university, Struensee made no secret of his beliefs. He had a brilliant mind. He loved debating and discussing intellectual topics, even dangerous ones like politics and religion. He quickly made a name for himself as a radical among the local elites and intellectuals. Struensee's ideas were threatening. He wasn't shy in expressing them. The funny thing is, far from making enemies, everyone seemed to like him. Liberals and atheists were generally despised in aristocratic circles, but almost everyone who met Struensee seemed willing to make an exception. He was brash, but he was also charming and gracious. Even people who didn't like what Struensee had to say liked having him around, and his considerable skills as a doctor made him useful. Struensee may have been a liberal, but his principles didn't stop him from participating in some shameless social climbing. He liked luxury. He liked the company of rich and powerful people. Within a few years, he had fallen in with a group of formerly powerful Danish noblemen who were living in exile from the royal court in Copenhagen after losing out in some palace intrigue. They saw an opportunity in this brilliant, ambitious young man. If they could place him in court, perhaps he could pave the way for their return from exile. Monarchs were increasing their political power during this period, but we shouldn't forget this was a hereditary position. There were no guarantees the king or queen would have the ability or interest to actually participate in government. It was often the case that real power rested with whoever the monarch trusted to handle the business of ruling he was unwilling or incapable of attending to. This was particularly true of Denmark in the late 18th century because the king was, to use the terminology of the era, mad. Entire books have been written attempting to diagnose King Christian VII's particular disorder. I don't want to try to play amateur psychologist to figure it out myself. Suffice it to say, he had a mental illness and or cognitive disability that made him mentally and emotionally unstable. The king was obviously incapable of ruling, but Denmark had no legal provision for sidelining an incapacitated monarch, so he remained the legal sovereign, while his ministers and noblemen jockeyed for position around him to rule in his name. During this era, mental illness was often considered to be a symptom of physical disease, so the king was under the constant care of a rotating cast of doctors and quacks. In 1768, Dr. Johann Struensee's powerful friends got him a temporary appointment to administer to the mad king. Amazingly, Struensee's attentions greatly improved King Christian's condition. More importantly, Struensee and the king formed a real personal bond. By all accounts, they were as close to friends as was possible for a king and a commoner during this period. What passed for mental health treatment in the 18th century was pure snake oil by modern standards. So it was probably Struensee's friendship rather than his medical expertise that alleviated the king's mental illness. Struensee's position became permanent, and before long he was spending more time with the king than anyone else at court. As their bond grew, Christian began to defer to Struensee's advice on matters of state, as well as personal and medical ones. Political power was beginning to shift. Christian's ministers could see what was happening and tried to outmaneuver the wily doctor. Even Christian's wife, Carolyn Matilda, disliked this pushy newcomer and tried to limit his influence. But these efforts were hopeless. Christian was completely enthralled. Within a year of their first meeting, Struensee was made a member of Christian's royal cabinet. Like many Enlightenment thinkers, Struensee took a keen interest in education and sought to manage the upbringing of the crown prince according to Enlightenment principles. This brought him into frequent contact with the queen. Evidently, this familiarity softened Carolyn Matilda's dislike for Struensee, as by early 1770 they were having an affair. As he betrayed the king, Struensee's political power increased. Christian's condition worsened. By late 1770, the doctor had pushed out all his rivals and secured total control over the royal government. In December, he gained the power to issue decrees that would have the force of law without the king's signature. With the king too deep in delusion and depression to rule, Struensee was now effectively dictator of Denmark. The doctor wasted no time in transforming the country. By the stroke of Struensee's pen, feudalism had all but vanished from Denmark in the space of a few months. The nobility lost their legal privileges and tax exemptions. Peasantry were freed from their feudal obligations and granted lands of their own. Torture, capital punishment, and the African slave trade were outlawed. Struensee ended state censorship. Denmark became the first country to embrace the principle of freedom of speech as we understand it today. He even levied new taxes to institute a rudimentary social welfare system. The bureaucracy, the army, the judiciary, and the university were all totally reformed and reorganized. During his time in power, Struensee issued an average of 3 new decrees per day. The Danish government soon became the idol of every Enlightenment thinker in Europe, but not everyone was pleased. Such drastic changes inevitably alienated people within the existing power structure. So with the rapid pace of reform, Struensee was effectively making new enemies every day in office. Movement against the doctor was growing. Ironically, the newly free press became a major avenue for dissent. But if Struensee noticed, there's no evidence he cared. After all, what could his enemies do? He served at the pleasure of a king who loved and trusted him, and who was too out of it to be reading anti-government newspapers or taking audiences with disgruntled noblemen. Unfortunately for the doctor, by 1771, his enemies had gotten wind of his affair with the queen. That summer, she gave birth to a daughter. Struensee was almost certainly the father. With the king incapacitated, even people without knowledge of the affair were gossiping about the baby's heritage. Armed with that knowledge and fueled by the swirling rumors, a conspiracy formed at court to overthrow the doctor. On January 17, 1772, they acted. The queen, Struensee, and some of his political allies were arrested. Struensee was found guilty of treason for committing adultery with the queen. On the 28th of April, 1772, the man who had banned capital punishment and torture had his right hand chopped off and then was publicly beheaded before a large crowd. He had ruled Denmark for less than a year and a half. Queen Carolyn Matilda was sent into exile and never returned to court. King Christian VII never lost his affection for Struensee, even after learning he betrayed their friendship. The successful coup plotters took power and immediately began to roll back Struensee's reforms. However, this turned out to be harder than they'd imagined. None of them had Struensee's work ethic or genius for administration. Soon, the new government was as unpopular as Struensee's. They found it impossible to totally erase the doctor's legacy. Christian's son, the future Frederick VI, remained devoted to the Enlightenment principles he'd learned under Struensee's influence. As he grew into adulthood and began to assert himself politically, he put a stop to this reactionary turn and reinstituted many of his mental policies. And ever since, Denmark has never really looked back. In his 16 months in power, Johann Struensee, a humble Saxon doctor, had changed the country forever. That's all for now. Once again, please contribute to the fundraiser at patreon.com/ageofnapoleon and review the show on iTunes. Thanks for listening.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever gazed at your marvel, golden face, or admired the delicate hair? You'll probably every week what tale the history of it is available wherever you get your podcast. Come, let me introduce you to ancient.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solver. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, Episode 3, Eastern Ambitions. Thanks for joining me. In case anyone missed it, last week I released a little bonus episode with a good story about Denmark and an announcement about a fundraiser for the show. The fundraiser has already gotten out to a great start, thanks to those of you who chipped in. Contributors will be picking a topic for an upcoming episode. I've already gotten some great suggestions. If you want to get in on that, check out the fundraiser page at patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. Anyway, this is a big episode, so let's get to the topic at hand. I'm just going to pick up where we left off at the end of episode 2, looking at what was going on around Europe during the 18th century. Try to keep some of those same themes from last episode in mind. The centralization of authority, royal absolutism, and the application of Enlightenment principles to government. This episode, we're looking at Central and Eastern Europe. So I think we should start with the biggest power in that part of the world, the Habsburgs. Now, the Habsburgs were a family, not a country. Their heartland was Austria, and I'll probably refer to them as the Austrians as a shorthand. Austria wasn't much bigger in the 18th century than it is today, so a lot of what made the Habsburgs such an important power was that the head of the house also had a lot of other titles. On top of Austria, they were monarchs of most of the area of the modern-day Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, a chunk of Romania, Croatia, Belgium, and that slice of northern Italy I mentioned last time. That's a pretty big chunk of territory taken altogether, but it's important to note this wasn't some politically unified empire. These territories were all legally separate, with their own local governments, institutions, and ruling elite. They just all happened to have the head of the House of Habsburg at the top of their government. This fractured empire represented a challenge for the Habsburgs. They controlled the largest amount of territory of any European power, but this complicated political status made their territories much harder to govern than any of the other powers. It meant that the Habsburgs weren't quite as powerful as they looked on paper. Throughout the Renaissance and early modern period, the Habsburgs were the undisputed paramount power in Eastern and Central Europe. By the 18th century, this had changed. Prussia rose up as a rival German state. The Austrians fought several wars to try to check Prussian power, and although they came close a couple times, they were never quite able to stamp out the upstart Prussians. It would not be until the 19th century that Prussia would fully eclipse Austria as the primary German-speaking power, but by Napoleon's time, the rivalry between these two states was well underway. Further to the east, the Habsburgs were also feeling uneasy about the rise of another great power, Russia. The Russians and the Habsburgs had been natural allies due to their mutual rivalries with the Ottoman Empire and Poland. With their enemies in decline and Russian influence creeping west, the Austrians were starting to question the wisdom of that friendship. So, 18th century Austria was an old power, having trouble changing with the times, and under pressure from rising new powers. But to their credit, they didn't give in to decline. The Habsburg Empire of the 18th century was not the moribund, decaying, sick man of Europe that would collapse at the end of World War I. Austria's first defeat at the hands of Prussia in the War of Austrian Succession in 1748 had stunned all of Europe and marked Prussia's arrival on the scene as a great power. The Habsburg armies were devastated. They lost the province of Silesia, one of the richest and most important Habsburg possessions. The defeat stunned, but the Austrian Empress Maria Theresa used it as an opportunity to reform the government, and more importantly, the army. When Austria and Prussia faced off again 6 years later, 7 years ago, even Frederick the Great of Prussia, who disdained the Austrian military, was impressed by the improved performance of the Habsburg armies, admitting, quote, "These are not the Austrians of old." Still, even these new and improved Austrians couldn't land a knockout blow against the outnumbered Prussians. The Habsburgs never retook Silesia. Maria Theresa was succeeded by her son, Joseph II, in 1780. Maria Theresa had been a cautious, pragmatic reformer. Joseph was a reformer too, but he was anything but cautious. Joseph was perhaps the most radical of all of the enlightened absolutists, or at least he would have been. Joseph wrote his own epitaph, and I think it's a pretty good summary of his rule. He wrote, "Here lies Joseph II, who failed in all he undertook." Joseph issued over 6,000 edicts in less than 10 years in office. He reduced the power of the church, the guilds, and the nobility, and granted new rights to peasants and serfs. He founded state-run secular schools, universities, and military academies. Joseph reformed taxation and internal tariffs, attempting to turn all of the Habsburg territories into one unified trade zone. The central government in Vienna was strengthened, regional and provincial governments were weakened. In hindsight, from our modern perspective, it all looks pretty great. Just the type of reform Austria needed to bring it into the modern era. But that's not what most people at the time saw. Joseph was not a good politician. He didn't carefully build alliances with the elites or try to sell people on his reforms. He just issued decrees. And he was impatient. He would start on a new reform initiative as soon as he finished writing the previous one. Nobles and clergy were almost universally infuriated. With so many radical reforms coming at such a rapid pace, almost every powerful person in Habsburg territory was losing out or having their interests threatened by at least some of Joseph's policies. And with the central government suddenly asserting control over so many areas of public policy, there was administrative chaos. You might think at least the common people among Joseph's subjects supported reform. After all, they were the ones who theoretically benefited the most, but that wasn't the case. 18th century commoners didn't have some mass press informing them about what was going on in politics. The only institution in the empire really capable of disseminating information to the masses was the church. The church felt under attack by Joseph's policy. It certainly did not put a positive spin on what was happening. Average people's experience of Joseph's rule was mostly just that their lives were suddenly disrupted, and the most important institution in their communities, the church, was under threat. With blinding speed, Joseph had alienated almost all of his subjects. To make matters worse, he was just as energetic in asserting himself internationally as he was at home. He launched an expensive invasion of the Ottoman Empire, and pushed back against Prussian power so hard that it made him look like the aggressor, and the warmongering Frederick the Great looked like the aggrieved party. From top to bottom, people in the Habsburg lands were fed up with Joseph's radical domestic policies and unwilling to give up their money and their men to feed his aggression abroad. In 1790, the Habsburg holdings in the Low Countries rose up in rebellion, declaring themselves United Belgians. In some ways, this so-called Brabantine Revolution resembled the French Revolution. There were secret revolutionary societies, pamphlets, tricolor cockades, and even a little good old spontaneous mob violence. But these similarities are somewhat superficial. Much of the motivation for this revolution was conservative. Many of the Belgian rebels were motivated by a desire to defend the Catholic Church or feudal privilege. Joseph made peace with the Ottomans and turned his armies on Belgium. The Brabantine Revolution would soon be under control, but it looks like Joseph's problems were only beginning. Hungary was on the brink of its own rebellion, and there was low-scale political violence breaking out in other Habsburg realms as well. With his entire regime at a crossroads, an exhausted Joseph died in February of 1790. He was succeeded by his brother, Leopold II, who quickly stabilized the situation by rolling back most of Joseph's reforms. That was what was going on in the Habsburg territories on the eve of the Napoleonic Wars. Bruised by internal strife and military failures, and looking for a way to handle the rise of new international rivals. This was certainly no golden age for Austria, but it survived, and in the course of facing these challenges, they passed reforms that would help the empire fight Napoleon and survive another century. So that's the core of the Habsburg Empire. Lands ruled directly by the Habsburg family. But as a lot of you know, the Habsburgs played another important role in European politics as emperors of the Holy Roman Empire. So what exactly does that mean? The Holy Roman Empire lasted 1,000 years, and it was many things over the course of its history. In the period we're talking about, it was basically a loose confederation of independent states in the area of modern Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic, and a little bit of Western Poland. Think of it like the European Union or NATO, but with a little medieval flair and even more complicated internal politics. You might remember in episode 2, I said Italy was a mess politically. Well, the Holy Roman Empire was really a mess. To put it in perspective, there were almost 300 sovereign states within the empire. Compare that to only 195 sovereign states in the entire world today. Some of those states were decent sized by 18th century European standards, most notably the South German states. Going west to east between the French and Austrian border, they are Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria. In eastern Germany, Saxony, which had the unfortunate position right between Prussia and Austria, was also a minor power in its own right. Hanover was the largest state in northwestern Germany. In 1714, the British Queen died without an heir, and Hanover's ruler inherited the British crown. So Hanover functioned as a British outpost on the continent until the 19th century. Prussia was technically a member of the empire as well, but as a great power, the Prussians generally ignored the empire and just followed their own course. Most imperial states were smaller, some much smaller. States of the empire included Catholic dioceses, small trading towns, even monasteries that were technically independent sovereign states. Some were even just the land holdings of one noble family, often no bigger than a modern family farm, but legally just as much country as France or Britain. These little states survived because they were protected by the rest of the empire and by the power of the Habsburg Emperor. The internal politics of the Holy Roman Empire were so complicated and obscure that even most people who lived within it did not fully understand it. I don't want to get bogged down in the various arcane points of its constitution. For our purposes, the main thing to understand is that, in theory, the heads of imperial states voted on policy. Even the position of emperor was elected. However, by the period we're talking about, Habsburg influence over the empire had become very well entrenched. Elections were mere formalities. It had been 2 centuries since the non-Habsburg ruled the empire. Still, the emperor didn't rule over the member states directly. He always had to play politics and try to keep them happy. Every once in a while, the imperial parliament would defy the emperor on one issue or another, but there was never any serious question of who was really. When we're talking about 18th century Germany, don't imagine the wealthy, dynamic place we know today. This was still a quiet, traditional part of the world. The power of the emperor stopped German states from fighting each other, but most of them were too small to do much of anything else. Few had much in the way of armed forces. They relied on the emperor for that. There were individually wealthy German cities and provinces, but all the political divisions kept the region from developing into a serious commercial center. The educated middle class was growing, particularly in big cities and port towns on the North Sea. But this wasn't the Netherlands. They had to stay mostly underground and had little influence over politics. By the eve of the French Revolution, the political structures of the Holy Roman Empire hadn't changed very much over the centuries, but the political reality had. Somehow, from among the small, weak states of the empire, from under the influence of the mighty Habsburgs, a new great power had risen up, Prussia. During the 30 Years' War of the 17th century, Brandenburg, the state that would become Prussia, was just another of the medium-sized imperial states, probably less powerful than Saxony or Bavaria. Brandenburg suffered tremendously during the war. Their small army was quickly worn down to almost nothing, so the rulers of Brandenburg had to watch helplessly as rival armies roved over their land, sowing destruction and stripping it bare of food and supplies. After the war, Brandenburg, later Prussia, had a string of competent rulers who learned a lesson from this. Their state was poor, but if they were to defend it, they would have to be powerful enough to stand on their own and not rely on the enemy. To this end, they carefully marshaled Prussia's limited resources, built up a professional standing army, and the administrative and taxation system necessary to support it. Through diplomacy and conquest, they seized as much territory as they could without angering the emperor. Even today, the mention of Prussia calls to mind harsh Spartan militarism and iron discipline. This was the era in which that stereotype was born, late 17th and early 18th century, and it's a stereotype the Prussians deserved. There was a strong sense of service among Prussian aristocrats. In most countries, the upper echelons of the nobility considered military service beneath them. This was not so in Prussia, so despite their size, they drew from a big pool of potential officers, all of whom were well trained at state expense. The men were trained well too. Notoriously harsh Prussian discipline and training broke new recruits down and then built them up into the best soldiers of the Enlightenment era. And it was a huge army relative to Prussia's size. By the mid-18th century, 1 out of every 30 Prussian men was in uniform. The average for the rest of Europe was about 1 out of every 100. The old joke is that Prussia was an army with a state rather than a state with an army, and I think there's something to it. Levying the taxes to pay for this and managing that much manpower was quite an achievement, and it was made possible by the type of centralizing, modernizing reforms we've been talking about. Essentially, the Prussian central government was able to get the nobility on board with this by making them feel like they were part of the project, sharing in Prussia's glory, and by giving them more power over their peasants. The Prussian state was making huge gains, but you would not want to be an average person living there during this time period. These trends of Prussian state building and militarism saw their ultimate expression in Frederick II, usually called Frederick the Great. Frederick pursued and expanded these policies initiated by his predecessors, but with one key difference. His father and grandfather were very conscious of the limits of Prussian resources and the massive expense of the military. They did not want to see the armies they'd built up so carefully destroyed in bloody wars. Frederick did not have the same scruples. When Frederick took the throne in 1740, he declared, quote, "I intend to either assert my great power status or see everything go to ruin. The very name of Prussia will be buried with me." True to his word, he almost immediately launched an unprovoked invasion of Austria. This would come to be called the War of the Austrian Succession. Frederick's goal was to annex Silesia, one of the wealthiest regions in Central Europe. His troops stormed in and occupied the province, ruthlessly stripping it of wealth to fund the war effort, and daring the Austrians to take it back. Almost all of Europe joined in the war, most importantly France, Britain, and Spain on Prussia's side, and Russia on Austria's. Much to everyone's surprise, not only did Prussia manage to hold on to Silesia, it was Prussia and Britain who carried the day, while the French and Spanish militaries underperformed. It was clear proof that the older powers were in decline. Britain was on the rise, and Prussia had arrived among the great powers. After nearly 8 bloody years, the war ended in an awkward peace. The treaty ending the war satisfied no one, but all the combatants were low on money and manpower and needed a break. And several powers on both sides had become so dissatisfied with their allies' conduct that they no longer wished to fight on the same side. The uneasy peace held for 6 years, ending with the outbreak of the 7 Years' War. Americans might know the French and Indian. Again, the war started with Prussia storming into a rich border region, this time Saxony, and ruthlessly exploiting. In the diplomatic shuffling between the wars, France had switched sides and joined Austria and Russia in coming to Saxony's defense. Prussia was under threat from 3 directions, no great power ally on the European mainland. Amazingly, and with the help of some extremely generous subsidies from Britain, Frederick the Great's armies repeatedly staved off disaster and kept the enemy armies at bay. This war dragged on too, for 7 years, as you may have guessed, until finally, unable to destroy the Prussians and unable to match the financial resources of Britain, Austria and her allies sued for peace. In the ensuing treaty, Frederick was forced to restore Saxony as an independent state. He held on to Silesia, and Prussia's great power status was confirmed. Frederick II died in 1786, which is kind of a shame from a narrative standpoint, because it's fun to imagine how he might have reacted to the revolution in France. He had done much to reform the Prussian government. The system he introduced relied on having a dynamic, talented king at the top. His successor, Frederick William II, was not up to the task. The quality of administration declined. Frederick's wars had all but destroyed the military carefully built up by his predecessors. It was rebuilt quickly. The Prussian system of training and recruitment was still the best in Europe, but it wasn't the same. Almost an entire generation of talented officers and soldiers had been lost, along with the traditions and experience they carried with them. Still, Prussia, on the eve of the French Revolution, was riding high. They were flexing their muscles abroad. As you might remember, they were the ones the Dutch government called on to suppress the patriots. The army was diminished from its glory days, but it was rebuilding fast and had the best reputation in Europe. Prussia is a great example of what was possible for a country that was successful at modernizing and centralizing authority. Their neighbor to the east, Poland, is a good cautionary tale of what happened to countries who did not reform. Poland had been one of the greatest powers in Eastern Europe in preceding centuries, but by the late 18th century, its government was so dysfunctional that its rivals were able to openly seize its territory unchallenged. By 1795, there was nothing left to seize. Poland had been erased from the map. The Polish nobility was traditionally the most politically powerful anywhere in Europe. The King of Poland was not a hereditary position. They were elected by the nobility. Once elected, the king was practically a figurehead. He could do little without the consent of an assembly of nobles called the Sejm, basically the equivalent of the British House of Lords. Sejms were huge institutions, governed by very complex rules. The principle of total consensus was sacrosanct, which made it very difficult to get anything done. This also made it easy for foreign powers to influence the government. If, say, the Prussian government didn't want a certain piece of legislation to pass, all they would have to do is bribe or influence one Polish nobleman to use his veto and scuttle it. With the central government frequently paralyzed, factions of nobles fought each other for power, frequent civil wars, often supported by rival foreign powers. The Polish state stayed weak and divided while its rivals grew stronger. In 1772, the power disparity grew so great that Russia, Austria, and Prussia conspired to jointly seize Polish territory on their respective borders. The Polish government was too weak and too compromised by foreign influence to stop them. This event is referred to as the First Partition of Poland. There will be two more before our story ends. Nobles had a lot of rights in Polish society, but this wasn't some enlightened republic. Commoners in Poland had it much worse than in many other European societies. However, there were some among the Polish nobility who wanted to change things. Influenced by the Enlightenment, some liberal aristocrats thought they could save the country by giving up some of their feudal privileges, not only to a strong central government, but also to give more rights to the common people. They hoped this would rally the population around the government to defend an independent Poland. It's an interesting idea, and they actually did have some success in reforming the government. Unfortunately for the liberal nobles, these successes came too late to preserve Polish independence. However, they did create a link between the ideals of liberty and progress and the concept of Polish nationhood. This link would inspire future Polish patriots and contribute to a Polish national identity that would survive foreign occupation. While Poland declined, her greatest rival to the east, Russia, grew by leaps and bounds. In the early 17th century, Russia was so weak and so unimportant to European affairs, many Western European powers didn't even bother sending a permanent ambassador to the Russian court. Russia was physically peripheral to Europe, and many Europeans thought of it as metaphorically peripheral too, barbaric and only half civilized. A place that maybe had more in common with its so-called backwards neighbors in Central Asia than with the supposedly modern progressive West. They may have had a point in the Middle Ages, but by the late 18th century, Russia had caught up to the Western powers by many measures. But then as now, the Russians did not get any respect. The perception of Russia as a backwards place stubbornly lingered long after it was no longer accurate. Perhaps it still does. After Britain, Russia is probably more responsible than any other nation for defeating Napoleon, and let me disabuse you of the notion that they did so with dumb brute force, or that their victory really belongs to the Russian winter. By the late 18th century, the Russian government and military were very capable, easily among the best in Europe. They beat Napoleon fair and square, and it took a tremendous effort. That said, Russia had problems. Its huge area, low population density, and lack of international commerce meant its bourgeoisie developed late and remained relatively small. Enlightenment ideas arrived there late and spread less widely than elsewhere, mostly among a small elite. Russia was more dragged into the future by powerful, forward-thinking leaders than pushed by some groundswell from the population. The two most important of these modernizers were Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. Peter ruled for an incredible 43 years in the late 17th and early 18th century. I talked about him a little bit last time, and he's a bit outside our scope, so I won't dwell on him too much. But he was a remarkable ruler who took on the nobility head on and massively increased the power of the central government. Peter had huge international ambitions as well. Foreign policy priorities he set have been taken up by almost every subsequent Russian government, even up until today. He sought to make Russia the dominant power in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, and to gain a position on the geopolitical stage as one of the European great powers. To these ends, he built up the first permanent Russian navy and won important military victories against Russia's traditional rivals in the Baltic, Sweden, and in the Black Sea, the Ottomans. He also increased what we might today call soft power by building an architecturally stunning modern new capital at St. Petersburg. None of Peter's successors quite filled his shoes, but there would be no going back to the old feudal Russia. Peter's rule had been too long and too successful, and of course he crushed any opposition too mercilessly. It wasn't until Catherine II took the throne in 1762 that a Russian ruler truly took on the mantle of Peter the Great. And I mean it literally when I say took the throne. The Russian court was often unstable, and true to form, Catherine came to power in a coup in which the previous emperor, her husband, was assassinated. To lay my cards on the table, in my opinion, Catherine is much more deserving of the sobriquet the Great than Prussia's Frederick II. As a foreign-born woman who seized power through violence, she was an unlikely ruler with little legitimacy. She navigated Russia's dangerous politics brilliantly. Catherine was interested in the Enlightenment. She corresponded and occasionally crossed intellectual swords with figures like Voltaire and Diderot. Her court attracted intellectuals from all over the world. However, she was not an idealist. Unlike her more reckless contemporary, Joseph II of Austria, Catherine never became so carried away incorporating Enlightenment principles into her government that she lost sight of what was politically possible. I think her enthusiasm for the Enlightenment was genuine, but she was a realist who never put principle before practicality. She was also image conscious and clearly aware of the propaganda benefits that came with painting herself as an enlightened ruler. Catherine's regime was seen as a golden age for Russia. The government and the military were reformed and improved. New educational institutions were founded. Perhaps most importantly, the financial system was modernized, enabling the government to borrow and spend with more flexibility. The country expanded as well, mostly south, taking land around the Black Sea, and west, swallowing up much of Poland. It may have been a golden age, but it was not a time of peace. Under Catherine, Russia fought a war with Persia, two with the Ottomans, involved with Frederick the Great's wars, meddled in Polish affairs, and put down several rebellions within its own borders. If anything, its constant warfare sharpened the Russian army rather than wearing it down. By the 1790s, Russian officers and men were experienced. Incompetent leaders had been weeded out. After France, the Russian army had the best artillery and medical branches in the world. The infantry and cavalry were probably not the best in Europe, but their strong performance in the wars against Frederick the Great had surprised everyone. Europe had been expecting some barbarian horde, but the Russian army looked just like their counterparts, fought in accordance with the latest European doctrines, and were better organized than some of their Western opponents. It was Frederick the Great's army who gained a reputation for brutality, not the supposedly barbaric Russians. In 1770, the Russian Navy stunned the world by sailing all the way from the Baltic to the Mediterranean and devastating the surprised Ottoman fleet in a single battle. It was a clear sign of new foreign policy ambitions. With the dominance of the Black Sea secured, Russia was expanding her horizons and seeking influence in the Mediterranean. So, when Russia enters our story in 1798, they will be a formidable force, the height of their power, with ever-expanding ambitions. They had a long, hard fight ahead of them before the Cossacks would parade through the streets of Paris in 1814, but I think we can already see the seeds of that victory by the time Catherine the Great died in 1796. I'll close out this episode by talking briefly about the countries that lost the most in Russia's rise, the Ottoman Empire and Sweden. Believe it or not, progressive, neutral Sweden was actually a significant military power in the 17th century. They were one of the first places in Europe to embrace absolutist principles, and the Swedish government used the money and power that gave them to build up a strong, modern military that was briefly the most feared force in Northern Europe. However, even with a powerful, competent central government making the most of every national resource, Sweden was just too small to truly compete with the great powers. The inevitable fall came under King Charles XII, whose foreign policy was so irrationally aggressive, some historians have speculated that he was mentally ill. Crazy or not, Charles actually was not bad as a military leader, but his ambitions were far beyond his kingdom's capabilities. His constant wars pushed Sweden's resources and manpower to the breaking point. He died in battle in 1718. In the wake of his death, war-weary Swedish nobility seized a great deal of political power from the crown. No future Swedish king would have the power to wage such ruinous wars. So, by 1789, Swedish military was a shadow of its former self, but still nothing to sneeze at, particularly the navy. The concurrent decline of the Ottoman Empire was less graceful. The Ottomans had been the single greatest global power of the 16th century, unmatched militarily and commercially, and with dazzling cultural and intellectual achievements. Constantinople, as it was still officially called, could plausibly claim to be the center of the world. But the empire seemed to reach its natural limit in the 17th century. With Western Europe colonizing the Americas and opening sea routes to the east, the Atlantic began to replace the Mediterranean as the most important venue of international trade. Commerce and the cultural and intellectual vitality it brings moved west, so to the center of the world. Ottoman power stopped growing. By the end of the 17th century, full retreat. While the European powers were centralizing and streamlining their governments, Ottoman administration was actually becoming more decentralized and bloated. By 1789, the empire was much diminished, but it still sprawled over a huge territory, including modern-day Turkey, the Balkans, Greece, the Middle East, and North Africa. But in the further reaches of the empire, local elites were paying less and less attention to the central government. In particular, Egypt and North Africa were beginning to look less like Ottoman provinces, more like independent states loosely affiliated with the central government. In the capital, the court was divided into competing factions, who often seemed too preoccupied with backbiting and petty intrigues to govern. The military was declining too. The elite standing army of the central government, famous janissaries, had devolved into a pampered faction of courtiers and bureaucrats. Most of the Ottoman army was made up of regional militias and irregular troops who fought for loot. Very few soldiers were trained, equipped, or organized according to modern methods. The situation at sea was not much better. Almost the entire fleet was dangerously outdated. The other great powers were well aware of this weakness. The Ottomans' old rivals attempted to take advantage. The Russians grabbed huge swaths of territory. The Austrians were less successful. Even faraway Britain and France had their eyes on Ottoman territory. Every great power viewed the situation warily. Each had their own dreams of carving up the Middle East and North Africa, but none wanted to see their rivals benefit too much from the empire's fall. Still, we shouldn't overstate Ottoman weakness. They may have been down, but they were far from out. After all, the Ottoman state wasn't finally done in until 1917. Not every Ottoman administrator was self-interested or incompetent. There were plenty of capable people in the government who struggled hard against the downward trend. Some were even successful at carrying out a few limited reforms, or at least just holding things together. But it was an uphill battle. Despite these efforts, the Ottoman government barely limped along through the Napoleonic Wars. Well, that was a lot of ground to cover. There are many places I wish I could have gone into more detail, but this is the longest episode of the show ever, so I'll restrain myself. If I missed something you'd like to hear more about, you can always contribute to the fundraiser and submit a topic suggestion for the bonus episode at patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. Next week, we'll be talking about Napoleonic France's great nemesis, the Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Thanks for joining me.
The Civil War and Reconstruction was a pivotal era in American history.
When a war was fought to save the Union and to free the slaves.
And when the work to rebuild the nation after that war was over turned into a struggle to guarantee liberty and justice for all Americans.
I'm Tracy.
And I'm Rich.
And we want to invite you to join us as we take an in-depth look at this pivotal era in American history.
Look for the Civil War and Reconstruction wherever you find your podcasts. Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a longtime foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers, and I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, Episode 4, Nemesis. Thanks for joining me. After tackling half the European continent plus the Ottoman Empire in the last episode, we're narrowing our focus to talk about Great Britain, Napoleon's most implacable enemy, and the country that played the biggest role in his downfall. I've been looking forward to doing this episode. Britain was one of the most exciting, dynamic places in the world in the 18th century. They were at the beginning of a huge transformation during this period. It wasn't as sudden or dramatic as the change that occurred in France after 1789, but in many ways it was just as profound. From our modern vantage point, it can be hard to take an objective look at 18th century Britain. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that by this era, many of the foundational elements of Britain's dominance in the 19th century were already falling into place. Britain had developed a stable, effective form of government that would soon evolve into the system we know today. British industry was already in the early stages of a revolution that we know would soon dominate the global economy. The Royal Navy was growing into a force that would remain unchallenged for over a century. Britain was on the cusp of a golden age of global power. But that's only obvious in hindsight. In the 18th century, the signs of Britain's rise were there for those who could read them. But nothing in history is inevitable. The conditions were right for Britain to grow into the paramount power of the 19th century. Without good decision-making, and maybe more importantly, luck, it might not have happened. Politically, 18th century Britain was kind of an exception among the European great powers. I'm sure by now some of you are sick of hearing me talk about centralizing absolutist reforms. Well, I've got some good news for you. The British system developed in a totally different direction. Obviously, there were no modern-style democracies in Europe at this time, but every country had at least one representative institution. Many were just assemblies of the nobility, but some included other parts of society too, like clergy, non-noble landowners. In Britain, there was Parliament, House of Lords representing the nobility, and the House of Commons representing everyone else. Yes, these are the very same institutions that function as the British legislature today, fortunately in very different form. The Polish Sejm and the Dutch Staten-Generaal were probably the most powerful representative bodies in Europe. The British Parliament was not far behind. In the mid-17th century, Charles I tried to rein them in and rule by absolute principles. Parliament resisted, and the country was dragged into a long, bloody civil war, which culminated in the trial and execution of Charles. With the king dead, Parliament set up a republican government called the Commonwealth. First, they tried ruling the country by themselves, then with a victorious general, Oliver Cromwell, as a kind of pseudo-monarch. But the new government was never able to really stabilize or entrench itself. Shortly after Cromwell died, Parliament invited the eldest son of Charles I to become king. After over a decade without a king, Britain was a monarchy again. But Charles II was determined not to suffer the same fate as his father. He promised to eschew absolutism and respect traditional powers of Parliament. And he mostly kept his word. Political considerations aside, the new king was generally more interested in drinking and chasing women than governing, so the compromise suited him just fine. Unfortunately for the country, Charles II's successor, James II, had a much more difficult relationship with Parliament, in large part because he was a Catholic ruling over a mostly Protestant country. Many feared James would lead the country into absolutism and Catholicism, concepts that were very much entwined in the minds of many British people. Parliament launched a coup in 1688, putting James's daughter and her husband on the throne as co-rulers, Queen Mary II and William III. This event is known to history as the Glorious Revolution. Former King James II and his supporters would probably disagree. As a condition of taking the throne, William and Mary agreed to share power with Parliament, respect certain civil and political rights, and maintain Protestantism as the state religion. And they generally kept these promises. Amazingly, every subsequent British ruler has basically kept up their end of that same bargain. There would be plenty of push and pull between monarch and parliament over the next 2 centuries of British history, but the basic framework of that compromise has remained. The British government did much to centralize, rationalize, and reform its administration over the course of the 18th century, but unlike the rest of Europe, this happened through collaboration between the monarchs and the parliament, rather than being imposed by the monarch over the objections of the rest of the elite. Of course, no one in 1688 knew they were setting up a system that would only change gradually over the next 200-plus years. Britain was still divided along religious lines, both between Catholic and Protestant, and between various Protestant denominations, who sometimes opposed each other just as bitterly as they opposed the Pope. It was divided along national lines. Irish, Scots, English, and Welsh identities were already developing during the 18th century, and they've always been stronger than any united British identity. Most people were happy with Britain's mixed system of limited monarchy, but there were also political divisions. There were radicals who were inspired by the Enlightenment or nostalgic for the Republican Commonwealth and wanted to open up the elitist system to the common man. On the other side of the political spectrum, King James II did not take this so-called Glorious Revolution lying down. He fought a brief but bitter military campaign against William and Mary and set up a royal court in France in exile after his defeat. An underground movement in Britain continued to support James and his descendants. This movement included a lot of Catholics and was largely concentrated in his family's traditional heartland of Scotland. They were called Jacobites after the Latin version of James. For decades after the Glorious Revolution, the British government was plagued by Jacobite plots and uprisings. The most serious challenge came in 1745, when James II's grandson, popularly known as Bonnie Prince Charlie, smuggled himself into Scotland and raised an army to march on London. He had picked the right time to strike. France was willing to back a rebellion with money and with arms. Much of the British army was far away on the European mainland, fighting in another one of King Frederick the Great's wars. For a time, it looked like the prince really had a chance at returning his family to power, but eventually his non-professional, feudal-style army was worn down by government forces trained and equipped by modern methods. Bonnie Prince Charlie's rebellion was romanticized in later periods, but the Jacobite movement declined quickly after the feet. The government's victory and subsequent crackdown on the Jacobites and their sympathizers proved it had become powerful and effective enough to handle even serious internal threats. So that would be the system of government throughout the Napoleonic Wars. A monarchy, but one in which the parliament had a great deal of power, and a degree of civil rights were granted to the population. But we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. This was definitely not a democracy. Members of parliament certainly didn't think of themselves as representing the people, and if you look at how they were elected, it's clear why. Voting requirements varied from place to place, but generally political participation was restricted to property holders. Probably somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population could vote. Worse, seats were apportioned according to tradition, not population. There were constituencies called rotten boroughs, with only a tiny handful of voters, sometimes under a dozen, and there were booming cities of thousands with no representation of their own. Members of parliament were not paid, which meant only men of independent means could afford to serve. Elections and parliamentary politics ran on corruption. Bribery wasn't just commonplace, it was completely endemic, part of the system, the lubrication that kept the machinery of government humming. Seats in the so-called rotten boroughs were sometimes openly auctioned off to the highest bidder. There was no secret ballot. Everyone in the district knew how everyone else voted, which often meant the local lord or some other powerful landowner called the shots. Political parties in the modern sense had not really developed yet, so politicians relied on informal networks and personal relationships to get things done, that often meant patronage or bribes. There were no strong laws against what we today would think of as corruption, and there certainly wasn't a political culture that punished that kind of behavior, so graft occurred right out in the open. British politics was a messy, raucous business in the 18th century. With most of the population shut out of the process, the main division was not between right or left, as we might think of it, but between the interests of various factions of a wealthy elite. The merchants, bankers, and businessmen on one side, and the rural landowners and traditional aristocracy on the other. Over time, these loose factions would coalesce into Whigs and Tories, respectively, but it's a little anachronistic to think of them as political parties like the ones we know today. For all its faults, the system actually kind of worked. It was a corrupt, elitist basket case by modern standards, but the British government of the 18th century was perhaps the most effective and democratic in the world. Almost everywhere else in Europe, any opposition to the traditional ruling elite had to stay underground. In Britain, they were allowed to openly compete for power. Obviously, the system was stacked against any serious challenge, but there were a few self-described radicals sitting in Parliament. During the American War of Independence, radical Whigs openly expressed sympathy for the rebels. Their leader, Charles Fox, went so far as to wear a Continental Army uniform on the floor of the House of Commons. It's hard to imagine something like that being tolerated anywhere else. But beginning in the 1790s, Britain became less tolerant of political dissent and radicalism. The country was at war, and the ideological threat from revolutionary France made the British elite nervous. Politics are not the most important part of the story of 18th century Britain. The biggest change during this period came in the economy. Despite what you sometimes read, the British economy was not industrialized during the Napoleonic Wars. The Industrial Revolution was still in a preliminary stage when the Battle of Waterloo was fought in 1815. Rudimentary steam engines had been invented, but they were mostly just used as water pumps. Railroads were still in the experimental stage. Most of the tiny number of operational lines in Britain ran only a few miles and used horsepower rather than coal and steam. The only industry that was really mechanized to any degree at this stage was textiles. And even then, most production happened in small workshops or even family homes where the owner had invested in just a single machine. The power loom was the pinnacle of textile manufacturing technology around this time. About 2,500 of them existed in Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. There would be 10 times that many by the 1850s. This was the most modern industry in Britain, but clearly still traditional methods dominated. So when you think of British industry at this time, don't think of vast factories with thousands of workers, rail lines snaking across the landscape, smokestacks churning out smog that blackened whole cities. All of those stereotypical images of the Industrial Revolution, that's the world of the late 19th century. It will still be decades in the future when our story ends. but the building blocks that would make that world possible were starting to fall into place. There were very few factories in the sense we think of them, but new machines and new methods were beginning to appear in workshops, farms, and family businesses. A few large workshops were beginning to resemble the factories of the future. Most British people had never even seen a railroad by 1815, but the government had invested in a good network of roads and canals to bring goods to market efficiently. Related industries were beginning to cluster together in regional and national hubs like Birmingham and Manchester, which cut down on costs and improved efficiency. There was a frenzy of commercial shipbuilding, and these new merchant vessels brought manufactured goods abroad, where they were often cheaper than domestic products. This was new. For most of human history, the combination of high transportation costs and traditional artisanal methods meant that most people bought things that were manufactured very close to home. The economic boom brought more money into Britain than ever before, both into government coffers and into private hands. With so much wealth to experiment with, financiers and bureaucrats began developing new ways to manage it and make it grow. The British financial system was beginning to resemble a modern one. By the 18th century, London had become one of the world's great banking centers, and one of the only stock markets in all of Europe. Easy credit meant more investment, providing more fuel for the economy. British financiers and stock traders of this period were beginning to pioneer a lot of the practices still used in that sector today. The merchant class was on the rise everywhere in the Western world, but in most places they remained shut out of the political system. This was not the case in Britain, and as a result, the British government, and even the aristocracy, began to take on some of the same commercial ethos that was growing in the private sector. Many within the British elite began to view businessmen and bankers as the class of people the government should be protecting and promoting rather than agricultural landowners. The government followed business in becoming more financially sophisticated. There was a central bank and more sophisticated types of bonds. As a result, the government was able to spend more money more effectively. To countries with more primitive financial systems, it seemed the British government had an endless fountain of money. This is how the British were able to do things like subsidize Prussia during Frederick the Great's wars while simultaneously funding their own war effort, or building up the Royal Navy into a force several times the size of its rivals. The government raised more money and was able to stretch every pound further. The British were beginning to grasp the fundamental calculus of the industrial era, that real power did not flow from guns, land, and noble titles, but from credit and commerce. As they always do, these major economic and political changes transformed all of society. New farming techniques led to an agricultural boom, and as the rural population grew and the need for farm labor decreased, people streamed into cities looking for work, and they often found it. Industry was prospering, and cheap labor was more fuel for the manufacturing boom. Life was hard for the urban poor. These growing cities were loud, crowded, unsanitary, dangerous places. If you were lucky enough to find a job, chances were good you'd work more than 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and still barely make enough money to get by. Workers' rights were nearly non-existent, and labor unions were illegal. Under such conditions, in the city of London, for example, more people died than were born, but even with a negative birth rate, the population of the city nearly doubled between 1700 and 1800. More than enough people were coming into the city from the countryside to compensate. And it wasn't all drudgery and death. Many common people did do well for themselves, or at least escaped a harder and less exciting life of rural poverty. City life could be brutal and dangerous for the average person. It was also exciting and enriching. There were all sorts of entertainments and luxuries: plays, pubs, dances, street performers, races, and boxing matches. For the high-minded, there were educational opportunities in schools and libraries, newspapers and magazines to read, and lively coffee houses in which to discuss them. And there were new religious movements that catered to the spiritual needs of average people. On the sleazier side, there were also gin shops, bookies, brothels, and a thriving black market in underground pamphlets full of pornography or profane, seditious satire. This sure was an idyllic life in the green and pleasant fields of merry old England. It was loud, crude, fast-paced, and endlessly entertaining. Life in the booming cities ended tragically for many, but you could have some good times along the way. And faced with poverty and boredom in the country, many people took their chances. The great French Enlightenment writer Voltaire spent some time in England during the 1720s. Despite being an arch cynic raised in the traditional French sense of cultural superiority over Britain, he was very impressed by what he saw. He came to like England and like the English. Voltaire believed what set Britain apart was the strong influence of the merchant classes, which made society as a whole more closely in line with their values and their interests. And I think he probably had a point. Britain had a much more pluralistic and open society than the one Voltaire had left behind in France. Religious minorities were allowed to practice with relative freedom. A degree of free expression was tolerated, which allowed a lively journalism and literary scene to develop. The British elite seemed more open to new ideas. Both the government and wealthy private individuals patronized the arts and sciences, and they were much more enthusiastic about and less threatened by the Enlightenment. King George III himself was a major financial contributor to one of the greatest projects of the British Enlightenment, Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, to which everyone involved in the study of history today owes a debt. But this wasn't some egalitarian utopia. An aristocratic title still carried a lot of weight, in government, culture, and in everyday life. Society was becoming more commercially oriented and thus more meritocratic, but anyone without money or the ability and luck to distinguish themselves were still on the outside and enjoyed in the fruits of Britain's prosperity only indirectly. Still, the country had moved further away from the old, rigid feudal system than almost any other society in Europe. There's an anecdote about Britain Voltaire wrote about, and I think it sums all of this up pretty well. During his stay in England, Voltaire learned that the Earl of Oxford, who was a very senior nobleman and major politician, had a younger brother who lived in the Ottoman Empire, where he worked in the import-export business. This totally blew Voltaire away. Most Frenchmen descended from that high level of nobility would consider it way too far beneath them to go live in some foreign country and participate in grubby business deals. Voltaire felt it showed how commerce was valued and respected in Britain in a way that it was not elsewhere in Europe. Voltaire wrote that the British believed, correctly in his eyes, that a man contributed more to society by working as a merchant than by living the traditional life of an aristocrat. Whether you agree with him on that or not, I think it's important to understand that worldview was something that set Britain apart. Britain had never looked stronger in economics or politics, but 18th century British diplomacy was a different story. By the middle of the century, Prussia was Britain's only major European ally. They fought together through the wars of Frederick the Great, but there was constant friction. The Prussians felt the British were holding back, not committing enough troops to fight on the European mainland, and being stingy with their promised financial support. The British resented having to spend so much money subsidizing Frederick's ambitions. The Allies finally fell out once and for all over the peace treaty negotiations at the end of the 7 Years' War in 1762. Britain was alone. France felt humiliated by the terms of the peace, and British diplomatic isolation represented an opportunity for revenge. When rebel forces in America began winning victories against the British Army, French pounced. France, Spain, and later the Netherlands declared war on Britain in support of the rebel United States of America. Many other European powers joined in indirectly, giving financial and diplomatic support to the rebels. The Royal Navy was the biggest and best in the world, but against the combined forces of France, Spain, the Netherlands, and the new United States, it was incapable of simultaneously defending Britain from invasion, controlling the supply routes across the Atlantic, and supporting the Army's operations in America. Continuing the war was impossible, and Britain was forced to sue for peace and recognize the United States. The defeat stunned the British public. There was prosperity and stability at home, and the victory in the 7 Years' War was still fresh in people's minds. There had been a feeling of invincibility that was suddenly shattered by a humiliating defeat. The military had actually performed relatively well, but in a sense, the war had been lost by bad diplomacy and political missteps before it even started. You might compare it to the American defeat in Vietnam. The government and the military had made mistakes, to be sure, but the reason for defeat was that the whole war was a bad idea from the beginning. It was hard for people to wrap their heads around. They'd entered the war sure of victory. The enemy looked so much weaker, and the reasons for defeat were vague. It was a blow to national confidence. As always happens in the wake of such a defeat, British government and military engaged in some self-reflection. Both improved in the long term, but it was a serious stumble. This was a bad time for British foreign policy, but it could have been worse. The loss of America stung, but the rest of the colonial empire remained intact and had actually expanded. Most importantly, they had stopped France from gaining control over any ports in the Low Countries. Before the invention of steam-powered ships, modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands were the best starting point for a theoretical invasion of Britain from Europe. Preventing France or any other hostile power from controlling this area was paramount to British security. The growth of British power wasn't just about peaceful commerce and tolerance. There was a dark side. For entire nations of people, Britain's rise mostly brought suffering, tyranny, and death. British merchants dominated the African slave trade, operated many of the biggest markets for slaves, the plantation colonies of the Caribbean. This was a system of almost unimaginable cruelty. For many slaves in the New World, particularly in the Caribbean, life was comparable to that of inmates in a Nazi concentration camp. Over the course of the 18th century, slavery actually became more brutal and routinized, and the racial caste system that dehumanized black people and denied them the material and social benefits of the wider society grew stricter and more entrenched. Nothing about the British Empire seems tolerant or progressive from this point of view. We must not forget that although British prosperity was built in part on the ingenuity of businessmen and inventors, it was also built on the backs of their victims. This is also the period in which the British became the main power in India. Most of their control was indirect and informal at this point. Britain exercised power through the East India Company, a private corporation, and through Indian rulers who were technically just allies of the British, but in practice were subordinate to British ambassadors and advisors. The French and the Dutch had smaller footholds in the region as well, and there were still a few strong, independent Indian states who struggled hard to maintain their sovereignty. But through commerce, diplomacy, and conquest, British influence was creeping in all over the subcontinent. By now, some of you are probably wondering why I haven't really discussed Ireland yet. That's because, although Ireland was legally a part of Britain, I think it belongs in this part of the conversation, discussing Britain's colonies and the dark side of empire. That's the best way to think of Ireland at this time, Britain's oldest imperial conquest, colonial possession right on the edge of Western Europe. 18th century Ireland had a caste system based on religious and national origin. Anglo-Irish were a tiny ruling elite, mostly descended from British nobility. They were probably less than 5% of the population, but they dominated life on the island. Only the Anglo-Irish enjoyed the same type of civil rights and political freedom most people in the rest of Britain enjoyed. Another 10 to 15% of the population belonged to different Protestant groups who enjoyed limited rights, but the vast majority of people in Ireland were of native Irish descent, Catholic, and spoke the Irish language. They were treated as a conquered people, distrusted and often despised by their rulers. Very few native Irish owned property, which was actually an explicit goal of British policy in Ireland. Most scraped by as tenant farmers. Each social group in Ireland was legally separate from one another, subject to different laws and granted different rights and privileges, almost like an 18th century apartheid. Ireland's history of seemingly tireless resistance to British rule has been romanticized over the years, and not without good reason. But the 18th century was actually a relatively quiet period in Irish history compared to what came before or what would come after. The 17th century had seen several bloody wars and rebellions over control of the island. In fact, the miserable condition of the native Irish Catholics of the 18th century was in part a result of these conflicts. The British administration wanted to keep land, wealth, or any other resource that could potentially be used to fund a rebellion out of Irish hands, and they were pretty successful. Most of the native Irish elite fled abroad or had their property seized and were reduced to poverty. Native Irish power was broken. Most were focused on personal survival, not national liberation. As we'll see later in the story, when the struggle against British domination resumed at the end of the 18th century, most of the early sparks of resistance actually came from Protestants. After all, they were the only people who really had the means. I'll close out this episode by talking a little bit about the British military. The British Army was small compared to the other European powers. Great Britain and Ireland are islands, so there was no need for a large force to cover a land border, and the history of tension between the monarchy and parliament made many in Britain skeptical of large standing armies. The British Army may have been undersized, but it punched above its weight. These were some of the best trained, best equipped troops in the world. Leadership was good too. Unlike most European countries, the upper ranks of the army were open to commoners as well as aristocrats. It wasn't a meritocracy. Ranks actually had monetary value and were bought and sold like pieces of property, but the system did have some meritocratic elements and was open to a bigger pool of people. As most of you probably know, the Royal Navy was the pride of the British Armed Forces during this era. It was the biggest navy in Europe with the most modern ships and equipment. Britain had a long, deeply ingrained maritime tradition and huge merchant and fishing fleets. This meant that there was a big pool of educated, talented officers and experienced sailors to draw from. This was an incredibly important factor in the performance of an 18th century navy. Skills and knowledge required to operate a sailing vessel could only be acquired through years of experience. Sailing was a way of life. You couldn't just take someone who had never been to sea, put them on a warship, and expect them to perform the duties of a sailor well. Experienced sailors were a precious, exhaustible resource, and Britain had far more of them than any other country. It's hard to overstate the power and skill of the Royal Navy, but we shouldn't think of it as invincible. Certainly no one at the time did, including the British. The legendary reputation of the Royal Navy was largely created during this period. It didn't already exist. When revolutionary France declared war on Britain in 1793, everyone's last memory of the British Navy in action was the American Revolution, in which they experienced some defeats. No one underestimated the Royal Navy, but there was no reason to believe it couldn't be beaten. So that was Britain. As I hope I've showed you, by the time of the Napoleonic Wars, the elements that would lead to British dominance of the 19th century were already starting to develop. They were on the cusp of great things. But I don't want to give you the impression it was inevitable. Britain was strong and poised to get even stronger, but they could have been beaten, and very nearly were. No one can see the future. The British themselves had largely stumbled upon their successful economic and political system by chance. They were only just beginning to understand its capabilities. That's all for now. There will be no new episode next week, as I'll be busy with final exams, but I'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the most important episode yet, France. Finally, thank you to everyone who's made a suggestion for the bonus show. We've gotten some good ones. You've still got a couple more weeks if you want to join in. Just chip into the fundraiser at patreon.com/Age of Napoleon, and you'll receive a submission form. Well, that's it. Thanks for joining me. Have you ever gazed at great courage? Have you marveled or admired the delicate features of queen effort? If you have, you'll probably every week we explore tales of culture, the history of Egypt is available wherever you get your podcast. Come, let me introduce you to the world.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution podcast on the Airwave Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump, Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now. wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solver. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers, and I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to episode 5, Setting Sun. Thanks for joining us. A couple quick reminders before we get going. Like and follow the podcast on social media if you want updates on some extremely viral Napoleonic internet content. The Twitter account is @AgeofNapoleon. The Facebook page is facebook.com/. If you have a moment, please rate and review the show on iTunes. I still don't totally understand how that's actually good for the show, but I'm reliably informed that it has something to do with algorithms. Thanks to those of you who already have, algorithms aside, these have been really great. If you want to support the show financially, please visit patreon.com/AgeofNapoleon. That's REO.com/Napoleon. And by the way, thanks a lot to all of you who have already chipped in. Your support means a lot personally. Anyway, this is a big episode, so let's get in. We're talking about France in the 18th century. France was the greatest power in Europe for most of the Renaissance and early modern period. And of course, it would go on to conquer almost the entire continent with Napoleon. But on the eve of the French Revolution in 1789, no one would have predicted that the height of French power was still in the future. The 1700s were difficult years for France. Stagnation, decline. At the beginning of the century, French power was almost unmatched. The political system was one of the most modern, effective in Europe. By the end, society was in crisis and the government was on the verge of collapse. In this episode, I want to give a brief overview of French history, take a look at how and why, and show you a little bit of what the country looked like, the massive upheaval of Napoleon. In the late 17th and early 18th century, there was a political theory called universal monarchy. Basically, philosophers looked at the big political trend of their era, monarchs amassing more power and more territory, and predicted that this process would continue until there was one final victory, every realm in Europe united under a single crown. It might sound a little crazy in modern years, but given the rapid political changes that took place in this era, it's not an illogical conclusion. And as we'll see later, Napoleon really pulled it off. But of course, no one at the beginning of the 18th century could foresee Napoleon. People talked about universal monarchy, and they usually had in mind King Louis XIV. Louis XIV was king for an unbelievable 17 years, 1643 to 1715. France was totally transformed during his time on the throne. We talked a lot about monarchs who reformed and centralized their government. Rulers like Frederick the Great, Catherine the Great, Joseph II of Austria. Louis was the template for all of them. He was the example all the other great kings and emperors of that era sought to emulate. The original absolute, the first European monarch to make a significant and successful effort to move his government away from feudalism and towards a professional, modern administration. Now, I'm not normally a fan of psychoanalyzing historical figures. Popular historians seem to like doing this a lot more than actual professional psychologists, which I think tells you something about how effective it is. That said, there is an incident from the childhood of Louis XIV that I think is unique. Louis became king when he was a small boy. France was politically unstable in the late 17th century. Having a king who was too young to support the government only made the situation worse. There were civil wars and rebellions as different groups within society fought to make the child king their puppet. During one of these rebellions, a mob broke into the king's residence. 12-year-old Louis woke up to find his bedroom crowded with ragged, angry commoners. Fortunately Fortunately for Louis, the mob didn't wish him any harm. They balked at him and politely begged him to convince his regency to change their policy. Louis pretended to be asleep. Not the most courageous move, but maybe a wise one. The guards soon arrived to clear the mob out, and they left peacefully, so the whole incident really amounted to nothing. But it made a big impression on Louis. You have to remember, this is a time when a young monarch like Louis has been kept cloistered away from any contact with the public. He's probably only seen a regular person up close a few times in his life, and certainly never in such a large, uncontrolled group with no supervision from his tutors or guards. It's a shocking and unnerving experience. And that was just the most notable of several incidents during Louis' childhood in which his personal safety was threatened. On two occasions, he and his household were forced to flee Paris by a rebel army. For long periods of time, Louis lived practically under house arrest. Worse, many of the Regency's enemies were from the upper nobility. They were Louis's own close relatives and people who'd been raised to believe were his family's close friends and allies his whole life. Under these conditions, he grew up fast, and I think you can really see the influence of his unstable childhood on the way Louis governed. He ruled with a strong hand, and not just out of some authoritarian impulse. He really believed that a strong monarchy was the only way to prevent the type of political chaos that can take shape in childhood. He never trusted the nobility. After all, he'd seen with his own eyes how fragile their loyalty could be. He tried to phase out the old feudal systems of administration and make the king rule through his nobles, replacing them wherever he could with absolute systems in which he ruled through a professional bureaucracy, which would be loyal to him and wouldn't have the resources to challenge his power. You sometimes see Louis XIV depicted as an egomaniac. It's tempting to think of him that way. Most of you have probably heard his famous quotation, "L'État c'est moi, I am the state," his nickname, the Sun King, which means self and courage, and I'm sure you've seen some of the splendor and opulence of his court at Versailles. This was definitely not a humble, understated personality, but there's more to him than simple megalomania. Louis had a political vision for the French monarchy, building up his own majesty as part of it. Even the decadent palace he built at Versailles served important political purposes. Forcing the aristocracy to live in his courts and tented and put Louis at the center of the French aristocracy's social and domestic lives. That made it easier for Louis to put himself at the center of their political lives as well. Versailles brought nobles away from their regional centers of power, where they could scheme and build up their resources and challenge the king, to a central location where they could be watched closely, where their resources went towards funding the lavish lifestyles expected of them. And Versailles was away from Paris, away from the type of mobs who had so rudely interrupted his sleep as a boy. Of course, none of this is to say Louis XIV didn't appreciate luxuries. I don't think anyone who's seen Versailles could say that with a straight face. Louis also spent lavishly on the military, which was massively expanded and improved under his rule. And he wasn't afraid to use it either. France was at war almost constantly under the Sun King. France swallowed up huge swaths of territory, mostly to the east, as the expansive Habsburg and Holy Roman Empire. French expansion worried the rest of Europe, and containing Louis was the focus of European geopolitics for decades. By the time Louis died in 1715, France's borders were very close to the ones we know today, the only significant exception being Corsica, which, of course, we'll have cause to talk about in the future. As the story goes, on his deathbed, Louis begged his ministers to keep France in peace at all costs. The project of building up the French monarchy into the grandest, most powerful in Europe had been massively expensive, as had the military expansion and constant warfare. Louis's administrative reforms brought in more tax revenue than ever before. That covered his costs. The royal government was deeply in debt. Ironically, Louis XIV was succeeded by another child king, his grandson Louis XV. Louis XIV was typically a meticulous political operator. His own succession, one of the most important things any monarch does, was not well planned out. There was a fierce political battle in the wake of his death. When the dust settled, the Sun King's nephew, Philippe d'Orléans, was named regent for Louis XV. This looked like a disaster for France. Philippe was one of the most famous noblemen in the country, but mostly for his love of debauchery rather than any skill as a statesman or soldier. Worse, to secure his position as regent, he promised to restore many of the old feudal powers and privileges of the nobility that Louis XIV had fought so hard to reduce. But things weren't as bad as they could have been. Philippe lived in a moralistic age, and people assumed he was some monster because he liked drinking and womanizing. But he actually wasn't a bad guy. He was generally kind, merciful, loyal to his friends, and genuinely committed to what we today might call public service. We owe him a particular debt for being lenient in enforcing censorship laws. Without Philippe, the permissive environment that allowed the Enlightenment to flourish in Paris may have never taken hold. But Philippe's reign also goes to show the qualities that make a person decent have drawbacks in a ruler. Philippe was a soft touch, quick to help out with money or a job in the government to anyone with a sob story or a personal connection. With no one to rein him in, he spent lavishly on his vices and embarrassed the government with personal scandals. Loyalty to one's friends is an admirable quality, but as a high nobleman, all of Philippe's friends were other high noblemen. His favors to his buddies had political consequences. He was frittering away all the royal power the Sun King had carefully gathered. The nobility were regaining their position. Philippe served as regent for 7 years before the stress of command and his incessant drinking caught up with him. His health began to fail, and he died at only 49. As Philippe declined, Louis XV, grandson of the Sun King, was declared an adult and capable of ruling by himself in 1722. That might have been true in a literal sense, but the king rarely seemed mature or competent for any of the 52 years he ruled. There have been a few attempts to reevaluate him by modern scholars, but generally, Louis XV was considered a bad king in his own time, and most historians since have agreed. Louis XV was an intelligent man, but he never took much interest in the royal administration. His grandfather had created an absolute system tailored to operate with an assertive, active monarch at his center, a man like Louis XIV. With an uninterested king like Louis XV at its center, parts of it began to atrophy and sink into corruption. Ambitious nobles filled the void. This created a dangerous level of administrative chaos as resurgent feudal institutions vied for power with the weakened branches of the absolutist state of the Sun King. Louis XIV had always been careful to hold himself aloof from the most debauched, frivolous aspects of life at Versailles. He indulged himself in drinking, parties, and affairs, but always in moderation and discreetly. The Sun King never forgot that the glittering court life at Versailles was in large part a distraction, a mirage he himself had created to dazzle and pacify his potential enemies among the nobility. His grandson, Louis XV, seems not to have had that same understanding. He fully embraced the feudalism of Versailles, often preferring his social role as top of the palace social pyramid to his role as head of the royal government. Unlike his grandfather, he rarely bothered attending meetings of his ministers or even ventured outside his palaces. He fundamentally cared more about having a good time than the safety and prosperity of the country he ruled. Louis XV's constant drunken antics and sex scandals were fodder for the burgeoning tabloid press. This was a big contributor to what scholars call the desacralization of the French monarchy. In earlier eras, the king had been regarded with reverence. People took the concept of the divine right of kings seriously, and monarchs in France were viewed almost like gods. But by the beginning of the 18th century, thanks to Louis, people had become accustomed to reading about royal partying and sexual indiscretion, even having a laugh at the king's expense. The king began to seem more like a regular, flawed man than a god, and men can be replaced, or even killed. Anyway, fortunately for France, Louis XV's voracious sexual appetite brought him into contact with someone who actually was interested in governing the country, Madame Pompadour. She was a beautiful, brilliant commoner who became his mistress in 1745. Mistress of the king was a powerful social position, and she soon parlayed it into a political role, effectively acting as regent for the Duke of Louis. And she wasn't some silent power behind the throne. For example, she personally directed the French war effort during the 7 Years' War, even issuing orders to French generals in the field. She was also a major patron of art and of the new philosophy and science of the Enlightenment. Madame Pompadour was an unlikely statesman, but a remarkable one of the few bright spots of Louis' dismal reign. And yes, she also invented the pompadour hairstyle. I'm not kidding. Louis XV was massively unpopular, and he knew it. And he hated the people of France right back. His weak, incompetent, corrupt regime damaged the credibility of the French monarchy so badly that it arguably never recovered. The worst of his failures had been kept a state secret. The royal government was deeply in debt and hemorrhaging money. Louis' ministers had made a few poorly coordinated attempts to raise more revenue and reduce expenditures, but the debt had only grown under his watch and was nearing crisis level. It's bad irony that his comparatively blameless successor was the one who suffered so much from the monarchy's failure. Louis XV died in his bed in 1774. When the revolution broke out in earnest, one of the first things the Paris mobs did was tear down the statue of the king they hated. But that was still in the future. In 1774, the people of France were rejoicing. The bad old king was dead, and his successor, his grandson, Louis XVI, had a reputation as a kind, progressive family man who loved the common people of France. People were so looking forward to him taking the throne, the press had nicknamed him the Desired One. As we know, it wouldn't last, but there was a real moment of optimism, even elation. So that's what was going on at the top in France. But that world of the court was only accessible to a tiny elite within an elite. For the rest of the episode, I'd like to talk about what was going on in the rest of French society. Until the Revolution, everything in French life was dictated by social position within the old feudal hierarchy. The aristocracy was small compared to some other European countries. They were under 1% of the total population, maybe less than 0.5%. The nobles dominated everything. They owned a huge proportion of the land, and still wielded much of their traditional political and financial power over peasants who lived in their domains. They enjoyed exemption from most types of taxation, and were subject only to their own special law codes and court systems. Only nobles could attend the best educational institutions or hold high ranks in the army, navy, or politics. Commoners were even legally required to bow and doff their caps to encounter the nobleman in public. And it's important to keep in mind that this was a status that came from birth. It wasn't a case of the haves and the have-nots. There were poor nobles and there were rich commoners. Rich or poor, none of the nobility worked. They were legally forbidden from taking part in most kinds of business or picking up trade. Thousands of nobles lived at Versailles, at least part-time. But life there was extravagantly expensive, even with the subsidies provided by the king. For those who couldn't afford it, the next best thing was residing in a fancy neighborhood in Paris, at least part of the year. Nobles who couldn't afford that mostly lived on their rural estates, much as they had done in the Middle Ages. Some of the poorest nobles were not much better off than the peasants around them. There was a small degree of social mobility. Government offices in this period were bought, sold, and inherited just like property, and many of them came with a noble title. So, if one of these offices was vacant and a wealthy commoner could afford it, they could effectively buy their way into nobility. As you can probably imagine, the aristocracy was incredibly snobbish and often turned up their noses at these newcomers, but wealthy nobles usually had no problem marrying children off to eminent old families who needed a cash infusion. One of the biggest privileges of nobility was tax exemption. Obviously, this was a nice financial perk, but much more than that. A point of pride, a symbol of independence and status. Of course, it was completely insane from a public policy standpoint. The noble exemptions meant the burden of taxation generally fell on the poorest and least able to pay. Over the course of the 18th century, there were no shortage of intellectuals, bureaucrats, and royal officials who recognized this as a problem and advocated ending the noble exemption. But there was always ferocious political resistance. This is not a simple financial matter, it's about identity. It can be hard to understand how the nobility could selfishly cling to these obviously undeserved privileges that were ruining the country. But you have to remember, these were their traditional rights. Many 18th century aristocrats cherished their noble rights just as closely as citizens of modern democracies cherish their civil and political rights. They viewed their privileges as inalienable, just as we do with our rights. The clergy were an even smaller proportion of the population than the nobility. In 1799, there were about 100,000 clergymen and women in France out of a total population of over 20 million. Still, the church played a huge role in French life. Theoretically, the Catholic Church was a meritocracy, but the distinction between nobles and commoners was mostly maintained. Church leaders, abbots, abbesses, bishops, and cardinals, almost all came from noble families, pampered, luxurious lifestyles. Monks, nuns, and parish priests were mostly born commoners and often lived in poverty. It's hard to overstate how powerful the church was. You often see it described as a state within a state, and I think that's pretty accurate. The clergy were subject only to their own laws and courts. Not only were they immune from taxation, the central government didn't even have the right to audit their finances. This might not sound like a big deal. After all, religious organizations in the United States today are exempt from taxation. But by some estimates, the church and individual members of the clergy owned up to 20% of all the property in France. The church did not operate as a nonprofit. It was a landlord to rural sharecroppers and commercial real estate in cities and towns. It even rented out apartments in big cities. It was common for religious institutions to operate businesses, wineries, and breweries. This was a huge portion of the economy that was out of reach of taxation. This state of affairs was actually encouraged by the government because the church played an important social role. In earlier eras of history, governments didn't have the resources to address education or what we today might call social welfare. So they effectively farmed out these services to the church and granted it tax exemptions and revenue streams like land, property, or monopoly rights to provide for them financially. This deal worked okay for centuries, but as the government became increasingly strapped for cash and capable of taking over those social welfare functions itself, people began to question the usefulness of this arrangement. And all was not well within the church itself. None of the money brought in by the church was spent where it was collected. Everything went into the central coffers and then was doled out by the leadership. The opportunities for misuse of funds and outright corruption are obvious. Bishops and cardinals lived in splendor, but it was not uncommon for village priests to beg their parishioners for food just to stave off starvation. This imbalance angered the lower ranks of the clergy and the Catholic Church. Amazingly, we've come this far in the episode without directly talking about the vast majority of the population of France, the commons. At the time of the Revolution, the Abbé Sieyès estimated there were 96% of the population, but modern historians put it even higher, up to 98%. The vast majority of commoners were peasants, non-nobles who lived in rural areas and were involved in agriculture. Over three-quarters of the total population of France were peasants. France was a rural country during this period, more so than any country on earth today. Paris was the only city of any considerable size, and in 1789, just over 500,000 of France's 23 million people lived there. Bordeaux, Marseille, and Lyon, the cities that could plausibly claim to be France's second city, all had under 100,000 people. 80% of the population lived outside towns and cities, often very far outside. A census after the Revolution found that about one-third of the residents of France lived in a settlement of fewer than 35 people. In the poor, rural Vendée region of western France, there was only one town of over 1,000 people in 1789. With such an isolated, dispersed population, most inhabitants of rural France had no concept of national identity as Frenchmen, or even of regional or provincial identities. Many of them, it would have been rare to ever see a strange face. Many people probably lived and died without ever encountering anyone other than a few dozen family members, neighbors, and the occasional traveling merchant. With such little interaction with the wider world, there was little need to think of grand, abstract identity like nationality or ethnicity. The French language, as we know it, was the official language of the royal government, but was only the common spoken language of a small region around Paris and the educated people scattered through the country. Language and dialect was a spectrum in this sense. you were to travel from, say, Paris to Rome today, you'd probably hear French every day of your trip until you cross the border, then Italian every day of your trip until you reach Rome. Same trip in 1750, change would happen in degrees. Every day, the speech of the local people would sound a little bit further from quote-unquote standard French spoken in Paris, a little more southern, a little closer to Italian or Spanish or Catalan. It'd be hard to put your finger on exactly where you passed the linguistic border between dialects or languages. If there was anything united the scattered people of France, it was Catholicism, which had a presence in every corner of the country and was the religion of about 98% of the population. There was a Jewish population in Paris and in far eastern provinces along the Rhine, and pockets of Protestants too, mostly in the south, but most French people would live their whole lives without laying eyes on someone who wasn't Catholic. But Catholicism was far from uniform. A diverse, spread out country, it's no surprise the church struggled to enforce orthodoxy. People often preferred their own local ways of life. They venerated their own unofficial saints, celebrated their own festivals and rituals without sanction from the church. Take one example. In southeastern France, a cult developed around a local saint called Saint Nicolas. There were many such local cults, but Nicolas' case is unusual because he was not a human being, he was a dog. The faithful saw him as a protector of babies. Mothers of sick infants would take them to the woods in a secret ritual to ask the dog saint for a cure, practiced with some obvious pagan overtones. Despite the official disapproval of the church, the veneration of Saint Jean the dog continued until the 20th century. I think that's a good window into the world of rural France in this period. Peasant life was small and parochial to a degree that's hard to imagine for people like us who live in constant communication with the wider world. Their lives were still dominated by magic and superstition, devoid of modern concepts that would shape the lives of their descendants, like national identity, affiliation with broad social and political movements. The rural peasantry has a small impact on our story relative to its size, but we shouldn't forget they're there, even if they're often in the background. Rural France was entering a crisis in the late 18th century, and that crisis would be a decisive factor in the coming revolution. The peasants lived in crushing poverty by our standards, and the late 18th century was getting worse. On the eve of the revolution, many peasants, perhaps even a majority, were unable to meet their financial obligations to the taxman and their feudal lords. Many were unable even to provide for their own basic needs. Starvation was common in the countryside. Others turned to banditry when times were hard. With that said, it might be surprising to hear that many peasants actually owned property. Up to one-third of the territory of France was owned by peasants, and many who didn't own the land they worked had fairly generous permanent leasing. It wasn't rent that drove people into poverty, it was taxes and feudal dues. Taxes to the king sometimes came in the form of flat income taxes, usually paid in grain. The peasants really hated were consumption taxes the royal government levied on dozens of different products and services. And this wasn't just a French phenomenon. The Stamp Act and the Boston Tea Party probably rings some bells with American listeners. The British were introducing these same types of taxes in the 13 colonies during the 18th century, and French peasants paid them just as much as the American colonies. The gabelle was generally considered the worst. It was a tax on salt, which might not sound like a big deal, but salt was an absolute necessity for preserving food, and it grated on the peasants to pay for something they could usually get for free by boiling tea. Feudal dues were paid to the local lord. Almost all the land in France was divided into feudal domains. Working on the land within a lord's domain meant entering into a contract with him that entitled him to a percentage of his produce, along with certain fees and surcharges that varied from place to place. Some peasants were even subject to a kind of labor draft called the corvée, which usually meant doing unpaid construction work a set number of days a year, typically maintaining roads and bridges. In the Middle Ages, there had been a certain logic to feudal dues. The lord was local government, law enforcement, and military protection, and he was expected to have a kind of paternalistic relationship with the peasants. In theory, at least, this was a reciprocal partnership, not equal partnership, of course, but one in which both sides got something. that wasn't really the case anymore by the 18th century. In most places in France, the central government had taken over most of the administrative functions, and most nobles preferred living large in Versailles or Paris, acting as a local patriarch to a bunch of country bumpkins. So the nobility was providing less to the peasants than ever before, but they were actually demanding more. France experienced inflation. Aristocrats found that what was adequate to fund their lifestyle one year was enough the next. Remember, just getting a job was illegal for an aristocrat, so to raise cash, it was very common for nobles to hire lawyers who specialized in legal contracts to examine their holdings with a fine-tooth comb, looking for old types of fees or taxes that hadn't been collected for decades, or really any loophole or bit of fine print to squeeze more money out of the peasants. Taxes from the central government were rising as well. To try to control their ballooning debt and constant budget shortfalls, royal ministers increased taxes, and with the clergy and nobility mostly exempt, that meant more money from the peasantry. It was easy for the powerful to squeeze the peasants. They didn't have much recourse but to tighten their belts and try to survive. But by the late 18th century, anxiety and anger was building in the countryside. When that type of resentment exists and can't be expressed through any legal avenue, it can come out in shocking, sometimes violent ways. During the days of the Revolution, that's just what happened. City dwellers always get more attention than rural people in histories of the day. In part, that's because we have better records of their lives, but also because the urban population of France, or Paris, played a central role in the events of the Revolution. It's hard to overestimate how dominant Paris was, and still is, in the French economic, political, and cultural life. It's not much of an exaggeration to say Paris was the only city in France. In fact, one way to look at the entire revolution is the Parisian Revolution, the city that was central in economic and cultural life, asserting the same type of dominant role in the political system, imposing its values and standards on a diverse rural country. Just like London, people streamed into Paris from the countryside in this era. Like immigrants from a foreign country today, newcomers often clustered together with others from their region in certain neighborhoods and professions. You might hear only the Provençal dialect of southern France on one street, then turn the corner and find everyone speaking a Roman dialect. Women from Britain tended to work as maids, and a portion of Parisian chimney sweeps came from Savoy, the Alps, in Italy. The most famous group of French city dwellers of this era were the urban underclass, famously known as the sans-culottes, which literally means without breeches. Breeches were in style, but pants were cheaper. Ever fashion conscious, supposedly it was only truly destitute Frenchmen who wore pants. Thus, the nickname was born. Generally speaking, the sans-culotte was the poorest and most miserable people. Sometimes even depicted as a kind of Marxist industrial proletariat, but that's not really accurate. Like I mentioned last episode, it's way too early to be talking about industrialization in Britain, and France was further away. If the sans-culotte worked at all, it was unskilled labor, sometimes manufacturing, but the most common profession among them was actually service in a wealthy household. Jobs like stable hand, chambermaid, coachman, or kitchen assistant to some aristocrat or rich merchant, which certainly adds a personal edge to some of the notorious mob violence of the revolution, doesn't it? Those without permanent employment scraped by as laborers and petty criminals, or survived on charity, or simply didn't survive at all. Like London, Paris had a higher death rate than birth rate. Unlike the rural poor, the sans-culotte did have some sense of identity, of their place in the wider world. This is what enabled them to become an effective political force during the revolution. Above the sans-culottes in the urban social hierarchy were what we today might call working class people. Skilled laborers, artisans, tradesmen. They didn't have much, but their existence was relatively comfortable and stable compared to the sans-culottes and to most of the peasantry. Just like today, many of the more well-off within this demographic identified more with the values of the middle class, which may make sense in some cases, but was often more aspirational and practical. Of course, the real movers and shakers of city life were the ascendant middle class, the bourgeoisie. These were merchants, doctors, lawyers, bankers, professional men, and their families. There was a lot of variation in wealth among the bourgeois. For example, a young accountant in a small business might actually be poorer than a prosperous tradesman, but the prestige that comes with an education and what we call white-collar work would have put him higher up on the social ladder than a butcher or a tailor. On the other end of the spectrum, some of the richest men in the kingdom were technically considered middle class. That status would only change if they used their wealth and obtained a noble title. The bourgeoisie were only a small minority of the total urban population. Their importance to the economy meant that pre-revolutionary city life often reflected their tastes and their values more than anyone else's. At the beginning of the 18th century, they mostly aped the aristocrats in their behavior and outlook. But as their general level of wealth and education grew and Enlightenment ideas took root, the bourgeoisie grew in self-confidence and began to emerge as a distinct social class with its own identity and interests. As the middle class matured, their idolization of the aristocracy began to curdle into resentment of unearned noble privilege. Increasingly, the middle classes were the economic engine and social backbone of France. Just as in Britain, business, manufacturing, and trade were becoming more lucrative and more important than agriculture. But unlike their British counterparts, the French middle class was not rising in status as they grew in importance. The upper ranks of the army and navy remained closed to them. Their children were barred from the best schools. They were required to bow and genuflect and make way on public roads when they encountered a noble. They certainly weren't allowed any say in the country's political life. The bourgeoisie began to feel they were entitled to more. In their minds, they steered the economy and increasingly the cultural and intellectual scene as well. And yet, society treated them as inferiors to useless, idle nobles who only claimed a status when born with the right last name. The bourgeoisie wanted a meritocracy. They believed they were meritorious people whose talents and contributions deserved a reward. This middle-class anger at noble privilege and aspiration to political power was a major motivating factor behind the revolution. At least, that's one view of the French bourgeoisie that was dominant among historians for most of the 20th century. Some more recent scholars have poked some holes in this consensus, pointing out that the separation between the middle class and the aristocracy wasn't quite as clear and simple as it sometimes portrayed. Their research has shown that many of the proto-capitalist ventures in 19th century France were actually driven by the royal government or by aristocrats, and many of the richest among the bourgeoisie were able to use their wealth to obtain a noble title and integrate into the aristocracy. So maybe there wasn't such a clear-cut class conflict between the capitalist middle class and the agrarian aristocracy. For my own 2 cents, I do think there was a real friction caused by the fact that the middle class was growing in importance but remained disenfranchised. It seems clear that France's transition from a feudal agrarian economy, which favored the aristocracy, to an early capitalist economy, which favored the bourgeoisie, was not smooth and led to social problems that contributed to the revolution. But I do think we should be skeptical of explanations of the revolution that portray it as nothing more than a conflict between the old economy and the new economy. That strikes me as implicit. So that was France before the revolution. Louis XIV had brought the country to unprecedented heights of power and pioneered methods of administration and governance that were the key to success for 18th century government. But the glories of the Sun King's regime were shallow. Louis modernized France, but modernity brought deep fundamental social problems to the surface and unleashed forces that his successors could not control. Neither the regent, Philippe, nor Louis XV ever mastered or even really understood the system their predecessor created. France had shown so much promise at the end of the 17th century, but by the time Louis XVI took the throne in 1774, the cracks were showing. This remarkable decline actually helped motivate much of the French Enlightenment political and economic theory. These thinkers wanted to understand and analyze what happened, where the country had gone wrong. Some of them even came up with some pretty good answers, but it didn't matter. The government had become too sclerotic to implement the types of bold reforms that philosophers advocated. The country seemed to be losing confidence. Imagine if today, after all the talk of China's rise over the last few decades, growth suddenly stopped, and China began to stagnate and decline, and that there was no one obvious explanation. Given how intellectual and politicians who talk about it and try to imagine society for an explanation and a solution. I think that's a decent metaphor for what was going on in France in the late 18th century. This was a big part of the reason people were so ecstatic when Louis XVI took the throne. It seems like maybe he was the right person to end the slump and put the country back on an upward trajectory. But we know he wasn't the man for the job, and the French would find out soon enough. I think we'll leave things there for now. I bit off a bit more than I could chew with this episode and didn't have time to cover everything I wanted to. So I'm going to do a mini episode early next week with some more France content. Next episode after that will be on 18th century warfare and military life and the Revolutionary French Army. One last thing, the fundraiser is still going strong. Bonus episode will be in a couple weeks, so you don't have much longer to sign up if you want to submit a topic. I think I'll set Sunday the 28th of May as the deadline for submission. That's Moni D, 9 Prairial for those of you in French Revolutionary time. Visit patreon.com/Age of Napoleon if you want. Anyway, that's all for today. See you next time.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solver. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, episode 5.5, The Doomed Regime. Thanks for joining me. As promised, we're going to dig a bit deeper into France in this half episode, as kind of a supplemental to episode 5. I hope last time gave you a decent picture of the broad historical narrative and social structure of France in the 18th century. Today I'd like to focus on foreign affairs and the country's political and economic organization, or lack thereof. As we discussed last time, Louis XIV, Sun King, was the original absolute monarch. He tried to centralize political authority in the government and take it away from the nobility. So what did that actually mean? We've talked a bit in earlier episodes about the representative bodies that existed in feudal monarchies, institutions like the Polish Sejm or the British Parliament. France had its own version. The first was the États Généraux, usually referred to in English as the Estates General. It was roughly equivalent to a modern national parliament. It had 3 chambers, one for the clergy, one for the nobles, and one for the commoners. In principle, the king needed the consent of the Estates General to raise taxes. In practice, there were lots of ways for French kings to get around principle and raise funds on their own. And there was no legal requirement for king to call a meeting regularly, so he often simply didn't. It was risky for the king to call a meeting. The Estates General had enough political power to cause trouble if they wanted to, and he could predict how a group of several hundred might behave. There were seats reserved for commoners and low-ranking clergy, people who were obscure to the central government, who knew where their loyalties lay or what ideas they might have. Yes, that is foreshadowing. The kings of France had little incentive to ever call the Estates. For over a century, they decided it wasn't worth the risk. The Estates General did not meet once between 1614 and 1789. The Estates General were a massively important force in the history of the Revolution, but they were dormant for most of the 18th century. For most of the period, the main representative bodies in France were regional assemblies of nobles that met in each province, called the Parlement. The number of Parlement fluctuated a bit during the 1700s, but there were always around 30. Despite the name, a Parlement was not really like a parliament in the modern sense. You might see them described sometimes as courts of law. That's partially accurate. They did hear court cases and functioned kind of like a supreme court for the province, but they had a lot of other functions as well. The most important political function of the Parlement was registering royal decrees. Effectively, laws and orders from the royal government did not take effect in the province until they were registered, officially approved and promulgated by the local Parlement. Pretty weak stuff compared to the powers of, say, the British Parliament or the Polish Sejm, but Parliament could try to check the power of the king by delaying or even refusing registration. There really is no good modern equivalent of the Parliament. They had all kinds of unusual powers and practices you wouldn't expect from a modern legislature or a modern court. These weren't institutions governed by any single rationally developed constitution or set of procedures. The Parlement ran on a complicated, amorphous collection of traditions and precedents that had accrued piece by piece over centuries, and no two assemblies in the country operated exactly the same. Some of these traditions look a little absurd to modern eyes. For example, if the members chose to refuse registration of a decree, the king could effectively force it through using a legal procedure called the lit de justice, which literally means bed of justice. To invoke this procedure, the king had to show up at the Parlement in person, a big, comfy, bed-like throne, hence the name. Famously, and perhaps predictably, Louis XVI once fell asleep during a lit de justice. I think that's more than just a funny anecdote. It goes to show how committed the Parlement were to maintaining tradition, even if it meant adhering to a farce like the lit de justice. This was quite rational on their part. The Parlement represented the interests of the nobles, whose political and social rights came from tradition. Upholding the principle of deference to tradition helped protect those rights. Louis XIV was not a fan of the Parlement. They were one of the chief obstacles to royal power, and had been a major force behind some of the civil wars that tore France apart when Louis was a child. He curtailed many of their powers. This enabled him to implement legislation quickly without having to worry about keeping the Parlement happy, which is a big part of the reason he was able to transform France so quickly, so profoundly. In the power struggle after Louis XIV's death, Philippe, Duc d'Orléans, emerged as regent for the young Louis XV. Philippe had power, but he also had a problem. The Sun King's will greatly restricted the powers of the regent, and specifically named other men with whom he was supposed to share power. Philippe wanted more, but the dead king's wishes were clear. The only legal way for him to rule as he wished would be to somehow change the will. Issues of wills and inheritance were dealt with by the courts, in this case, the Parlement of Paris. Philippe asked them to amend the will. The members of the Parlement saw an opportunity. They could demand almost anything from the most powerful man in France. They agreed to amend the will, effectively handing total power over to Philippe, but only under the condition that he restore all the powers of the Parlement that had been lost under Louis XIV. Not just their own powers. They wanted every Parlement in France fully restored as well. They held all the cards, and Philippe had little choice but to agree. With their legal powers restored, the Parlement set about reasserting themselves politically. Over the next few decades, the Parlement and the representatives of the royal government waged bureaucratic and political war on one another all over France. With this struggle distracting them, confusion reigned and the quality of administration suffered. In those years, it must have seemed like chaos, the sole guiding principle of French administration. The competition between the Parlement and the royal bureaucracy was just one of many sources of trouble. France was just as fractured economically as it was politically. Within the kingdom's borders, there were hundreds of arbitrary trade barriers. These usually came in the form of tariffs or tolls. There might be a customs barrier between two provinces, or maybe between a town and the surrounding countryside, or some other property line. Sometimes they didn't correspond to anything at all. A tariff barrier might be the only remnant of some long outdated political boundary. Nobles, guilds, or religious institutions were sometimes given monopoly rights to over a certain good or service in the resident area. The right to engage in international trade was strictly controlled as well, with licenses, tariffs, and quotas. Weights and measures were not standardized. A pound in one village might be a pound and a half in the next, and two-thirds of a pound in the one after that. That might not sound like a big deal, but it's hard to do business with someone when you can't even agree on the quantities you're buying and selling. With all these official headaches to deal with, it's no surprise that a lot of people who wanted to engage in commerce just didn't bother and engaged in smuggling, black market trade instead. All this economic stuff can get a bit boring, but it has serious consequences. People starved to death while surplus grain rotted only a few miles away just because it was across some trade not worth paying tariffs to export. It's important to note that what we're talking about here isn't protectionism. Modern day protectionists believe in targeted trade behaviors that they contend will serve the common good by stimulating some industry or serving some social purpose. The 18th century French system wasn't designed by economists through some rational process. These barriers weren't targeted, they were totally arbitrary, cobbled together piecemeal over the course of centuries. The only guiding principles of this system were inertia, blind deference to tradition, and political expedience. No modern person with even a basic understanding of economics would design a system like this. The arbitrary, needlessly complicated restrictions on trade in 18th century France contributed to poverty and suffering. And I don't think any modern economist of any ideological persuasion would dispute. It was actually in France in this era that the discipline of economics as we know it was invented by a group of enlightened intellectuals who called themselves economists. You could almost say that the system had so many different faults and so pointlessly complicated that people had to invent an entirely new type of intellectual inquiry just to contemplate how bad it was. It's probably clear by now that you can fill a lot of airtime just talking about the various dysfunctions of 18th century. But this is supposed to be a mini episode, so before it balloons any further, let's move on to French foreign policy. As I mentioned last time, massive territorial and military expansion under Louis XIV caused concern in almost every courtroom. When the Sun King took the throne, the French army had about 60,000 men. Near the end of his reign, it peaked at over 600,000, more than 10 times bigger. And the army increased in quality as well, with new tactics, training, and organization. There was a massive shipbuilding campaign for the Navy as well. Afraid of what such an ambitious king could accomplish with this powerful military, other European powers banded together in coalitions to contain France. They were never quite able to land a knockout blow on Louis, but this stiff resistance slowed French expansion and cost valuable manpower and resources. Louis XIV set long-term strategic foreign policy goals for France that would be pursued by basically every French government we're going to talk about on this show. Louis's ambition was achieving what the French referred to as the country's natural borders. Basically, if you look at a topographical map of Europe, you'll see the French border roughly corresponds with several major geographic features. The English Channel to the north, the Atlantic Ocean to the west, the Pyrenees Mountains to the southwest, the Mediterranean to the south, the Alps to the southeast, and the Rhine River to the east. Crossing any of those natural barriers was a major undertaking for an army of this era. Defenders had a huge advantage when holding a riverbed or a mountain pass compared to facing enemy on the ground, and D-Day style amphibious invasions were practically impossible with 18th century technology. To secure the country's long-term security, French foreign policy wanted to conform France's borders to these natural boundaries. That would mean annexing all the land between the seas, the mountains, and the Rhine, or failing that, achieving as much influence and control as possible over the independent states within that region. With these geographic fortifications on every border, they hoped to make France permanently safe from foreign invasion. You might remember in episode 4 I mentioned that a major goal of British foreign policy was preventing France from controlling any of the ports in modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands that could be used to invade Britain. Well, most of those ports are on the French side of the Rhine, so within the so-called natural border. If you ever wondered why France and Britain fought each other so often during this era, there's a big piece of the puzzle right there. Their fundamental national security goals were in direct conflict. The famous Franco-British rivalry wasn't actually that intense during the Renaissance. The British generally considered Spain their number one enemy, and the French tended to focus on Austria. But hostility really began to heat up during this period. The British felt threatened by any French influence in the Low Countries, and the French felt threatened unless they had control over the Low Countries. Combine that conflict with colonial and commercial competition, and you have a recipe for decades of struggle. A decent-sized chunk of the Holy Roman Empire was also on the wrong side of the Rhine. So this ambition to achieve the natural borders also brought France into conflict with Austrian foreign policy. Maintaining Habsburg dominance over the Holy Roman Empire meant fighting to defend it when threatened. Despite the opposition of these two great powers, Louis XIV made huge gains in his drive for the natural borders. But after his death, progress stalled. French armies were no longer the dominant force they'd been during the Sun King's glory years. Worse, when the French army did win conquests, the government seemed incapable of holding on to them at the negotiating table. This inflamed public opinion. The army captured and occupied most of modern Belgium during the War of the Austrian Succession, then relinquished it right back to Austria in the treaty after the war. France had been allied with the Prussians, on the winning side, but gained almost nothing in the peace. Public outrage was so great that idioms entered the lexicon. A Frenchman who wanted to call someone foolish would say he was as stupid as the beast. Doing a hard job with little or no compensation was referred to as working for the King of Prussia. During the 7 Years' War, the French army again seized valuable strategic territory, and again handed it right back at the end of the war, this time without even bothering to negotiate. Louis XV considered it dishonorable to conquer through diplomatic tricks. France's enemies paid back Louis's chivalry by taking over much of the French colonial empire at the peace settlement. When people criticized the king for not even trying to strike a bargain for some of the conquered land, but I'm the king of France, not a shopkeeper. Think of how that might sound to the soldiers who made sacrifices in this campaign, or to the people who lost friends or family in the war. Have I mentioned that everyone hated Louis XV? France intervened in the American War of Independence, largely to avenge the unhappy result of the 7 Years' War. And it was a very shrewd move. The British were defeated with a fraction of the time and effort expended in the 7 Years' War. But once again, the French government did not deliver at the treaty talks. The British much preferred giving concessions to the weak, far-away United States over conceding anything that might strengthen France, a powerful rival right across the English Channel. The resulting treaty was very generous to the Americans, but the French only gained a few small colonial outposts. Even after a clear, convincing victory, France was not 1 inch closer to achieving Louis's ambition for the natural borders. It must have been emotionally satisfying to avenge the 7 Years' War, but intervening in the American War of Independence was a net negative for France. On top of financing their own operations, the French had subsidized much of the American war effort as well, just as the British had done so effectively for the Prussians during the wars of Frederick the Great. But French finances couldn't stretch as far as the British. The king's chief minister had actually argued against it. He didn't think France could afford it. With apologies to my forefathers, he was probably right. During the war, the government spent twice as much on the war effort alone as it brought in gross revenue. Royal credit tanked. French finances were in a dangerous state before the conflict. The deluge of spending during the American War of Independence pushed them to the point of imminent crisis. So, to tie everything together, the combination of that massive war debt and a series of bad harvests in the 1780s brought France to the breaking point. King Louis XVI had no choice but to introduce radical new economic policies and huge tax cuts. The resurgent Parlement resisted bitterly and defeated or weakened most of his reforms. In 1788, money finally ran out. The king had no choice but to call the Estates General for the first time in over 100 years, thus setting in motion the events that lead to the revolution. I think that's a good stopping point in the narrative. I hope these last two episodes have given you some sense of what France was like before the revolution, and hopefully some hints as to why the old order was headed for such a sudden, dramatic collapse. Because that's how it happened. The monarchy wasn't toppled by some insurgent plot, it faltered in the face of a national crisis. New systems and new leaders rose up out of necessity, only after the old regime had proved itself incapable of addressing the mounting national crisis. That's all for now. Next time, we'll be talking about 18th century warfare and military life. Thanks again to those of you who have contributed to the fundraiser on patreon.com. Submissions for the bonus episode are closing at midnight this Sunday, U.S. Central Standard Time. So better get on that soon. As always, please come say hello on Facebook and Twitter, and please review the show on iTunes. Thanks for listening.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventurers from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
History isn't black and white, yet too often it's presented as such. Grey History, the French Revolution is a long-form history podcast dedicated to exploring the ambiguities and nuances of the past. From a revolution of hope and liberty to the infamous Reign of Terror, you can't understand the modern world without understanding the French Revolution. So search for the French Revolution today.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump, Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers, and I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, Episode 6, King's Army. Thanks for joining us. Our subject today is warfare, military life in the 18th century. The French Revolution would transform the art of war and the relationship between nations and their soldiers forever. But it was in these armies before that transformation that Napoleon and all the other great commanders of this era learned. I know there's some listener interest in the average person's experience of this day, particularly in the lives of common soldiers. As luck would have it, there's an excellent memoir of this period by a reasonably average guy that includes a lot of great information about military life. His name was Ulrich Breker. He was Swiss, but served in the Prussian army during the 7 Years' War. His memoir is called Life Story and Real Adventures of the Poor Man of Toggenburg. Breker came from humble origins and had little formal education, but he was a talented, funny writer with a fantastic eye for detail. I'll be using him as an example as we go along, and his observations to illustrate some of the general concepts we'll be talking about. The 18th century was a transitional period in the history of warfare. In earlier eras, the battlefield was ruled by elite, heavily armored units who fought up close hand to hand. Technological and production improvements in the 17th century made firearms and artillery more accurate, more reliable, lighter, and cheaper. This ushered in a new era in the history of warfare, an era dominated by the firepower of mass formations of infantry armed with muskets. This type of warfare was a far cry from that of armored medieval knights or the colorful mercenary groups of the Renaissance. But among the ruling elite, there were a lot of romantic notions about war that harkened back to earlier eras. Officers tended to see themselves as gentlemen first and foremost, and war as honorable, something to be pursued with dignity and chivalry, even with a degree of restraint. Officers may have perceived some sense of collegial fair play among each other, but this attitude was not extended to the men. Discipline in the 18th century armies was mercilessly brutal. Corporal punishment was widespread. Ordeals like flogging at the Cat of Nine Tails, being forced to stand barefoot on a narrow wooden tent peg for hours at a time, or running the gauntlet, in which a unit was formed into two lines and the condemned man was made to walk between them. Every soldier in the regiment required to strike with a stick and switch. Cruelty could come from your own comrades as well, in the form of hazing rituals and unofficial courts of honor that punished breaches of the unspoken rules of barracks life. And this brutal treatment wasn't just reserved for men convicted of crimes. Physical violence and verbal abuse were key components of training and even of everyday life. Prevailing wisdom was that a climate of fear was necessary to maintain order in camp and discipline on the battlefield. Frederick the Great famously said that he wanted his men to be more afraid of their officers than of the enemy. The Prussian army was generally considered the harshest in Europe. Here's how Ulrich Breker describes the experience of Prussian discipline. We had to watch as they were made to run the gauntlet 8 times, up and down the long avenue of 200 men, until they fell down breathless, and the next day had to do it again. The clothes were torn from their mangled backs, and blows began afresh until clots of blood hung down over their breeches. Besides this, the way things went on the drill ground gave us cause for similar observations. There too we had no end of cursing and blows from minor nobles who liked to wield the whip. Likewise, no end of lamentations from their victims. We ourselves, indeed, were always among the first in our places and exerted ourselves bravely, but it grieved us to the heart nonetheless to see others so unmercifully mishandled for every trifle, and to picture ourselves so shamefully mistreated year upon year, standing often for 5 hours at a time, laced up into our uniforms as tight as a nut, marching up and down poker stiff, continually practicing the arms drill as quick as lightning. And all this with the test of an officer standing before us with a furious face and a cane at the ready, at every moment threatening to cut us down like cabbage stumps. Under this treatment, even the strongest nerved fellows among us grew weak, and the meekest raged with anger. End quote. This was a horrible way to live, but there was a grim logic to this approach. In 18th century warfare, victory often went to the most disciplined troops, the army whose soldiers were best able to ignore their basic human impulses for self-preservation and obey orders like automatons. Winning battles meant continuing to march when you were too tired to march, staying in formation at all costs, calmly closing ranks as your comrades fell around you, moving only in steady lockstep, only firing when ordered. Most importantly of all, it meant never giving in to the basic human instinct to turn tail and run away when faced with danger. If an enemy unit panicked and scattered, they were inviting the enemy to charge in and finish them all off. This was the ideal target for cavalry. Keep your head, stay together, and you might stay alive. Lose your nerve, the last thing you ever hear will likely be hoof beats rapidly approaching from behind. In time, learned to train and motivate them to fight this way of their own free will. For most of the 18th century, the method was to psychologically break recruits and terrorize them into blind obedience. And it worked. Here's how Henry Lloyd, an Englishman who fought for Austria against Frederick the Great, described the Prussian army. Quote, a vast and regular machine. Their victories must be ascribed to this chief, for all the genius of the leader can do nothing without it, and almost everything with it. End quote. Amazingly, there were men who actually volunteered for this. As we've discussed in previous episodes, there was intense poverty in the 18th century Europe. The military was seen as a last resort, but many were forced to take it. Others sided adventure or glory. Petty criminals were often given the choice of serving in the military or serving a prison sentence. The hard party and hard drinking aspects of military culture and the daily ration of liquor or beer issued by most armies attracted destitute alcoholics. Recruiting officers also routinely used deception and what we today would probably classify as kidnapping, particularly in wartime when manpower reserves were stretched. That's how Ulrich Breker ended up in Frederick the Great's army. He took a job as a servant for a rich foreigner named Marconi and faithfully followed his new master right to a Prussian army post where he was inducted into the military. Marconi was a recruiting officer, paid a bounty for every young man he brought in. Here's how Breker described the scene when he arrived at the base. Quote, over his arm, the sergeant major carried a soldier's medal, which he spread out on the table and laying a coin beside it, said, that's for you, my son. I'll bring you your bread ration directly. What, for me? I rejoined. What for? Who sent it? Why, your uniform and your pay, boy. That's a foolish question for a recruit. What? How? A recruit? I replied. God forbid. I never thought of any such thing. No, not in all my life. I am Marconi's servant. That's what I was hired for, nothing else. And no one need tell me otherwise. The sergeant. And I tell you, fellow, that you are a soldier. I'll vouch for that, and there's no more to be said. End quote. It will probably not shock you to hear that desertion was rampant. Conditions were brutal, pay was bad, and many soldiers had no desire to join up in the first place. No one in the 18th century carried identification. It was tantalizingly simple to just slip away. In the British Army, for example, 23% of the men recruited between 1774 and 1780 deserted before the end of their term of service, nearly 1 in 4. Frederick the Great issued a document called the King's Military Instructions. These were a short list of standing orders, procedures, and practices he wanted every Prussian army to follow. The very first order in that document is about preventing desertion, which I think goes to show how seriously he took this problem. In Frederick's own words, through desertion, quote, the army becomes weakened at the very period when its completeness is most essentially necessary. Unless the greatest attention is paid to circumstance, you will lose the best of your forces and never be able to recover yourself. End quote. To prevent desertion, Frederick ordered, among other things, that armies not camp near woods, avoid marching at night, call roll several times a day, and send out cavalry patrols and establish cordons of light infantry to hunt down and capture deserters. He tells officers not to allow their men to, quote, wander about without supervision, even to forage for fresh water. And the men were to be kept busy. Quoting Frederick again, an army is composed for the most part of idle and inactive men, and unless the general has a constant eye upon them and obliges them to do their duty, this artificial machine will very soon fall to pieces. Nothing but the bare idea of a disciplined army will remain. End quote. This almost sounds more like life on a prison chain gang than soldiering. Imagine if tomorrow morning you woke up and there were media reports of troops in your country's military being treated like 18th century criminals. Think of the public reaction. At the very least, some politicians and generals would probably lose their jobs. In the U.S., I'd be worried someone might be killed over it. But in the 18th century, people didn't really care. And this wasn't some secret. The brutality of military life is depicted pretty explicitly in Voltaire's Candide, for example. And that was the most popular book of the century. Clearly, cultural attitudes towards the military were very different in the 1700s. This was not an era in which supporting the troops was considered a civic virtue. Soldiers were a scorned class of outcasts. Generally, common people feared and distrusted them, and the elite despised them as degenerates and criminals. This attitude began to change during and after the French Revolution, but as late as 1813, the Duke of Wellington famously called his own men scum of the earth. When Ulrich Breaker was in New York, here's how a veteran soldier explained their lot. Quote, "Alas we, poor dogs, that have been cast away or sold, fit only to be despised in time of peace, in war to be stabbed or shot." End quote. In pre-revolutionary Paris, there were signs in public parks reading, "No soldiers, no prostitutes." I think that shows you pretty clearly where soldiers ranked in the 18th century European social strata. Of course, little of this bad reputation rubbed off on the officers. The officer corps in most of Europe was still very much the preserve of the nobility. Leading men into battle was seen as an honorable occupation, even though actually being one of those men was not. Strange state of affairs, but then again, there are some glaring contradictions in the way almost every society views war. The aristocratic pretensions of the officer class sometimes bordered on the absurd. At the Battle of Fontenoy in 1745, the 1st Regiment of Foot Guards, the most elite unit in the British Army, found themselves face to face with the Garde Française, the most elite unit in the French Army. As the two units faced each other in line formation, officers from each side stepped forward, bowed, and doffed their caps to each other. After a few flowery aristocratic insults, an English officer invited the French to fire first, calling out, "Gentlemen of the French Guards, fire!" His French counterpart demurred, answering, "Gentlemen, we never fire first. Fire yourselves." This strange little standoff ultimately ended with the French firing first. The English foot guards got the better of that particular exchange, but the British Army lost the battle, so not sure what lesson we can take from that result. The incident passed into history as an example of old-fashioned chivalry, but the side that fired first was usually at a disadvantage. So this is more a case of high-class trash talk than gentlemanly refinement. Still, it's an odd way to conduct yourself given the circumstances. And there is something about the event that feels ritualistic and archaic, out of place in the so-called Age of Reason. Blue blood and wealth were the most important factors in achieving high military, just as they had been for over 1,000 years of European history. But that old way of doing things was under pressure in these changing times. After all, this was the age of the Enlightenment. Many educated people worshipped rationality and empiricism, and it was getting hard to defend this system on rational grounds. War was becoming more like a science. An officer needed a good understanding of geometry to effectively command artillery and engineering to build and maintain fortifications. Armies were getting bigger and their supply needs were getting more complex. A good general needed a solid understanding of logistics as much as the intangible chivalric qualities that supposedly came from breeding. To meet these challenges, many armies introduced merit-based promotion in branches of service that required a lot of technical knowledge, like the artillery or the engineering force, and even allowed commoners to become officers in these branches. Governments opened military academies where cadets would learn about tactics and strategy and chemistry, rather than going to war as boys and learning how to be an officer from their elders, as might happen in earlier generations. Still, it was only so far a man could climb without money, the right last name, and good connections. A great example of this is the career of a French officer named Lazare Carnot. Carnot was one of the great military geniuses of this era, and would go on to play a huge role in the revolution. Before 1789, he was already well known within the military as a reformer with big ideas about the future of the French army. He also had a reputation in intellectual circles for his contributions to the field of science, mathematics, and engineering, which he did as a hobby in his spare time. He was widely considered to be the greatest mind in the French army, and for good reason, but he was also a commoner. Carnot was an engineer, and commoners were allowed to serve as officers in that branch of the French military, but not to rise above the relatively junior rank of captain. He was in his late 30s when the revolution broke out, still only a captain after almost 2 decades of service. Aristocratic officers would have considered it an embarrassment to have stayed in the army that long without achieving a higher rank, but that was the best Carnot could hope for under the old system. despite being known as one of France's most brilliant officers. So when the time came, Captain Carnot supported the revolution. Put in this situation, wouldn't you? The old army was not interested in putting the talents of someone like him to good use. Maybe it never would be, but he had a contribution to make. The revolution offered him a chance to make it. Captain Carnot took his chance and tried to make a mark on history instead of remaining in obscurity. So that's what an 18th century army looked like. Lots of sullen, unwilling soldiers being mistreated by often unqualified officers. Not a pretty picture. But how did they actually perform? Battles of the 18th century were very small compared to what would come after the Revolution. For instance, the biggest battle of the 7 Years' War included about 80,000 men total on both sides. Over 500,000 men participated in Napoleon's biggest battle. There are a couple reasons for this. First, pre-revolutionary European states were just not as effective at recruiting and training. Second, even if they had managed to somehow concentrate all the men for a single battle, their logistics systems would have been overwhelmed trying to keep such a small area supplied with enough food and equipment for hundreds of thousands. But most importantly, that's just not the way pre-revolutionary powers fought wars. When we think of great powers fighting each other, we tend to imagine a war effort like World War I or World War II, conflicts in which entire populations were mobilized and governments requisitioned every necessary resource to fight for national survival. That type of war is called total war, and it did not yet exist in the 18th century. Scholars classify the conflicts of this era as limited war. There was no mass mobilization, not for military service, not for war production. Governments took out loans and raised taxes for military spending, but they didn't resort to anything truly drastic, like using emergency control over parts of the economy. The 7 Years' War was a massive global conflict involving almost every major European country, waged on 5 continents. But even at its height, life didn't change very much for most Europeans. Unless someone close to them was in the military, or they had the misfortune of living in the path of one of the armies, many average people were probably only dimly aware there was a war going on at all. 18th century states didn't really have the capabilities or know-how to wage total war. But even if they had, why wouldn't they? As you'll recall from earlier episodes, for the great powers of this era, losing a war usually just meant giving up a few border provinces or colonies to treaty negotiations. Why bankrupt the government, ruin the economy, and kill off a generation of young men over something so trivial? After all, there'll probably be another war in a couple of years. You can always win it back. Armies were expensive. They cost money to feed and equip, of course. And from the state's perspective, every veteran soldier had a great deal of time and money invested in it. Turning a raw recruit into a model soldier was a slow process. Sure, they could march and fire a musket after only 2 months' training, but it took years of accrued experience, drill, and, let's be honest here, indoctrination for that man to truly fight and march like a veteran. 18th century commanders viewed experienced men as precious, finite resources. They considered it foolish to risk too many of them on the outcome of a single battle. Fighting in too many large, costly engagements was seen as a mark of incompetence in a dictator. Even if he usually won, he was reckless. Command of an army was a solemn, sacred charge, and the commander's first duty was to preserve it. So wars were fought cautiously, deliberately, like a chess match between two conservative players. It was quite common for opposing armies to maneuver around each other for months without fighting a major engagement. Sometimes an entire campaign season would come and go without a big battle. Both armies would leave their winter quarters, march around the theater of war for 9 months, raiding, fighting small skirmishes, then march back to their winter quarters with nothing involved. There was another reason wars were fought at this slow pace. Maybe an obvious one. Armies of this era couldn't move very quickly. 15 miles per day was a remarkably fast-paced march for this. Most armies did closer to 10. That's between 24 and 16 kilometers a day according to metric miles. And that was under ideal conditions. Over rough terrain or with some unforeseen delay, it could be much less. To put in perspective just how slow that is, it takes a person walking at an average pace a little under 5 hours to walk 15 miles. So what slowed these guys down? For one thing, benefactor Frederick the Great's instructions to his generals to prevent desertion. No shortcuts through the woods, no pushing a few extra hours into the night to make up for lost time, no complicated maneuvers that might split the army up and prevent them from forming that barrier of light infantry cordons and cavalry. Soldiers were not allowed to leave the march column for any reason without the direct supervision of an officer. This really slowed down foraging, the process by which parties of soldiers ran out across the countryside to buy or requisition food from local civilians. Since they couldn't reliably supply themselves this way, 18th century armies had to travel with huge, slow-moving supply trains. Armies on the march were organized, above all, to stop the soldiers from fleeing, not to maximize speed. And the attitude of the soldiers must have made a difference in the speed of the army. You know, many of them didn't want to be there in the first place. A huge proportion of soldiers probably loathed their officers and didn't even really care who won the war they were fighting in. Feeling force can push people to the point of exhaustion, but I think you need some level of sincere belief to inspire them to push past that. With all of that said, on occasion, these lumbering, unhappy masses of petty criminals and kidnapping victims did bump into each other and fight a battle. Battles tended to start with small skirmishes between cavalry and scouts, as each army attempted to do reconnaissance and disrupt the enemy as they deployed their main force. Once battles started in earnest, they usually look like the ones you see in movies. Thin lines of infantry marching towards one another and getting shockingly close before the first shot was fired. Firearms technology had improved by leaps and bounds, but it was still comically bad by modern standards. Americans might know the famous command from the Battle of Bunker Hill during the American War of Independence. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Well, that actually wasn't that unusual. Soldiers generally weren't ordered to fire on the enemy until they were closer than 50 yards, or about 45 meters maximum. Even at close range, by some estimates, less than 1% of rounds fired actually struck an enemy soldier. The reloading process was cumbersome and complicated. Under combat conditions, the average soldier could only fire his weapon 2 or 3 times a minute. To our eyes, soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder in those 18th century line formations looked like sitting ducks, maybe even a little ridiculous. But with such inaccurate, cumbersome weapons, the only way to guarantee hitting anything was to get as many men as possible firing at the same target. These tight formations also allowed them to cluster together quickly in the event of a cavalry charge. It was very easy for troopers on horseback to ride down and kill a single infantry soldier, much more difficult to charge through a row of raised bayonets. Soldiers would fire their muskets as a group in unison. These bursts of firepower are called volleys. This maximized the psychological impact on the enemy and allowed officers to control the timing and pacing. With the slow rate of fire, officers would often form their lines 2 or 3 men deep, and each layer of the line, so to speak, would take turns firing, thus reducing the time between volleys. A man armed with a musket was very vulnerable while reloading. It was a complicated multi-step process that required a lot of his attention. The period of lull between firing a volley and having the next shot ready was dangerous. Two opposing units might fire a few volleys back and forth at each other, or they might hammer away for quite some time. But almost inevitably, eventually, one side would sense a moment of weakness in the other, or gain some temporary advantage, and seize the opportunity by charging with bayonets. Sometimes this would result in hand-to-hand combat, but quite often soldiers on the receiving end of a bayonet charge would simply turn tail and run. Like I said, commanders usually didn't order a charge unless the enemy was already wavering and weakened, and facing the enemy close with a bayonet is a lot more psychologically difficult than firing at them from a distance. The line formations popular during this period were designed to maximize firepower. They weren't very effective for fast assaults with hand-to-hand weapons. Shock tactics, as military theorists call them. That's why infantry usually only charged at an enemy who was already near the breaking point. It's a style of warfare that favored the defensive and firepower rather than the offensive and shock tactics. As I mentioned at the beginning, artillery was improved during this period as well. Cannons were becoming more accurate, and more importantly, mobile. But as often happens in the history of warfare, tactics hadn't quite caught up with technology. You might compare the use of artillery in this period to the use of tanks and airplanes in the First World War. They certainly played a role, but military commanders were still learning their capabilities, and it wouldn't be until decades later that they'd be used to their full potential. By the late 18th century, it was feasible to move artillery around the battlefield as needed, but commanders took full advantage of this advance. Oftentimes, cannons would simply be scattered around the field before a battle on any patches of high ground, and commanders would just do the best. Cavalry was declining in importance. A man on a horse is a pretty big target for a poorly trained infantryman with an accurate 18th century musket, and it was almost impossible for cavalry to break through tight formations of bayonet-armed infantry as long as the infantry kept their nerve. There were still grand cavalry charges, just as there would be for another century of European history, but they were more dangerous, less effective than the previous decades. But the cavalry played many other roles. They were scouts and screens, gathering intelligence from the opposing army and preventing enemy horsemen from doing the same. They raided supplies and disrupted communication. In big battles, the cavalry's speed made them ideal for harassing the enemy rear and flank and pursuing defeated enemy units. And they could still be devastating against infantry out of formation or unaware. So that's the theory behind these 18th century battles. But the experience was something else entirely. The dominant sensation for most participants was probably confusion. Gunpowder of this era was fouler, more malignant stuff than the gunpowder some of you might be familiar with today. It produced much more smoke. That smoke was thicker, darker, and physically stung the eyes. This was even worse for the common infantryman. Firing a musket involved setting off a gunpowder charge just below the shooter's cheek, potentially sending a little plume of noxious smoke right into his eye. Firing a lot of rounds in quick succession would leave the side of the face scorched, a bad sunburn. With tens of thousands of muskets and dozens of cannon all firing at the same time for hours on end, battlefields quickly became covered in a thick, stinging haze of gunpowder smoke. Many accounts of battles from this period mention the lack of visibility. Remember, the most important thing for an infantryman was to stay with the unit, stay in formation. That's the biggest practical reason for all the colorful flags and uniforms of this era. It's easier for the unit to stick together if they can all recognize each other instantly through the fog of war. It would have been almost as hard to hear as it was to see. Muskets were incredibly loud. Most fired around less than half the size of a modern military rifle, but their design was much less efficient. It took a lot of that low-quality gunpowder to propel the shot with enough force to do any damage. The sound of one musket going off might be enough to make your ears ring if you're close enough. And remember, most of the shooting in these battles was done in volleys, with as many as several hundred men all clustered together firing at once. It got loud. On top of that, there would have been the noise from artillery, officers shouting commands, and of course, the cries of the wounded. With the senses under assault, the average participant in an 18th century battle often had little idea what was going on more than a few feet away. Maybe the relentless drill and discipline makes a little more sense in this context. A disoriented, frightened soldier could rely on his training. He could forget about trying to interpret the confusing, hellish world around him and concentrate on obeying his superiors, on going through those same familiar motions he practiced 1,000 times on the parade ground. Our buddy Ulrich Breaker fought in only one battle, the Battle of Lobosek. This was the first major engagement of the 7 Years' War. Not a particularly important one, but representative enough for our purposes. Here's some of Breaker's description. At 6 o'clock, the artillery fire was already thundering from our front line, as well as from the Imperial batteries, so fiercely that the coming cannonballs sped as far as our regiment, which was in the second line. Until then, I had always hoped to steal away before a battle. Now I saw no way of escape before me nor behind, neither to the left nor to the right, and meanwhile we continued to advance. Now my heart sank into my boots. I would have liked to creep into the belly of the earth. And a similar fear, indeed a deathly pallor, was soon to be seen on every face, even of those who had so far feigned courage. The brandy flasks that every soldier carried flew empty through the air amid the cannonballs. for most men drank their little store to the last drop, to the tune of courage today and maybe no need of a dram tomorrow. We remained under the enemy's cannon fire until near 11 o'clock. I was already feeling less afraid at the beginning, though volleys were carrying men away from near me on both sides, and the field was already strewn with dead and wounded. I'll skip a little exposition here. Basically, Breaker is part of a contingent that gets moved to face a threat on another part of the battle. He uses the word Pondur in the next passage. It's a type of light infantry soldier in the Austrian military. Just like the U.S. Army traditionally calls its light infantry Rangers, the Austrians called some of theirs Pondurs. Anyway, as soon as our vanguard reached the summit, a terrible hail of musket fire burst out. Now we could see where the trap was laid in our path. Several thousand Imperial Pondurs had moved up on the other side of the hill, expressly to attack our army in the rear. Only a few minutes more, and they would have taken the heights, and we could have gotten the worst of it. An indescribable slaughter took place before we could drive the Pondurs out from among the trees. Our advanced troops suffered severely, but the rear ranks pressed after them at breakneck speed, until at last we had all reached the heights. There we had to go stumbling over the heaps of dead and wounded. Our native Prussians sprang upon the Pondurs like furies. I too was quite beside myself with heat and excitement. Conscious of no fear or repugnance, I loosed off nearly all of my cartridges without stopping, until my musket became almost red hot, and I had to carry it by the sling. Yet I do not believe that I heard a living thing. It all went into thin air. Now on the plain, the battle was begun anew, but who could clearly describe such a scene? Smoke and steam now issuing forth from the boasted, the crackling and thundering, as if heaven and earth were about to dissolve, while the senses were confused by the unceasing roll of hundreds of drums, by the sounds of all kinds of military music that stirred the heart and lifted the spirits, by the shouts of so many commanders and the bellowing of their adjutants, by the howling and shrieking from so many thousand wretched, crushed, half-dead victims of the day. And so there you have it. Fear, confusion, and uncertainty, then a sudden moment of frenzied violence and scenes of human suffering. I think that's a decent portrait of an 18th century battle. To close out Ulrich Breaker's story, he hung back from the action for the rest of the battle. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, snuck off and ran to Austrian lines. Ironically, he ended up in the custody of the Pondur regiment, but they treated him pretty well, and after a few days of debriefing, sent him on his way back to Switzerland. He was never caught. The Battle of Lebositz was Ulrich Breaker's last day as a soldier of Frederick the Great. So that's a rough sketch of the armies of the Revolutionary War. That was the status quo that was about to be shattered when the Revolutionary French Republic built a new kind of army, commanded by a new breed of officers. By the time you're listening to this, topic suggestions for the bonus episode will be closed. Sorry if you had an idea and missed the cutoff, but there will be chances for you guys to get involved in the future. We got about 50 suggestions, and honestly, they're all pretty good. I'll post them up online in the next day or two, and we'll do a poll to decide which will be covered. Next time, we'll be talking about the French Revolution. Yes, I'm going to try to cover arguably the most important event in human history in a single episode. We'll see how that goes. That's it for now. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution podcast on the Airwave Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, Episode 7, The Undesired. Thanks for joining me. Well, here we are at last, first episode on the French Revolution. The original plan was to lay it all out in one show, but there was a lot of listener interest in more in-depth coverage, and there's just so much to say, so I ended up breaking it up into 2 episodes. This was the formative event of Napoleon Bonaparte's life. In his own correspondence, he observed that a person's politics are usually most shaped by events in their young adulthood. Writing that, I think he had his own experience of the revolution in mind. Napoleon was 19 years old when the Bastille fell. He spent essentially his entire adult life reckoning with the consequences of the revolution. Napoleon was far from unique in that respect. The fall of the House of Bourbon and the rise of the French Republic was a political and intellectual earthquake. This was the single dominant historical event for almost every politically aware person of Napoleon's generation in the Western world. The legacy of the Revolution was the central debate of the 19th century. It led to the formation of the political ideologies of liberalism, conservatism, and reaction, and indirectly to the foundation of socialism, anarchism, communism, and fascism. You could make a good argument we're still grappling with the events of 1789. As we move along the narrative of Napoleon's life, we'll watch a lot of the revolution unfold through his eyes. In some cases, literally. He was actually an eyewitness and ground-level participant in some of the key events of this era. But with such a massively important event, I thought it would be useful to get a bird's-eye overview first, so we're all on the same page when this stuff starts cropping up in our story. Today I'd like to focus on the early events of the revolution. I'm particularly interested in the fall of Louis of Bourbon, from a generally popular monarch with absolute power to an impotent figurehead captive to a hostile public. At the beginning of his reign, Louis XVI was loved by the people of France. When he was still a crown prince, the press sometimes called him the Desired One, because he seemed caring and down to earth compared to his distant, misanthropic grandfather. It was traditional for the King of France to receive a large cash gift when he took the throne. When Louis was crowned in 1774, he donated all of his coronation money to charity, the equivalent of millions of dollars today. Even the most jaded tabloid gossip mongers had to admit it showed character. Louis was signaling that he wanted to be a different kind of king. The public was far more skeptical of the new queen, Marie Antoinette. She was a Habsburg, and Austria was France's greatest rival. But even she won them over in those early days. Marie Antoinette reinvented the role of queen by taking an active role in raising funds and awareness for charitable causes, kind of like a modern American First Lady. Medical services for the poor was her signature issue. But the royal administration was in a deep crisis. Things were bad when Louis took the throne, and got worse quickly. Good intentions are a fine thing in a leader, but long-term political popularity requires results. French government spending far exceeded revenue. The treasury was nearing empty. Increasingly, the government had to borrow to stay afloat, and inevitably its credit got worse. Every year, a bigger proportion of the state budget went to simply paying the minimum interest on all these loans. For years, the king's ministers had been aware there was a problem, and they tried different policies to address it, but the system needed a complete overhaul, not cautious piecemeal reform. There were proposals to do just that,
but anything broad or ambitious enough to really turn the tide inevitably fell victim to the sclerotic, conservative political system. The kingdom was getting deeper into the red at the worst possible time. In periods of famine, the people of France relied on the government to provide relief in the form of subsidies, price controls, and emergency grain imports. The 1770s and 1780s saw a series of bad harvests and natural disasters. Increasingly, average men and women struggled to feed their families. Some starved. The people of France needed the help of the royal government more than ever, just as it was least able to provide relief due to the financial situation. There wasn't much of a political relationship between the king and his subjects, but one of the few things people did expect from their monarch was that they would be able to get enough to eat. The king was seen as the guarantor of the grain supply, so a threat to the people's food security was also a threat to the monarchy's popularity and legitimacy. Contrary to popular belief, the royal government didn't just watch indifferently while people starved. They tried dozens of different policies to get things under control, but by the late 1780s, the crisis was just too big for this weak government to handle, especially as its hands were tied tighter and tighter every year by the financial situation. As the food crisis mounted, unrest grew. There were riots and isolated acts of violence by desperate, hungry people. An atmosphere of anger, fear, and paranoia began to creep in all over the country. In earlier episodes, we talked about the Parlement, regional assemblies of nobles that kind of functioned like law courts and could block royal decrees when they felt the interests of the nobility were threatened. Well, with the government racing to solve the food crisis and looming financial meltdown, decrees were coming out of Versailles at a pace and scope not seen since the days of Louis XIV. With hindsight, we can see that they were acting out of desperation, but to the Parlement, it looked like the government was cynically exaggerating a crisis to justify a power grab. The harder the king tried to reform the country, the more the Parlement were convinced that their rights were under threat and they had to resist. The Parlement tried out a new tactic in their struggle with Louis XVI, something we're probably overly familiar with. They used the press to try to sway public opinion. Might be odd to think of this as new, but there really hadn't been much of a public before this period. In earlier eras, most people who were well informed on current affairs and educated enough to understand them were aristocrats, political players in their own right, not an uninvolved public observing politics and forming their opinions from afar. But by this era, there was increasingly a population of literate, politically aware commoners, men and women who were probably like most of you listening, not personally involved in the government, but who read or debated enough about politics to have their own opinions on the performance of the government and the future direction of the country. In 18th century France, most of these people came from the middle class. They tended to have pro-Enlightenment, liberal sympathies, and so that's what the public relations campaign of the Parlement played on. This was really just a squabble between factions of the ruling class. The king and his administration were fighting for their interests, and the nobility were fighting for theirs. But the Parlement painted it as a grand clash of principles, a fight for freedom. They published pamphlets and essays arguing the Parlement weren't just defending their own interests and tax exemptions, but taking a stand for French liberty against the tyranny of the king. The literate public ate it up. The king's legitimacy was already taking a hit from the food crisis. These Enlightenment-influenced arguments coming from the Parlement gave people an ideological and philosophical framework with which to express their discontent. Louis's plan to push reform through the Parlement was doomed. As this public debate raged, some voices began to call for a meeting of the Estates General, an elected national legislative body that hadn't met in over a century. But Louis didn't want to call a meeting of the Estates. Like his predecessors, he considered the institution too powerful and unpredictable. But reform was going nowhere, the financial situation was becoming more desperate, and the idea was gaining traction among the public. The king had lost the initiative. The government spent most of 1787 and 1788 engaged in all kinds of political footwork, attempting to sidestep the issue, but in the summer of 1788 they ran out of time. The royal treasury was officially empty. The government's credit was ruined. Few would risk loaning money to the king.
Those who did charged astronomical rates of interest. Very soon, the government would be forced into drastic measures like liquidating assets, paying employees IOUs, or even defaulting debts. In the winter of 1788, a group of bankers offered a massive package of loans to the government, but only under the condition that the king call the Estates General and empower them to reform the economy and tax system. In January 1789, the king finally relented and ordered elections for a meeting of the estates to be convened in the spring. This was a momentous announcement. The only precedent was in the distant past, in a very different society with different political dynamics. There was suddenly a potential for change and new possibilities for the future. In a modern American context, you might compare it to calling a new constitutional convention. The Estates General had three chambers. The first estate was the church. They were there to represent the interests of French Catholicism as an institution, but they were also human beings and carried their own personal views with them. The leadership was overrepresented: cardinals, bishops, abbots. Almost all of them came from noble families, and many had connections to the royal court. But the majority of the seats in the First Estate were actually reserved for the rank-and-file clergy, and many of them sympathized with the commoners. The Second Estate represented the nobility. Almost all of the eminent aristocrats of France had a seat, including men of the royal court and the king's close male relatives. But as we discussed in episode 5, the nobility was not a uniform group. There were poor nobles represented as well, and men whose families had only been aristocrats for a generation or two. Generally, the Second Estate was the most conservative of the three bodies, most supportive of the status quo. But even here, there was a significant minority of liberals. Many were disciples of the Enlightenment, others just saw that the current system was broken. The Third Estate represented everyone else in France, 98 or 99% of Frenchmen who weren't aristocrats or ordained Catholic clergy. Everyone from Parisian bankers to the starving sans-culottes, from Bordeaux merchants to migrant farm workers. In theory, this was a chamber for everyone. In practice, it was dominated by the bourgeoisie. Few others had the time, money, and education to inform themselves on political issues and run for office. There were some businessmen and bankers, but the delegates of the Third Estate tended to be what we would call white-collar professionals: civil servants, doctors, and especially lawyers. This was by far the most liberal and pro-reform chamber of the Estates General. Most delegates came from the upper middle class. They generally felt undervalued and ignored in the current system, and were enthusiastic about Enlightenment ideas. On May 5th, 1789, the Estates General officially opened. Ominously, only a few weeks earlier, Parisian workers had risen up in a violent riot. It had taken the army days to contain the chaos, cost of 25 dead. Anyone who thought calling the Estates General would solve all the country's problems was quickly disappointed. The government was still paralyzed by infighting. The only real difference was now it was between the king and the liberal delegates instead of the king and the Parlement. Just as Louis had feared, the Estates General did not defer to royal authority. The way the liberal delegates saw it, the king himself had given them a broad mandate to reform the country, and they were the legitimate representatives of the people of France. Their view of themselves as elected officials was not unlike the one embraced in most modern democracies. They felt they were entrusted with a duty to give voice to their constituents and use their judgment to advocate for the common good. The king and his allies did not see things that way. They were still steeped in that absolutist view of the king as the metaphorical embodiment of the country. His will was the country's will. In their eyes, the liberal delegates were just a group of willful, insolent subjects taking advantage of the crisis to act out like wayward children. Louis vacillated in his approach to the Estates General. The king was not a particularly vindictive or reactionary person, but he was very pliable, and some of his advisors were. Louis had no confidence in his own judgment. Time and again, he would allow hardline members of the court to talk him into some uncompromising authoritarian position, then have second thoughts and allow himself to be swayed the other direction. On several occasions, the king came right to the precipice of ordering a crackdown on the liberal opposition, only to change his mind at the last minute. The reactionary faction at court had managed to convince the king to quietly amass a small army of loyal troops in Paris, but opposing advice and his own peaceful nature prevented Louis from pulling the trigger and ordering the troops in to dissolve the Estates General. While Louis wallowed in indecision, the opposition gained momentum. Liberal clergymen began defecting from their chamber and sitting with the commoners in the Third Estate instead. Delegates of the Third Estate and their supporters began to refer to it as the National Assembly, reflecting their belief that the Third Estate represented the will of the whole country, not just one class. On the 19th of June, 1789, the king finally made up his mind. His reactionary advisers had finally won him over. The crackdown was in motion. The delegates of the National Assembly gathered the next morning and found their meeting place locked up, guarded by soldiers. Legally, the king still had the power to unilaterally dissolve the assembly and even to arrest any members he wished. Delegates quickly realized that closing down their meeting place would probably be the first step to doing something like that. So, the National Assembly took decisive action of their own. They moved their meeting to the nearest space that could accommodate them, the tennis courts at Versailles, and immediately voted to pass a momentous resolution. Quote, all members of this assembly shall immediately take a solemn oath not to separate and to reassemble wherever circumstances require until the constitution of the kingdom is established and consolidated upon firm foundations. End quote. In effect, they were finally throwing down the gauntlet to the king and demanding a written constitution. This event has become famous as the tennis court oath. It was all very dramatic, but it was also a smart piece of political maneuvering. The delegates had surmised that the king would soon issue a decree dissolving the assembly and or ordering some of its members arrested. The oath effectively preempted that decree. Remember, this oath wasn't just some guys in a gym making a promise to each other. They were a legislature. This was proposed as a resolution and passed by majority vote. Once the tennis court oath was approved, if the king followed through and ordered a crackdown, they would have a solid legal foundation to resist it, because his orders would be in violation of their legal resolution. Pretty clever, right? Like I said, a lot of these guys were lawyers. And it worked. Yet again, the king backed down and shifted to a more conciliatory stance. He agreed to work with the National Assembly. Priests and monks from the First Estate were now leaving their chamber in droves to sit with the assembly. Even some liberal nobles from the Second Estate joined them. When the king threatened them, the bourgeois delegates of the National Assembly responded with defiance and won. That's why the tennis court oath is still one of the most celebrated events of the Revolution. It was a moment of bravery in the face of danger, loaded with human drama and symbolic significance. Accounts of the events of June 20th and the text of the tennis court oath crackled through France in the following weeks. The National Assembly had been popular from the start, but now they were national heroes. All over the country, especially in Paris, the public took up their call for a constitution. The men who swore the oath were mostly well-heeled professionals, but the news was greeted with joy in the slums and on workshop floors in Paris, just as it was in the fashionable neighborhoods and salons. The starving poor of the city were much more desperate and frightened than any bourgeois legislator, but they'd come to blame much of their suffering on the royal government. The way most of them saw it, anybody who was trying to challenge the system that left them miserable was one of the good guys, even if they were a bunch of fancy-pants lawyers. The tennis court oath may have raised the spirits of poor Parisians, but it didn't provide any relief to their dire material conditions. By 1789, the average unskilled worker in Paris was spending the majority of his or her income just on bread. And they were the lucky ones. There had always been a large underclass of unemployed and semi-employed people in the city, and with the economy in crisis, that population grew every day. Workers were laid off, desperate peasants came into the city looking for work. Attacks on bakeries and grain merchants were becoming common. Sometimes they devolved into riots. But these outbursts didn't really help let off steam. Conditions remained bad, and the mood on the street just kept heating up. The boiling point was reached on July 12, 1789, after news reached the city that the king had abruptly dismissed his finance minister, Jacques Necker. Necker was far and away the most high-profile and popular figure in the royal administration. He was actually pretty bad as a finance minister and incompetent as a politician, but he was one of the most visible advocates of liberal reform, and people loved him. As often happened when there was big news, people of Paris congregated in the streets to hear reports read out loud, listen to impromptu speeches, chat with each other, and share rumors. Seeing the man they viewed as their champion unceremoniously booted out of politics was the final insult. Rumors of a royal crackdown began to spread, and these groups that had gathered in the streets began to take on the character of angry mobs. This was not the first time Paris had seen mob violence related to the crisis, but it was soon obvious this was something different, much bigger and potentially much more dangerous. There was no riot policing in the 18th century, so as they always did in these situations, the authorities called out the military garrison. This was a permanent garrison of Paris. The soldiers lived in the city full-time and thought of themselves as Parisians. They drank and socialized in all the same hangouts as other working-class people. So the garrison's officers had begun to doubt their men's loyalty. But on July 12th, the situation deteriorated so quickly, the authorities saw little other option but to call them out anyway and just hope they obeyed. Most did not. A few groups of soldiers maintained discipline and clashed with the mobs, but the majority defected immediately. There was now a large segment of the mob with military armaments and training. This sent a wave of paralyzing doubt through the army command. Which units could they trust? Sending out more regiments to confront the mob might just lead to more defections and make the situation worse. So they did nothing. By the evening of the 12th, Paris belonged to the mob. In the absence of any civil authority, looting began. The rioters took special care to target any place where weapons or alcohol were stored. A mood of exuberance developed alongside their anger. That night, the whole city was consumed in a kind of angry, drunken party. Most Parisians were having the time of their lives, but things had gone way too far for many of the bourgeoisie. They were angry about Necker's dismissal too, but as property owners, they were not excited about all the looting. Of course, they sympathized with the rioters, but come on, this nonsense was getting in the way of business. Understandable sentiments may be, but the calculus is different for a starving person with nothing to lose. The bourgeoisie wanted order restored, but like everyone in Paris, they worried a military assault would cause even more death and destruction and lead to the long-feared crackdown on the opposition. So the middle classes of Paris began to organize a provisional city government of their own and raise a militia. The men of this force would come from the bourgeoisie, and it would be loyal to the assembly. For those of you who know your revolutionary history, this unit would grow into the famous National Guard. On the morning of the 14th of July, the organizers of this new National Guard were busy gathering equipment. They were able to seize a large number of muskets without too much trouble, but the military's main cache of ammunition would be a challenge. Most of the shot and gunpowder in Paris had been moved to a more secure
was gone. It doesn't matter. Oh, oh wait, that's incredible. Well, I looked over. I looked. I oh, God. I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize, like, is he? Like, what is he? What I should. I think what I was gonna say. I'm gonna read exactly what I was gonna do that. I well, here's the thing. I am. No, it's all. But it's not funny anymore if I try to do the jokes because now I like. There's that. Yeah. poor judge